So, good afternoon, everyone. We're live streaming from our studio. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm Erwin, and I will be hosting the first part of today's program. And we will start promptly at 2 o'clock. Kamusta naman kayong lahat? Babasa muna tayo ng mga messages from our YouTube chat box. So, first, hello to Marie Pasqua, who's our first participant to join the chat box today. Hi. Si Romnick, good afternoon, Romnick. Mark is saying hello from Austria. And Charles is saying good afternoon to everyone. We have Lay, just joined us, and DP24. We have Maning from Pasig. And of course, Lay is sharing the Q&A pad where everyone can post their questions for the presenters. We have Nestor from Los Baños. Jai Abelia from Marikina. Yan. TP24 from Las Marinas. We have one participant from Finland. Kaway-kaway dyan. And we have Faye Andal also from Marikina. Mukhang lamang ang Marikina ngayon ah. So it's 13:48. We have 12 minutes before the start of the program. So to reward everyone who are early birds for today, we're running a short flash giveaway. The duty crew will be posting a link. The contest is open to all prepaid mobile users in the Philippines. And if you are a present internet access grant recipient, you can join the flash contest. But everyone else, you're welcome to participate. So, tech crew, could you please post the link? And we're gonna have set for 5 minutes. And when we say start, we'll have the counter running. And everyone will have an opportunity to win once for this flash giveaway. Okay, are we ready? So let's wait for our duty crew to post the link. Okay, it's been posted. So I'm starting the timer now, and you have 5 minutes to fill up the form. So the giveaway is a top up that you can use for your mobile phone service, which hopefully you would use for internet access. Although it's unlikely that you might be using it today, we hope that you can use it afterwards or anytime after you get it. So we'd like to thank our sponsors who made this internet access grant possible. We have Ka-Art. We have let's see, I have my list here. We have Mapbox. We have Grab. We have the Foundation for Economic Freedom. Of course, we have Facebook and Mapillary, and then we have BNHR and Mapa. All of these sponsors are making this grant possible, so we'd like to thank them. Some of these sponsors had supported us in Pista ng Mapa 2019, and we're very happy to see them support us again and our community for 2020. So, kamusta naman? Tapos na ba kayo? So far, it's been 1 minute and 54 seconds. Okay, so reminder for those who just joined the chat box, we have a running internet top-up flash giveaway for our early birds. We're glad that some of you are already done. Yung ating early bird, si Imari, tapos na raw siya. We still have about 2.5 minutes left. Okay. So how do you guys say, sinong pinakamalayo nating participant from today in the chat box? Let's see. I grew up in a household where Visayan, well, Cebuano is spoken. So to say good afternoon, they say maayong udto. In Zamboanga, where I stayed for a while, they would say buenas tardes. So let's see if there are people who are not from Manila and have other ways of saying good afternoon in their local language. Uh, so how do you say good afternoon in Finnish, Lay? Anyone? In Austria, it's still morning. So our friend Mark is saying Guten Morgen, which is good morning. Oh, there. So Lay, it's I don't know how to pronounce this correctly. Hiva Humenta. I hope I did that correctly. So that's good afternoon in Finnish. Let's see. It's 4:26. We have 30 seconds left. We hope that those who are joining us in the chat box can participate in the flash giveaway for internet access. According to DP24, Marhay na hapon sa Indo, Gabos, which is a longer version of good afternoon from in Bicolano, in the Bicol language. Okay, so it's 5 minutes. So we're closing the forum. Thank you, everyone. We still have 5 minutes left before we start the program. Do you guys have anything to share with us regarding our previous conference days that you'd like to share? Meron pa, in Kapampangan, it's Mayap Agat Panapun. Okay. So it seems like DT24 is multilingual. So who is our participant farthest away from Manila in the Philippines? We have one from Siquijor. No one else has identified where they're from. Faye is only in Quezon City. Okay, so for today, just to give you an overview of what to expect for our program, we will be starting with a sponsor talk from CAR based in Colorado, and then we will have lightning talks about Mount Pinatubo, Mount Isarog, and the OSMA Paralan project. And then we have someone from Italy who's going to share about digital field mapping for everyone. Of course, we'll have several breaks for today, and we're going to give away Grab food vouchers. Thanks to our Grab for being the meal partner of the conference this year. And then we have mapping the geography of the UAAP's men's basketball tournament by Ben Hur, and then 10 QGIS plugins or QGIS plugins in 10 minutes by Sorby Ildefonso, and another workshop in QGIS again by BNHR or Ben Hur. Grab will also be talking about how they work with the community after our long break at 18:30. And we have Emiliani Dili from Indonesia, if I remember it correctly, who will be talking about OSM data coverage evaluation. Next is another presenter from Escuela Labs, where they talk about how they use OpenStreetMap features as proxy to socioeconomic indicators. And then after the break at 2030, we're going to have a series of lightning talks from the winners of the Mapa para sa lahat map making competition, which we did back in September. So you will see the winners maps later. Um, and then finally we close at 2100. So far, are there any questions or anyone would like to share? We have someone from Batangas saying good afternoon. That's Ellison Del Rosario. Hi, Ellison. We have Brian Buenaobra, just making everyone know how they feel about day 3. Okay. Right. So it's now 2 o'clock, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the third and final day of the Pista ng Mapa conference. If today is the first time you're attending the conference, Pista ng Mapa is an outreach activity organized by volunteers from the OpenStreetMap, Phosphor-G, and other mapping communities in the Philippines, where the goal is to promote open data and open source software, especially for geospatial, and to build up local communities outside of the capital region in Manila. The first conference was hosted in Dumaguete by Foundation University last year. And we were originally planning for a conference in Cebu this year, but the new normal happened. So we're doing this online conference instead. So mabuhay everyone. A few reminders before we start. The session is recorded and live streamed to YouTube. If you are a presenter and you enable your camera or screen sharing, Please take the necessary precautions to safeguard your private and personal information. By participating in this session, including joining the chat box, you agree to abide by our code of conduct and allow us to reproduce, adapt, publish, display, distribute, and create derivative works of any of your public interactions, including any audio chats, screen shares, etc. All information and content are provided as is and without warranties of any kind. All views, thoughts, ideas, and opinions expressed by participants are personal and not necessarily shared, supported, or endorsed by the organizations and initiatives associated with them or mentioned herein. Our code of conduct, ideas and information are exchanged most effectively in an atmosphere free of abuse or harassment and characterized by courtesy and respect. To that end, the Pista ng Mapa organizers expect all session participants to conduct themselves in a manner that establishes an atmosphere free from discriminatory practices. So if you visit the link on the screen, you will find the full text of the COC that we are enforcing for this year's conference. If you need to report anything or about COC breaches, please send us an email in the address indicated on the screen or contact Mark Stipas or any of the session duty crew in the chat box. So let's start with our program. First off, we have a sponsor talk from CAART where the presenter is inviting everyone to look into how CAART and how they work with local communities to contribute to OpenStreetMap, and is presented by Ian Malot of CAART. So let's hear from Ian.
Hello everyone, my name is Ian and I've been with CART for about 5 years now. And so today I will be presenting on CART, improving the OpenStreetMap together. And so what I would like to do is give you a background of how the company started, what our different teams are, and how our teams interact with the community. And so CART was originally envisioned by the CEO during his multiple trips to countries in Central and South America. And during this time, he was using a standard GPS to help orient himself while he was in these countries. And he quickly learned that it was very useful to have a general idea of where he was, but at the same time, he noticed that the map and the GPS wasn't the greatest quality. And so later on, he moved to Cape Town, South Africa, where he continued to tinker with GIS data, and he eventually developed a map of the area for his own personal use. And in 2007, he created the website gpstravelmaps.com, and included a web store so he could offer these custom-made maps to the community. That way any travelers going to these areas that he's been would have an up-to-date map of the area that they were traveling to. And so over time, CART has created GIS data and licensed that data to organizations throughout the world. And what started out as a small team of 10 people has quickly grown to over 150 employees, and 30 of those are local editors found around the globe. And CART currently has 8 teams that can be found in Colorado, Washington, California, and Utah. And so our different teams include the ground survey team, the AI teaching team, the missing geometry and missing road names team, the high priority road network team, and our community editing teams. So our ground survey team travels to various locations around the world to gather ground imagery, which is later used to improve OSM data in those areas. And while our editors are on the ground, they are looking for things such as missing street names, they're verifying the directions and the length of one-way streets, and they are checking the overall integrity of the high-priority road network for accuracy. And our AI teaching team uses machine-learned data that is generated by their client to help add data to OSM. So all of this data is analyzed by our editors and processed before it is added to OSM. And this team generally works in areas around the world that are either rural or have very limited data. And what they do for the community is they put in the stepping stones or the simple building blocks so the community members in those areas are able to build upon that data in the future. And our missing geometry and missing road names team adds missing geometry based on the newest and most up-to-date imagery. And after they've added all the missing geometry for an area, they then compare local road name data sets to the names that are currently present in OpenStreetMap. And any names that are missing are added as either a name or an alt name. And this team works very closely with the local community to come to agreements on the best way to portray names, such as either writing out numbered roads or putting them in their numeric form. And currently, this team has worked in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. And in Colombia, they have added over 360,000 street names, and in Mexico, they have added almost 500,000 street names. And our high priority road network team reviews the change in road data for nearly 70 countries on a sub-annual frequency. And their focus is to identify vandalism, new construction, and miscellaneous errors. And they use proprietary data to identify potential areas of concern within the countries that they work. And while they are deployed in these areas of concern, they try to evaluate the current level of data in that general area. And if they are able to find something that they believe can be improved upon, they bookmark it for future campaigns. And this team is frequently engaged with the communities that they work in to help clarify specific editing practices or governmental transportation policies for each of these communities. Our community editing team is a community outreach program that is designed to bring our editors at CART closer to the communities that we map in. So our goal is to work together with each of these communities to improve the quality of OpenStreetMap data by following the customs of each of the regions that we work in. And our main scope of editing mostly includes navigational editing, troubleshooting, and community outreach and encouragement, but it can change with the different needs of the area. And worldwide, our program includes over 30 people, with 4 of those being located in the Philippines. And these 4 editors mainly focus on navigational editing, and they are currently working on one-ways and missing roads. So here is an example of how our high-priority road network team worked with the Argentinian community to improve upon their high-priority road network. So in the picture on the left, you can see that the road network wasn't of the greatest quality at the time. It was a little sparse in some areas and really well done in others. So after our team worked with this community, we were able to help them greatly improve the routability of their road network in that area. And you can see there that it gives full coverage over all of Argentina. And here is a map of CART's impact on the world as of last year. And you can see from all the fun little dots on the map that we have thousands of edits all around the world. And this isn't just from one team, this is from all our different teams. And we work with all the communities that we visit in any way we can to help them further improve the data for their area. So on to our community editing teams. We have 6 different teams with over 30 people. And our goal is to work together with the local community to improve the quality of OpenStreetMap data in those areas. And so right now our main scope is navigational editing. Troubleshooting, and the community outreach and encouragement. So what we really want to see is the community to get excited about improving the data in their area, because they know the area better than anybody, and so who better to edit their part of the world than them, right? So currently we have 6 different teams. We have teams in South America and Mexico, Romania, Moldova, Russia, Turkey, and the Philippines. And so, as I said earlier, we have 4 editors in the Philippines, and you may know them already. And they are Erwin, Raleigh, Vince, and Eugene. And these are a great bunch of guys. They really enjoy working with the community and doing anything they can to help improve road data in their area. And so their main priority is improving road-related data in OSM. But some other projects that they've worked on are they have gathered street-level imagery using Mapillary, but this was sadly postponed due to COVID-19 restrictions. and they really enjoy engaging with the local and regional communities. So, one such endeavor in 2019, they held regular weekly mapping sessions for students of a local university, and these students contributed to local mapping initiatives or humanitarian mapping responses, and even some projects for the easier road-related tasks provided by CART. And so this is just a great way to show how we engage with the community. We really try to help people get involved and get excited about mapping. It's really kind of fun. And you can see on the slide here that over the 30 projects they've done, most of their projects involve geometry. There's name consistency, there's very specific editings, which are case-by-case instances. There's the mapillary collection and working with the community. And so currently they are working on one-way streets in the Philippines and adding missing geometry in Luzon, Mindanao, and Visayas. And so I hope that gives all of you a good idea of who CART is, kind of what our different projects are, and our involvement in the community. So, thank you.
So there, we've heard from Ian Malot from CAART, and let's check if we have any questions for the speaker. Actually, the speakers, the presenter is not present right now in our conference, but I will be wearing my CAART hat to answer any questions from our participants for CAART. So let's check. Okay, so the first question we have is, are you hiring? Okay, I'm not aware of any available openings right now, but we're always looking for uh, people who are passionate about open data, especially OpenStreetMap. So visit carart.com and check out the for any openings that we may presently have. Even if there are no openings, you can always send us an email if you feel that um, you can contribute to OpenStreetMap and open data with CART. Second question is, how do you respond to community concerns, if any, to the quality of your edits? All CART mappers, including those working remotely, follow a specific set of guidelines when responding to community concerns. These concerns are usually raised through change set comments or sometimes privately. But we always encourage our contributors, the card mappers, to respond in public so that we can be very transparent about how we communicate any changes we've been doing or document the interactions we have with the community. In the Philippines, I don't remember I don't specifically remember any comments about art's work from the change set comments, but we generally follow that guideline. Are there any more questions? Right. So if there are no more questions, let's see. Okay, no more questions for art. We'll proceed with our next presenter. Okay. Our next presentation is about, we're into our lightning talks now, I'm sorry. It's about the pre and post 3D visualization of Mount Pinatubo. This lightning talk will be about the 3D map model of Pinatubo before and after its catastrophic eruption in 1991. By making use of old Gambria topographic map and digital elevation models, or DEMs, the terrain of the volcano is reconstructed. So we'll be hearing from Leonard Soriano about his 3D map and model of Mount Pinatubo.
Good day, everyone. My name is Leonard G. Soriano, and I'm happy to be part of the event today, Pista ng Mapa, Day 3, and I'll be giving a short lightning talk for this conference. The title of my presentation is 3D Visualization of Mount Pinatubo Pre and Post Eruption. My first slide would be about the geography of Mount Pinatubo. So this mountain or this volcano is actually north of Manila. It's about 110 kilometers and it's surrounded by three provinces, the province of Zambales, Pampanga, and Tarlac. So it's around maybe an hour and a half drive going to the foothill of the volcano. So just a short history about this volcano. Way back 29 years ago, it erupted in June 15, 1991, and it was considered to be the second largest volcanic eruption of this century. And the eruption produced high-speed avalanches of hot ashes and gas, giant mud flows, and a cloud of volcanic ash hundreds of miles across. And I remember during that time I was in Manila. It was afternoon and suddenly it turned dark and you think that it's already evening. And after a few days, the next day, there were already some ashfall reaching Metro Manila. So presently, this is Mount Pinatubo Crater Lake. This picture was taken 2016 by a good friend, and they took this image facing the north. So this is a different side of the lake where only a few tourists also visit this crater rim. So the reconstruction of Mount Pinatubo pre-eruption was brought about by this curiosity of mine many years ago that I was wondering how did Mount Pinatubo look like before its eruption or before it had a lake which we have presently. And in order to recreate that 3D pre-eruption model, one data set that I needed to produce was a digital elevation model. So the source agency that provides data on topography and other related spatial data is the National Mapping and Resource Information Agency, or NAMRIA. So luckily, NAMRIA has still archived the old topographic maps, and I was able to get hold of the topo map of Mount Pinatubo pre-eruption. And I scanned that, and that's the thing that I will show you in the next slide. Another thing that you need that I use in recreating this reconstruction model is the GIS software. I made use of QGIS and plugins, QGIS 3JS, Raster Tracer, and DEM to 3D. Okay. So this is the data preparation. On the left image is the topo map, an old topo map, which is a raster file. And the idea is, after it was scanned, it needs to be changed to a vector file. So I digitized it both manually and making use of some plugins, the the raster to uh, like the raster to vector plugin that will help you in digitizing certain features of the map. So after digitizing and inputting all the elevation data for every contour line, I was able to produce this pre-eruption DEM. And as you notice at the center of the map, here, that's the original Mount Pinatubo, and it had the highest elevation of 1,745 meters. So from that DEM, I was able to produce this pre-eruption 3D model. So as you can see, Mount Pinatubo, there were two peaks, and there was a saddle between those two peaks, and it didn't have yet a crater lake. And the next thing that I did was to have a comparison of the pre-eruption and the post-eruption. For the post-eruption, it was a bit easier because I just downloaded the data of Aster, which is free, and it is 30-meter resolution, and it is already a digital elevation model. So that spared me from digitizing the present topographic map and producing a digital elevation model. So from this file, I was able to produce again the post-eruption 3D model, which is the one that you see at the moment. And at the center of the map, you see this depression. Uh, that's the crater lake, and uh, because of the eruption, this lake was formed. So this is a screenshot of the digital animations for the pre-eruption and post-eruption of Mount Pinatubo. And one fun thing that I thought of doing from this mapping passion project was to produce some actual 3D models, such as this one. So what I did is to export the DEM to an STL file, making use of a plugin called DEM 3D printing. And what it does, this plugin just simply converts your raster file into an STL file. And why do you need an STL file? Because that's the common format that is used when 3D printing uh, models or is done. So this is the some screenshot of that process. It was called the SLA, or the stereolithography 3D printing process. So here, firstly, the model is sliced and viewed before it gets to be printed. And this is the printer. So after 5 hours of printing, you get something like this. The output of it, which has still the braces, and on the bottom right, you get the final output, which is this one, uh, which is good to have. It's a very useful educational material because, especially if you are, let's say, visually impaired, you could really feel the topography. You could find out where the crater is, where the ridges are, or where the valleys are. So that's the actual 3D model. The scale is 1 is to 800,000, and it's pretty small. It's only 80 by 80 by 6 millimeters. Okay, so this is that one. So that's my presentation of the pre and post eruption of Mount Pinatubo. Maraming salamat and thank you for listening.
So thank you. That was Leonard or Bonnie Soriano, who is currently in our meeting room and ready to answer questions live. Bonnie, do you mind sharing your webcam if that's okay? Bonnie, maybe you're still on mute. Hmm. Uh, Bonnie is still muted. Can someone please assist Bonnie? Bonnie, are you there? The mute icon is near the center of your screen to the left of the end call button. Okay, so while we're waiting for Bonnie, let's read the first question for his presentation. Question number one, how much po ang 3D printing? Okay, Bonnie, can you hear us? You're still muted. Okay, so Bonnie responded through the chat text box, getting ready to answer. Okay, while we're waiting for that, let's check out the YouTube chat box. We have people from France, hey Jules, from Bicol, from Tacloban, hello. Several people from Bicol, and I'm pretty sure it's because one of our sponsors, FEF, has a very strong presence in Bicol. That's Anja Arnaz is there. Okay. And someone, Sorby Ildefonso, is offering anyone who's interested in 3D printing to contact him privately. So kung may mga projects kayo, check out Sorby and he's offering 3D printing assistance. I don't know the details, so please contact him directly. Let's see what else. And here we have
Erwin,
Leonard. Hi, Bunny.
hello.
Kumusta?
Mabuti. Sorry, nagka-tech problem.
Okay.
Oh,
Sige, uulitin ko na muna yung babasahin yung
question.
tanong para
Yeah.
sa'yo.
Okay.
Okay. So, una, the first question is, how much is 3D printing from Manning?
Good question, no? I personally don't have a 3D printer kasi hindi ko naman kailangan talaga. But it's a very good technology. So yung nagpa-print ako, naghanap ako ng service for this one and I found a neighbor, a friend who is into 3D printing. He print toys. Mahal siya, expensive to say. This piece,
Was that the...
2005. Ito yung
Oo.
mahal niya.
Yung mo. Oo.
2,500 siya. So,
Oh,
that's
okay.
to be honest to the audience. And I wanted to print the pre-eruption model pero sabi ko, na-steepan ako dun sa price eh. But anyway, if you're into toy building or gusto mo i-mass produce siya, it's a good prototype. But as I shared, if you're visually impaired, makikita mo kasi talaga yung details. And it's an interesting thing to have. Personally, Okay siya
Yeah,
pa.
yeah.
Okay. So, kaya nga eh. So, okay lang yun. Part din ng passion project.
Nice. I'm sure having 3D printed objects ready for people who have a different way of learning, if they have, especially if they have disabilities, is one way of making sure that you are inclusive in your approach to your passion projects, di ba? So,
Right.
pero sabi nga ni Sorby dun sa YouTube ngayon, pag may mga interesado raw sa 3D printing, i-PM niyo daw siya. So perhaps you can do the 3D printing with Sorby for the post-eruption model.
Oh, kasi it depends also on the printer. Ito kasi resin yung material. There's a cheaper one, yung FDM. Mas mura yung printing nun.
Ah, okay. Sige. I'll go to the next question. Did you do a diff between the pre and post DEM? It would be interesting to see what exactly changed in the 3D view. That question is from Eugene.
Yes, I did some spatial analysis ng difference na how many volumes, tapos yung elevation difference, yung profile. But yes, I did that. Di ko lang diniscuss for this lightning talk kasi very simplified yung presentation ko eh. But yung the profile, yung elevation na nawala, na gain, and because of the crater lake and other volume calculations, pwede. It's actually a very if you want to make a full study of it, yung data for the audience, I could share the data. Gamitin nyo lang.
Okay. Do you document this elsewhere? Like, do you blog or share it in another social media post?
Not
Hindi.
really. Ito yung pinaka-formal way of I did it. Because naisip ko to way back 2006. So nag-incubate isipan ko almost 25 years, no? Maybe it's probably because of the pandemic, nagkaroon akong oras. I had the time, so I finally did it.
Okay. Last question from Imari Pasqua. Can we predict the next eruption using and observing the differences between the pre and post 3D rep of Mount Pinatubo?
You need a lot of information yun sa prediction ng isang volcanic eruption eh. But just basing on DEMs might not be enough. You need field observations, you need to set up some monitoring equipment, and trabaho na ng PHIVOX yun. Kaya na nila yun. But basically, basing on the models, I'm not sure mukhang not that alone lang yung to produce the next eruption.
Okay. So, any last words or reminders for our participants, Bonnie?
Yeah, so making use of free OpenGIS tools, you could make your own DEMs. Nandun lahat, no? And I think the most difficult part of this exercise was just generating the contour lines kasi it's really digitizing it and it's not available. So you need to have a lot of patience. That's the dirty work, you know, and that's the kitchen work, kumbaga. So other than that, enjoy enjoy yung mapping process.
I have a follow-up question, and this will be your last question. How long did it take you to complete the 3D model from collecting the data and the after processing and the final model?
Well, producing the actual DEM sa computer just takes a few hours, but having the input data, the digital elevation model of the pre-eruption, that took me months. Kasi when I tried to trace, digitize the contour lines, or making use of automated procedures or even manual, cannot stay all day doing that. No? Minsan, mababaliw ka eh. Maduduling ka. But you take a break, you do other things. So I would say mga months, more than 3 months kasi I don't do it full time. But I think during this pandemic, that was the time I really had a lot of time for it.
Well, I guess that's one good thing we got out of this pandemic, that you finally had a chance to work on this passion project of yours.
Right? Oh, positive.
Right. So, thank you very much, Bunny.
Oh, thank you.
We hope that you had fun doing your presentation.
Yeah.
And now we'll proceed with our next presenter. Our next presentation is from Francis Joseph Gasgonia. The session will be about how Mount Isarog became the current QGIS splash screen for version 3.14. The talk will also cover concepts about cartography, open data, and map competitions. Let's hear it from Francis Joseph.
Hey, hello, good day. Welcome to my lightning talk, making maps that vote for itself. I would like to call it as how Mount Zero became the QGIS 2.14 splash screen. My name is Francis Joseph Gasconia. I'm based here in Metro Manila, Philippines. I'm an environmental planner and cartographer. I also have a background in sociology and I dabble in archaeology. I like mountaineering, scuba diving, rock climbing, caving, and any other outdoor activities that I could get my hands on. When QGIS announced a few months ago that they'll be opening a public competition on the next splash screen with the theme 3.14 Pi, I immediately thought about how it's important in making circular buffers for volcanoes when identifying risk areas and check on the vulnerabilities of different structures and especially population areas. I chose Mount Isarog out of any other volcano here in the Philippines because of its historical weight to it. It was a guerrilla base during the Japanese occupation, as well as the birthplace of the New People's Army struggles at the time in the 1970s. To get the DAM, I use Open Topography. It's a good resource, guys, if you're looking for different types of DAM slider data that are available globally. And then OpenStreetMap for other important design elements that you could use. Then after gathering all the data, I used the long-term release QGIS 3.10 to extract the contours at 10-meter intervals, and I stylized the DEM into a single pseudo color band from white to gray and red to highlight the changes in the elevation of the volcano, which you can see right here in the middle. You see there's a lot of artifacts and I cleaned those up as well. Some I left out because the important thing about this map for me was centering on the volcano, but as well as appreciating the the landscape on the northeast and also on the southwest of the volcano. I stylized the contours into a Tanaka style contour. You'll find a lot about on how to do this online. There are great tutorials. I just followed those as well. I use this design to highlight the different elevation differences. It kind of looked like a layered cake for me, and I liked it. I also use a terrain shader to encompass the different differences in the topography and highlight areas that may not be otherwise be seen when just using the normal hillshade profile. The next thing that I need to do in this design is what else to add. And it's always in the details, the minute details that you like to see. Again, when using the buffers, it's important what would it in case impact if the volcano becomes active, which is quite a long shot because based on the profile of this volcano, it's a proto-stratovolcano. But in case if it becomes active, we'll be able to see which buildings, population areas, road networks that might be affected in the map. Hence the buffers at 1 kilometer each. Ring buffer expanded to another kilometer, so we could potentially see who and where the impact will be. After I extracted this design, kind of like the design is got a little misty, ghosty style to it, and the hint of the red focuses on the slopes of the volcano, allows the eyes to center its attention toward that particular area. And I followed basic cartographic principles of omitting what you don't want the people to see, and then highlighting what elements that you want your audience or your map viewer, map user see. Using Inkscape, also an open source software, I added the text features and other elemental guidelines that will be featured in the map. As any cartographer out there, they will always think that the map is unfinished. The map will always be unfinished, but we have a deadline, we submit it as it is. QGIS required it to be submitted as this when they're making their judgment decisions on what will be included in the final list. I was surprised that I was including the top three, and this is what the draft of the splash screen would look like. That was opened up for public voting for different users. And these were the other two. So upon finding out, I only found out about it because when I was tagged to a post about the voting was already made open to the public, I shared it on social media. Where else could you do it from? There are many QGIS user groups. Then I shared it to different Filipino user groups here as well as overseas. And I was quite happy about the turnout that they were supportive of the design. And I opened it up to the public on whether or not they will support it as well. It, many people just shared and voted for it. And I was happy that in a few weeks, 40%, 46% was the final outcome. Many people voted for it, and I was quite happy for it. It's always encouraging that your cartographic work is appreciated by other map makers. So it's quite a giddy feeling when you open up the QGIS 3.14 and have your design right over there, which is quite okay. So again, thank you for joining my talk. I simply followed the basic design principles of omitting what you don't want the user to see and also highlighting what should be focused upon on your design. You could message me on Twitter or follow me on Twitter for any questions about cartography related things, and check out my WordPress website, moondogsandzities.com, if you want to read out on the different projects I have worked on. And now we're open for questions, I think. So again, thank you for listening. My name is Francis, and look forward to what you guys have in mind.
So, hi everyone. So that was Francis. Let's ask Francis if he could enable his webcam.
It's on. Let's see if it works. That
Okay,
is
there you go. So Francis is now available to answer any questions. How are you, Francis?
good. Good. How are you?
We're
Apologies
good.
din sa
We're happy to have you
audio
here.
natin medyo medyo mahina pala
Yeah.
yung pagre-record.
Yeah, the audio is slightly faint, but if you use a headset, it's still audible enough. I have a question for you. Why did you
Ah,
choose Mount Isarog over any of other mountains we have in the Philippines?
yeah, good
Hello, Francis.
question, no?
Yeah. Okay.
Kasi, hello?
Yep. We're
Yung
good.
decision on picking Isarog is mainly because many of the other mountains and volcanoes have been represented in different types of maps. And when I'm thinking of something different, when you're thinking of a volcano, it's either Mayon volcano or Mount Pinatubo or the
Hmm.
other volcanoes in the Visayas. And I thought about uh, Bicol because I usually go to the province of Bicol when I was growing up during the summers. I've never been to Mount Isa, so I thought about it. And then when I researched further about how unique the topography of Mount Isarog is, plus its historical significance, I decided on using Mount Isarog as my study for the map. So yun
Mm.
sa mga decisions. Because when I usually pick a specific location, I also look into the history. I need to detach yung history ng isang place doon sa location. So kaya yun ang sa mga pinili ko.
Yeah. Okay. It's great to hear. I'm sure our participants from Bicol are very happy to have their volcano featured instead of the more common ones that we usually hear. Another question is if you were to submit another location in the Philippines for QG's 3.17 or later, what would it be?
Ah, it's a good question. No? Kasi ang selection of splash screen is usually based on the location of meetings. Hopefully, if we have enough QGIS users or the QGIS community here, we could sponsor a meeting and have that specific place to be mapped as part of the splash screen. So, depende kung saan siya pwedeng gawin. Kung kaya natin mag-host ng meeting, face-to-face meeting hopefully soon, either next year or
Hmm.
the following years.
Yeah, I guess everyone wishes for the same thing, that everyone will have the opportunity to meet face to face again. Was it challenging to get the data you need to render the Mount Isarog splash screen? Ano yung mga data sources that you use?
Not really. Most of it's so openly available. For the DEM, I used opentopography.com. It's also an open source project wherein they gather all the different lidar data, DEMs from all over the world that are open and public. It's a good source if you want
Mm-hmm.
to practice lidar point cloud. If you want to render those. Then for the I mostly use OpenStreetMap for the different cultural elements to it, like the road networks, building
Mm.
footprints, and the waterways. I use those from OpenStreetMap contributors. And what else? And then I just rendered it. Everything is rendered in QGIS. At the time, I used the long-term release version 3.10. Then
Mm-hmm.
final touch-ups are done. So everything is in open data and open source software.
That's cool. It's much easier to replicate other people's work if one, they're documented and they're using open data and open source software. Let's check the
Yes.
Q&A. Someone suggested that you use, or at least someone else, use Banawe rice terraces for the next location. It's more of a comment than a question, especially Ray Luna's aerial imagery. Uh,
That is.
Before we go, would you have anything else you'd like to share with our participants?
Sure.
Any last words you'd like to share?
Final word siguro is just keep on mapping, trying out new things. Especially nga itong November, someone on Twitter promoted. I think it was also done last year, the 30-day map challenge. So it will every day you try to do something new in a map or try out different open source software technologies or approaches on how to make maps. Just keep on creating. It's always easy to ask other mappers on how they do it because everything is open source. Everything is it's not about uh, the monopoly of a specific technique or methodology and technology. It's about how we can use these processes and platforms in expressing ourselves and also making a contribution of how we can visualize information to the public. I think we need more also map competitions, especially here in the Philippines. And when we have
Mm-hmm.
such a diverse landscape, many things that you can still map out in the Philippines, and we need more avenues where other cartographers can express themselves and how the public could be able to see what we do and what we can do for the public as well.
Right. So thank you, Kiko, for encouraging our participants and any viewers of this video to continue doing what they do, producing or creating maps or contributing to open data or using open source software. And speaking of competitions, later we will be asking participants from the Mapa para sa lahat map making contest to share about the same thing. So thank you, Kiko, and we hope to hear from you more soon.
Yeah, thank you. I'll stay.
Okay, so that was Kiko Gasgonia. Could we mute everyone, please? That was Kiko Gasgonia and his work for visualizing or creating the splash screen for Mount Isa Road. Next for our lightning talk is the OSMA Paralan um, status of mapping public schools in the Philippines project. This is a presentation by Maning Sambale and myself. Since last year, the OpenStreetMap Philippine community initiated the OSMA Paaralan project, a nationwide campaign to map public schools in the Philippines using DepEd data. This talk will cover the current status of the project and the lessons learned. So let's hear from Maning and Erwin.
Magandang araw sa Pista ng Mapa. This is Maning Sambale and I am with Erwin Olario. We are one of the OSM Philippines volunteers and we are here to talk about OSMA Paaralan. This is an ongoing project by the OpenStreetMap Philippines to map all the public schools in the Philippines in OpenStreetMap. So we'll start off with Erwin who will introduce the project.
So why are we mapping schools in OpenStreetMap? There are several factors that we want to highlight. Schools are de facto community centers and are landmarks for settlements. Apart from being important places for learning, schools are also used as temporary shelters during emergencies and an important part of the democratic process in the country as polling precincts during elections. Back in 2013, the Department of Education provided the local OpenStreetMap community with a database of 46,000 schools, 62% of which had geographic coordinates. We were reviewing that database for quite a while, but we didn't get to act on it until 2016 when they revised the database and it was released in the opendata.gov.ph portal back then. And at that time, 41,100 schools were part of the final records, and 96% had geographic coordinates that are usable for us. So this was the starting point of the DepEd School Database initiative, or our initiative to map the schools of DepEd. There are quality issues involved in while we were looking at the database, even before we started the project taskings. So here are some photos that highlights some of them. There were a number of schools that share the same geographic coordinate. We didn't have to go into the details of why that happened, but definitely these were not usable for our mapping project. So these schools were removed out of that database. There are a lot of cases where the school locations, the geographic coordinates from DepEd, are located in locations not outside or no, are inaccurate based on the database. Some of the schools were located in the water or sometimes in forest areas, which are very unlikely. And then there are some schools that whose location are closer to the actual school, and the aerial or satellite imagery that is being reviewed by OpenStreetMappers are helpful in validating these locations. Apart from geographic coordinate issues, we also have to clean up the attributes found in the database, fixing typographical errors, extracting information for place names for barangays, and of course, we have to deal with outdated data. Adding the schools in OpenStreetMap is basically following these processes. The volunteer will copy the clean depth attributes as tags from the map roulette uh, tasking manager that we use. The contributor draws the outline of the school ground and the geometries of the building. The tasking is available from MapRoulette through this link or the shortcut available on this screen. How does that look like? So when you go to MapRoulette, it will show you all of the schools we have in our database. The numbers you see by default are the areas by name or by geographic coordinates. So next we'll see how mapping is done. So this is MapRoulette. The user highlights the tags extracted from the DepEd database and converted to tags that are usable in OpenStreetMap. Here, the editor is using the rapid editor based on ID. Those tags, they can simply paste those tags and it's added to OSM. And then you click save and upload it, and that's it. They've added a school in OpenStreetMap. Of course, that's the basic. Since we're not urgently trying to complete all the schools, we encourage people to map other elements in the area. The school buildings, of course, are temporarily sheltered. Highway crossings are important because some of the data from OpenStreetMap are used by navigation devices. And to help improve safety, they can warn drivers about highway crossings that are coming ahead of them. And of course, improving other elements like roads and buildings in the area. There are people who map
sorry, we started this project around 2019, latter part of 2019, and we've been doing this for the past 1 year. So if you that was mapped in OpenStreetMap. So 2020 quarter four, there's around 33,000 that was already in OSM. And if you look at the previous years, we've actually mapped more than 160%, 60%, more than 60% of what was created for the whole lifespan of the project. So, ang laki ng increase. And at the same time, points, and we're trying to decrease that also, convert it into polygon so that we have greater quality of data for the schools. Our target goal is around 39,000, and we're closer to that target this year. So here are some basic stats of the whole project. On the right side is a map showing the incremental increase than 39,000 schools. 63% of them were already say review. Sometimes we get to we cannot verify the school indeed are in the correct location. So some mapper would skip those schools, but they were already reviewed, and we have to go back to them later on. Out of the 81 provinces, we have around 26 that are already almost complete. So that means that includes public and private schools, and 23,000 have the school with ref tag. Ref tag indicates that this data were added using based on the DepEd database. Okay, I'll show you a couple of examples how you can use the data out of this project, and you can use using extracting data from OpenStreetMap. Using the data from OSM, both the roads and the location of schools, you can estimate, for example, in Guimaras, if this is the location of the school, you can find how long a student will have to walk from their place towards the closest school. So this can be useful for prioritizing, for example, where do you locate schools or which these are the schools in Tawi-Tawi overlaid by storm surge hazard maps data from Project NOAA. So in most of the islands in Tawi-Tawi, a lot of the settlements are along the coast. And these coasts are vulnerable to storm surge hazards. So I believe this and school officials, we should always consider this hazard to our students. Another use case is since we usually use schools as evacuation centers, HAT OSM Philippines is adding additional information in the school property. So for example, how much capacity, does it have facilities like backup generator and things like that. So this is an ongoing project by HAT OSM to include disaster-related information in public facilities. All right, Erwin?
Hi, thanks, Mani. So, how was the last year look like? In the cells you see in the OSMA Paaralan Mapperlet project, as you can see, a lot of people had been contributing to the project. More than 50 schools at least are those represented in red cells. And we can see that even on weekends, Sundays and Saturdays, we still have contributors adding to OpenStreetMap. We have regular contributors coming as far as Mexico. We have regular local parts of northern Luzon. So what is the impact of what we've been doing to OpenStreetMap in terms of quality? One, it has produced better geocoding results. That means if you were search for a place in OpenStreetMap, we're now getting a lot of results based on place names from the DepEd database. So we've been adding barangays, purok, sitios, um, including subdivisions where they are available. We're also getting to add a lot of expanding our road network thanks to the Rapid project from Facebook. It's we actually recommend people to use Rapid instead of ID because we are leveraging the AI schools will have the school ground polygons included, plus the buildings, and often the surrounding areas are also improved. We've noticed a lot of new people adding additional data after the school information has been added. And then, of course, we want to highlight that because this is OpenStreetMap, where free and open geodata to anyone who's interested in it. Initially, before we had this pandemic, that we were going to complete the project this year. Of course, it didn't happen. So we'd like to see more volunteers helping us validate and add data through the for the OSMA Paaralan project. We'd also like to convince DepEd to release more recent data sets after 2016. Some areas, schools may have moved elsewhere, and we'd like to keep the school database in OSM updated as well. Perhaps we can also convince DepEd to help with local validation. And well, let's see how that goes. We also would like to encourage researchers to utilize the dataset. The nice thing about this with 90% completion rate, I think this will provide a more accurate model when using trying to extrapolate more information out of the data from OSM. We're also wondering if the approach we did is a model we could follow for engaging government agencies. How is that? The official data that came from DepEd was contributors in OpenStreetMap. So in this case, we were able to verify or validate the school dataset that were official. And now that information is available in OSM, and we're pretty sure that the validated data, because of our contributors and volunteers, here's the shortcut link to relevant pages we maintain about the project. So the tasking manager is there. If you're just interested about basic numbers, there are various pages we have for regular statistics. It's also documented in OpenStreetMap because it's an OpenStreetMap project and we're required to do that or encouraged to do that. If you want to look at individual changes, because
So that was the presentation for Osma Paralan. We apologize for the delay in the live stream. We're having some intermittent issues with the streaming. And because we're running a little late, I'll just answer the questions directly before we proceed with the next presenter. Question, are there plans to map private schools? Yes, there are plans, but there are no data available from DepEd. Individually, of course, people can contribute to mapping private schools. Next question, what do you think is needed to improve the data inputs of those who have no GIS background? No, for this project, Cosma Paaralan, no GIS background is necessary. All you need is basic editing skills using ID or Rapid, and then the location is pinpointed or suggested by the tasking manager. The only introduction needed is how to interpret imagery, um, the satellite imagery. Next question from Nestor Fabella. With this OSMA Paaralan, LGU should be able to help and probably use Smash for mapping of schools. You're right, Nestor. That's possible. And since you already mentioned Smash, I'd like to introduce our next presenter from Italy, Silvia Franceschi, who will be talking about Smash, digital field mapping for everyone. During the 2019 Hydrology GIS started the development of a new application, SMASH, Smart Mobile Application for Surveyors' Happiness. SMASH is a multi-platform application to support outdoor activities for non-expert users. It is available for Android and iOS devices and has been developed with special focus on a user-oriented graphical user interface. With Smash, it is possible to collect georeference pictures, notes, and GPS track logs with personalized or public online and offline data. Let's watch the video from Sylvia and we'll do the Q&A after.
Welcome everybody to this presentation. I'm Silvia Franceschi and the presentation will be about SMASH, the new application developed by hydrologists for digital field mapping. During the presentation, I will give you a general introduction of the digital field mapping and the hydrologist position in the digital field mapping, and then we will see the application, what is the application and some of its base functionalities. So let me first introduce hydrologists. We are a very small engineering company placed in Bolzano. Basically, we are two co-founders, Andrea Antonello and me, Silvia. We are both environmental engineers specialized in hydrology, hydraulics, geomorphology, Horton Machine Library in the field of hydrology, hydraulic, and forestry, Smash and GeoPaparazzi applications for digital field mapping, and the GeoPaparazzi survey server as a centralized server environment. We are both OSGeo charter members. So hydrology's main activities are in the fields of environmental engineering and software development. So in general, we have to go in the field and collect the data to support and validate the results of the simulation. And then the other side, software development. We develop software generally in the field of the company activities. All the software we develop are open source and we offer services and environmental modeling in general. So we can see that we are used to go in the field. So starting from 2010, we decided to start the development of an application for digital field mapping. The most known application we developed is GeoPaparazzi, which is translated into more than 15 languages. We have example of application of it all over the world, in Africa, Australia, and of course, Europe. Unfortunately, in 2020, we realized that GeoPaparazzi needed a hard restyling, but because it is only for Android operating system, it is a bit complex and slow to develop because it is Android native language. It has an old-style graphical interface. In 2019, we started the development of a new application called SMASH. SMASH is for Smart Mobile Application for Surveyors' Happiness, and it is basically an application to support outdoor activities for non-expert users. It has a user-oriented graphical user interface, and it is available for both Android and iOS devices. It is completely...
Mark, sorry, I'm having
type of raster and vector data, and it is easy to smash it for Smash to create input and export the data. You can find Smash on the market of your. We recommend you that since the word Smash is used for other kind of application, to write the complete name of the application, Smash Digital Field Mapping, to look exactly for the application, to find exactly the application. So Smash is very simple, as you can see here. It opens directly on the map view. Are integrated all in the bottom toolbar. Starting from left, you can have you can register simple note, form-based note, a GPS log. Then you can ask for current GPS information, manage the layers view, and then manage the zoom. Zoom with the finger in the map is also supported. To note, by tapping just one, tapping twice, or long tap. So take care and take a look at the manual to understand the different behaviors. And these small numbers here on the top of each icon are the data type counter. So it is possible to see how many data of each single data you have registered. And then which gives the access to the operations toolbar. We will see this operation toolbar later in the presentation. Note that all the data registered in a project, notes, images, and GPS log are saved in a single project database file. So all you need is saved in a single project database file. In the map view, GeoPackage raster tiles, map URLs, TMS and w.map files, MB tiles, and world images, TIFF, PNG, or JPG, with the extension and the projection file. Regarding the vectors, we support GeoPackage vector layers, GPX shapefiles only in reading mode, not in writing. All of these vector layers can be styled as
live streaming is on.
And they can have their custom coordinate reference system, and it will be automatically reprojected by the application. Just a note on the form notes. As you saw that in form-based note followed the same specification of GeoPaparazzi. We recommend to use the GForm application of the Author Machine library to create the form, and then save the form as the name _tag.json, and copy this file directly in the form in the form notes. Smash has also some simple import and export directly from the device. Complex notes can be exported as PDF, and project data can be exported as GeoPackage, all the project data. But there is another way to share the data between the application and others, especially project of Smash. This synchronization will be productive because it takes care of different users and of different time step and update of the same project. The GeoPaparazzi survey server, as you can see here in the image, shows a map view, and then there are some menus and icons which gives then there are some navigation buttons, various tools on the upper right part of the map to manage the map and the visualization, and if enabled, at the bottom you can see the attribute table of all the data visualized in the map view. On the Smash side, once set the centralize data, projects, and forms. So it is possible to centralize some information, which can be data, but also full projects and forms, and share this data with with a team of surveyors. And then all each of the surveyor can download the information that we'll use. And then it is possible to export.
Live streaming is on.
Synchronize GPS log, pictures, form notes, and simple notes. Note that the GeoPaparazzi survey server support the versioning of the notes also from different users in the same place. From the last version of Smash, we integrated the vector editing, and we have this small handler on the lower right corner of the map view. And if you tap this, it opens the operation toolbars, which contains all the interactive operations on layer and on instance. Vector editing is active, supported only for GeoPackage vector layers, and it is possible to edit both attributes and geometries of all feature types, point, multi-points, line, multi-lines, and multi-polygons in their own coordinate reference system. The vector editing will be once activated is geometries, add a new geometry, delete an existing geometry, and modify the attributes. This is an example of how the vector editing works. For example, to edit a feature, modify the vertices and add new vertices, add a new feature, and you will select on which of the visible layer you want to add the feature, and then edit the attribute. Field, and some of the dimension and distances of this of the tap and the vertices can be set in the settings menu. So I think this is almost everything as an introduction of the application for now. We are still working hard on the development of Smash because it is really a young application. Map Center and the Snap. We want to introduce audio notes, so because they are very useful and quick to register in the field, and of course the multi-language support because with the language we develop Smash, it is not automatically, so we have to develop the support.
Live streaming is on.
Where you can find the application, the manual, and some online support also from the community. So thank you for your attention. If you need some help or if you need some information, just contact us. This is my email whenever you need. Thank you very much.
So that was Sylvia Franceschi from Italy. And here we have Sylvia. Hello, Sylvia.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon. Sorry.
Good morning to you or good afternoon to the participants from the Philippines. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And there, everything okay?
Okay, well, as good as it can be with the COVID-19 and everything. Yeah. So,
This is that.
okay. We have a question here for you. Let me read it for you. 1 second, please. The question from Eugene is, how is Smash different from Open Data Kit or Open Map Kit? Are you familiar with these tools?
Oh, I really cannot tell you exactly the differences between Open Data Kit and
Open Map Kit.
and Smash. Um, I think just Smash is something really easy and very quick to start and to manage. So and then we uh, 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 we support different kind of geospatial data. So it is possible to load your own data and work both online and offline. So if you need a background which is only available online, you have to work online, but this is not mandatory. You can create your background and also your vector layers and work offline. So and then it is also possible to edit the things, export and import really easily. Also, we support also the kit directly. So you put the kit and then load it with uh, the coordinate reference system you want, and you can file layers and so on. So this is almost these are almost the powerful of Smash. I think the language we developed with Smash is different between these two tools, but I'm not sure because I'm not expert in these two tools. We develop Smash using Platinum. So we develop using this multi-platform language. We develop just one code and then this is usable, deployed and usable in the different operating systems. So definitely it is the same application on different operating systems and it uses the features of the specific features of each operating system.
Okay, I see. Thank you for that. The next question you've already answered, but I'll just read it anyway. Does Smash work offline from Leonard Soriano? And you
For
said yes, right?
Yes, for sure. We fix on this thing because when you are outside in the field, you need to work also offline because it is not true that you always have the connection. So you can load your personal data and then work on that and then synchronize data or then export the project or whatever at the end when you come back to the office or at home and you are back online.
Okay. One last question. Is
Mhm.
Smash an open source software?
For sure. It's free and open.
Yeah.
If you want
So,
to,
yes, go ahead,
yeah,
please. Uh, so it's good to hear that this is actually an open source software. And would you have any last words for people who are keen on trying out Smash or where to get more information about Smash?
Smash is really, really young. That we did, I think, five releases of the Smash. So we have some feedback of users all of the community of GeoPaparazzi. We know that GeoPaparazzi is used a lot, all in Asia and so on, and in the east part. And for that reason, we are we need to introduce this multi-language support, and then we will ask to the community to contribute with the translation of each of local languages. So it would be easier for example, Philippines to use Smash in the local language other than in English, I think.
Okay. So Sylvia, we're going to share with you the pad where people are asking a few more questions. Perhaps we can answer it directly from there.
Yes.
And then we will be taking a short 5 minute break before the next presenter. Any last words for everyone else?
I don't
All
think
right.
you have.
So we'll post the pad where you can answer the questions directly, and we'll take a break for 5 minutes before the next presenter. Thank you, Sylvia, and good afternoon from the Philippines.
Thank you to all of you, and thanks for being at the presentation and also for the question. See you
Thank
soon.
you. Bye bye.
Bye.
So that was Sylvia Franceschi from Hydrologies and Smash Software. Our next presenter will start at 3:40. That's in 5 minutes. So let's take a short break before we start on that. The streaming will continue until then, and if you have questions, feel free to use the Q&A pad. And for now, the host will be off the air until 3:45. Thank you.
The importance of map data, I'd say, is everyone needs a way to orient themselves in the world. But if applications end up having inaccurate data, it makes the user feel generally lost, and it can end up ruining the experience.
A lot of companies use open source map data.
It allows people to get the data they need at the scale that they actually need it.
Sometimes the data is incomplete, so the demand for an updated map has increased exponentially.
CART's mission is to make awesome data.
We're basically a company that provides navigation data for an open source platform called OpenStreetMap.
We map virtually everything that exists in the physical world.
We have several different teams that are either working remotely or actually collecting the data on the ground.
Our ground survey team travels around the world and they collect the street level imagery. The street level editing team, they go through frame by frame of the imagery that was captured. The machine learning team uses aerial imagery. It digitizes roads at a very large scale. The import team works on taking external data and then they digitize it into OpenStreetMap.
We've been growing exponentially over the last few years.
CART has over 150 trained GIS professionals here in the United States.
And we have teams all over the world that are proficient in dozens of different languages and have experience within those different communities. We've been to over 65 countries, and that continues to grow.
CAR has published more open street-level imagery than any other organization in the world. We're flexible to work with, we're adventurous, we're scrappy, and we get things done. Yeah, we're professional explorers.
When users have great location data, they feel happy, they feel confident, they can just enjoy the experience.
And ultimately, your customer will be satisfied and happy with that product, and they're going to love you.
We're back. So our next presenter is Ben Pintor, and it's about mapping the geography of UAAP season 81 of the men's basketball team. So if you like basketball and geography, statistics, and spatial analysis, this video is for you. Let's watch Ben.
Magandang araw. Una sa lahat, maraming salamat sa pagdalo sa Pista ng Mapa at maraming salamat na rin sa pakikinig sa aking presentation. Ang presentation ko ngayong hapon ay Mapping the Geography of the UAAP Men's Basketball Tournament for Season 81. Sino nga ba ako? Bakit ako nandito? Ano yung presentation ko? Kung tayo ay nanood na nung unang araw ng Pista ng Mapa, medyo alam na natin to. Ako si Ben. I'm an open stuff advocate, a geospatial generalist, and a data activist plus maptivist. I have my consultancy BNHR, where I help people create sustainable and beneficial solutions to their spatial and data problems using open technologies. I also serve as a CTO for Smart City. We're a nonprofit organization who wants to put data and citizens at the heart of smart city building in the Philippines. I also serve as a consultant for several other organizations like OKFN and TB, HIVOS, and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that and what I do and what I offer, you can check me out online on my website, bnhr.xyz. I'm on social media on Facebook, on Twitter, bnhr.xyz. So pwedeng tingnan na lang natin doon. But enough of that. Hindi naman yun yung mahalaga dito sa presentation na to. Mas mahalaga siguro kung bakit tayo nandito. So, why are we here? Well, we're here to talk about basketball. Diba? And what can be said or what cannot be said about basketball sa Pilipinas? It's probably the most popular sport in the country. No, kahit sino may alam sa basketball, kahit sino may pakialam sa basketball. Pag NBA Finals, tutok lahat sa TV natin, di ba? So basketball is a big thing. Well, probably one of the biggest things in the Philippines. And I'm a huge fan of basketball ever since I was a kid. Yung first memory ko of it was as a very young kid watching the NBA. Game 4, Kings versus Lakers. Yung tira ni Robert Ory at the buzzer nung tinap ni Divac pabalik yung bola. So that was one of my earliest and fondest memories of basketball. And yun, as a kid then, I love playing video games, especially basketball video games. I started with NBA 2K1 sa Sega Dreamcast, and until now, naglalaro pa rin ako 2K29, 2K21. Yeah, but siguro for this one, hindi lang basketball yung pag-uusapan natin. It's about, how to learn or learning spatial stuff through basketball. Kasi yung spatial journey ko, how I learned about, programming spatially, geospatial concepts. I learned that through basketball din. So this presentation will talk a bit then about that journey or of how probably I evolved as someone sa field ng spatial through my projects or works with basketball. So to do that, I have to take you back to 2012. Yun. So balik tayo. Let's go back in time. 2012, nasan ba si Ben? Nasan ba ako? Like any other early 20s person na nag-aaral pa, I was still in my undergrad. I was a GE, geodetic engineering student, and at that time I was already thinking siguro ano ba yung gusto kong gawin, hindi lang sa buhay pero yung mas near ay ano ba yung gusto kong gawin sa aking undergrad research. Although it would take 2 more years before I actually, finish my degree. At that time, hindi ko pa alam kung ano talaga yung gusto kong gawin. I really didn't know kung saan ko gustong i-apply yung knowledge and ideas na nakukuha ko from my degree. Ang daming pwedeng gawin eh, remote sensing, GIS, surveying, things like that. So I was a bit confused kung ano ba talaga yung gusto ko or saan ko ba talaga pwedeng i-apply to. And that's when I met Court Vision. It's a work by Dr. Kirk Goldsberry during the 2012 sa MIT Sloan Sports Conference. Yung article na yon, yung study na yon was about applying spatial and visual analytics sa NBA to answer the question kung sino ba yung best shooter sa NBA. So it blew my mind. Para sa akin, it was a watershed moment for me na nag-meet yung dalawang bagay na gusto ko. Spatial analysis on one hand, and you have basketball on the other. Tapos biglang boom. Things made sense bigla, and I realized this is something that I want to do. This is something na gusto ko rin i-apply sa studies ko siguro or things that I want moving forward. Yun. So, sa Court Vision, ang daming ginawa ni Dr. Goldsberry. Even though hindi naman yun yung first time na na in-apply yung special analysis sa basketball. It was one of those things na ito yung pinakauna ko nabasa. So ito yung isa sa mga pinakaunang tumatak sa akin. He developed two metrics, spread tsaka range, which accounts for the spatial nature of shooting sa basketball. So the larger the range, the larger the spread, mas maraming areas tumitira yung isang player. The larger the range, mas maraming areas where a player makes at least one shot. So ang ganda ng idea nung spread tsaka range at yung pag-apply ng spatial analysis nga sa basketball. If you're interested with it, the links are there sa presentation kung saan nyo makikita yung video niya tsaka yung article mismo na sinulat niya. And 2 years later, so that was 2012, by 2014, Court Vision PH was born. I'm very thankful for my thesis partner Nico, as well as my thesis advisor Ma'am Maria Rosario Concepcion Ang, for supporting us, ako tsaka yung thesis partner ko, din sa research namin, which was Court Vision PH. It's a system designed to extract field goal attempt locations and do spatial analysis of shooting using broadcast basketball videos. Initially, yung balak lang namin there was, yung spatial analysis. But what we found out during the research was there's a severe lack of spatial data being collected sa basketball dito sa Pilipinas. So sana spatial analysis lang yung gagawin namin, pero because there was no data, we also had to develop a system to extract data from field goal attempt locations. So isa yun sa mga naging findings na wala talaga masyadong nagko-collect ng ganong information sa Philippines as compared to something like the NBA na meron sila nung sports VU player tracking system. So Court Vision was a simple application na mas natuto akong mag-code because of it. Mas natuto rin akong mag-handle ng databases because of it. So doon nag-start yung pag-dabble ko sa mga applications na yon or sa mga technologies na yon. It's basically a Python application which connects to a SQLite database na ini-extract yung data from a video and then uses another application to create visualizations. So parang ganito siya. Semi-automatic yung sabi namin, hindi siya automatic. You have to point and click yung mga control points sa court na syempre alam naman nung system natin kung ano yung corresponding coordinates, and then you can do coordinate transformation after that and store all those locations to a database. Then once you have a database, you have this user interface where you can create queries and create maps. and compute for statistics and compute for analytics. So very crude, very basic, pero ang dami kong natutunan dun sa study namin na yan. Yun. It would take another 4 years before I actually also started working on this again, for reasons. Reasons I don't have the time to go into in this presentation. Pero after 4 years, around 2018, I updated yung Court Vision PH system as part of my studies na rin sa graduate school. So I'm currently taking up geomatics engineering from NGSE, focusing on the geoinformatics. So I'm lucky that I've had a time to work on this more because of my graduate studies. So na-update si Court Vision. Instead of using SQLite, I could now use PostGIS, which in turn allowed me to use my data on NQGIS, GRASS, and other desktop GIS applications. So dito naman akong mas natuto akong gumamit ng PostGIS, pati gumamit ng connections from PostGIS to other GIS applications. And yun, siyang parang whenever I have time or if my final project siguro uh, in my undergrad ay in my graduate studies in my classes, kung kaya ko siyang isingit, I would do that. For my spatial visualization class, I did research exploring spatial visualizations of shooting in basketball using GIS. So I did different kinds of visualizations using the data that I gathered. A dashboard. I think it's still available online at courtvision.pnhr.xyz. It's a basketball or spatial basket analysis dashboard for basketball, pero hindi ko na update yung data. But you can try it out. Maraming it's a work in progress, pero I think it still works. Mabagal lang mag-load. And then I also did some studies on minimal visualizations and storytelling. Season 8, I think this was season 80. Yung time na maganda na rin yung performance ng UP. So it was a time na parang nagbabago na rin yung approach ko to visual analytics, to spatial analysis and stuff like that. Yun. Which takes me to the present time, 2 more years later, ngayon 2020. I wanted to do something for my graduate thesis that's similar to this, and I wanted sana to be able to do it with UAAP data with Philippine basketball. Over those how many years? Almost 8 years from 2012 until now. Marami ng mga bagong bagay. There has been a lot of improvements in terms of the way basketball has been analyzed, and I really enjoyed yung storytelling nung sa NBA and yung spatial analysis and spatial basketball revolution sa NBA. I even have yung book ni Dr. Goldsberry na Sprawl Ball that I bought last year to para makita kung ano ba yung mga nagbago and how spatial analysis has been used sa NBA. So I wanted to do something like that sa Philippine basketball, sa UAP for example. And that takes us to right now, mapping the geography of the UAP. This is actually my proposed master's thesis. Hopefully ma-defend ko na yung proposal. But what do I want to do in this study? Simple lang. I want to do 2 things. First is to spatially characterize the shooting and scoring in the UAAP using season 81 data. So I would map the field goals and I will also compute for their spatial basis vectors. Mas mathematical, mas stochastic yung approach instead of being arbitrary. And I also want to be able to compare and contrast teams based on the spatial characteristics that I compute, and so that I can say who's the best shooter, who's the worst shooter. Is there a difference in the spatial characteristics of good players, bad players? I mean, successful teams and unsuccessful teams. Yun. for spatially characterizing shooting in the UAP, medyo mas magiging technical na tayo in the next few slides. So I hope you bear with me. I found out that there's this thing called NMF, non-negative matrix factorization, which allows you to decompose a matrix into non-negative factors na lower rank than your initial matrix. It's great for creating parts-based decomposition, for example, faces. And it just so happens it's also been widely used for deconstructing shot chart data to get ano ba yung parts ng shot charts ng isang league tulad ng NBA. So it's been used for characterizing or identifying spatial basis vectors of field goals. So yung method lang niya is if you consider each player's field goal as a point process and then you discretize it over a court, pwede kang makagawa ng matrix for each player's shot constellation or shot chart. Using that matrix, pwede kang makapag-generate ng yung V na yon, pwede mong magamit using NMF, pwede kang makakuha ng W tsaka H, which is yung sub-intensities mo na nagsasummarize ng shooting zones or shot types, at yung W mo naman, which is yung spatial shooting habits nung players mo. Yan. So, maraming analysis, marami ng studies that actually use NMF. Miller did it in 2014 using NMF and Logosian, LGCP to model yung surface intensities. And then, another one is Franks. Dito naman, defensive ability yung tinitingnan nila, but they also used NMF and LGCP combination para makuha nila yung spatial basis vectors nung league. Sa kanila, 6 lang yung ginamit nila na base and they discarded 1 which they considered the residual. Meron ding isa pa for Zhao. Dito naman sa kanila, instead of LGCP, they just used simple kernel estimation para dun sa kanilang intensities, and then using NMF to get yung mga spatial basis vectors. I've been talking about spatial basis vectors kanina pa. What are they? Basically, sila yung components or sila yung parts nung main vector mo. In this case, yung set mo nung field goals. So yung spatial basis vectors ay similar to shot types kung saang areas madalas tumitira yung mga player. For example, in this slide, you can see shots on the paint, dun sa wings, sa left tsaka right, sa corner trees, and then yung top of the key. So yun yung mga spatial basis vectors niya. I also want to compare and contrast teams and players. So again, I go back to court vision for this one. Yung paggawa niya ng range tsaka spread. Although yung medyo limitation with range spread is that it was still arbitrary. In this case, one shot means may spread point ka dun sa location na yon, and making one field goal means or making 1 point per attempt in that area gives you one point in range. So medyo arbitrary siya. But sabi ko nga, over the past 8 years, madami ng bagong na-introduce. So for short range analysis nung 2014, instead of being arbitrary, gumamit sila ng mas stochastic way to compute and to compare players. So gumamit sila ng empirical based estimator para mas maayos yung pag-model nila nung field goal rate. And then instead of comparing yung shooting to arbitrary values like one shot o kaya 1 point per attempt, they compared yung performance ng player versus the league average para makita if a player is performing above league average or a player is performing below league average. So instead of being an arbitrary comparison to a static number, it becomes a more stochastic comparison to the league average. So mas maganda yung resulta as compared siguro dun sa unang tiningnan natin na static lang yung analysis niya. And then another way na ginawa was sandholz, measuring spatial allocative efficiency. Dito naman, tiningnan nila yung, using spatial basis vectors, tiningnan nila kung sino or which player on a five-man lineup takes the most shots for each basis vector at ano dapat yung ranking nila within the team. And then they optimize for that ranking na dapat if player A shoots the most at location 1, dapat siya yung pinaka magaling din mag-shoot doon. So they optimized for that and computed kung how many points a team should score if they optimized for that thing versus ano yung actual points na na-score nila in reality. And then they computed for a function called the points lost, which is kumbaga yung inefficiency ng offense. Kung if we actually let the best players shoot at their best spots, theoretically how many points should we score versus how much do we actually score. So those are some of the things that could be done and where we're done is a spatial analysis ng basketball using yun, statistics, spatial viz, spatial analysis, spatial analytics, and things like that. Something similar na gusto ko rin sanang magawa sa aking study. So, what are included sa study ko? Yun, nakita natin yung ginawa sa NBA. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. So, yung scope and limitation or scope of the limitation of the study is I'd be including all field goals for season 81. I chose that season because the shot chart data is available on FIVA Live Stats. So it was relatively easier to get than manually extracting from videos. Information included are location, points made, player and team information, as well as venue, date, tsaka shot type. Free throws and missed field goals because of fouls will not be considered kasi wala sila dun sa dataset. Location will also just be the primary variable considered in modeling shooting tendency and efficiency or ability. We won't do a multivariate analysis or a mark point process analysis. So other contextual information or covariates will not be included, but they can be included in further research in the future. So yun. So what am I doing now and what else will I be doing? Basically, the first thing I did was extract the data. So if you actually check FIVA Live Stats, meron silang listahan doon. Well, not really a listahan. Meron dong pages for each game, and for each game there's a shot chart available. So what I did was I created a script in Python to first look for all the UAAP games for season 81. Then second, it extracts all the data which is loaded via JavaScript and then rendered as HTML. So I did a Python script that scrapes that and then converts it to a CSV and maps it into just the half court. Kasi sa shot chart, if you can see the shot chart, it actually maps the entire full court. But for analysis like this, you only need it to be mapped sa half court. So ayun, yung ETL or extract, transform, and load from FIVA Live Stats to my computer as a CSV file. And then I could extract patterns from field goals using NMF. So I'll be doing this. Sabi ko nga, I want to be able to show yung spatial basis vectors of the UAAP using this simple, algorithm. And then some examples, I did this sample NMF using KDE, Frobenius loss function, and 6 bases. So dito makikita na natin, we can see that we have areas near the ring, left and right. We have wings, and then we also have three pointers sa corners. So those are the bases na nakita nung analysis natin. I'm still looking at how to optimize this or how best to choose the number of bases. So that will be part of the study as well. Some of the things I've already done though are some visualizations. So if you follow me on Facebook or if you follow BNHR on Facebook, you've probably seen this. I map field goals or field goals made of different teams as points. I also did distance of 3-pointers na visualization. I also did polygons of shooting clusters. So what I did here, I did a k-means clustering, and then once I got the clusters, I computed for the minimum bounding polygon, and then just style them accordingly. So maganda rin yung nakikita ditong variation na iba yung shooting style ng UP at shooting cluster at iba rin yung shooting styles and cluster ng Ateneo. And then lastly, I did some range maps. So sa range, the size of the hexagon means more shots are taken. And then the color means yung how efficient yung yung shot na yon, or yung player or team is dun sa area na yon. So if you actually look at this range map and compare it to the ones I did before, medyo nakakatuwa kasi how far I've gone, or how far I've taken this from that one to this one. So it's like yun nga, sabi ko, it's a journey of how I've changed as someone doing spatial stuff through basketball. So that's it. If you have questions, feel free to do so. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig. And if as an open data guy, if you want to do the analysis yourself, the data is out there. Nasa GitHub ko. You can check it out. Maraming salamat, and see you next year sa susunod na Pista ng Mapa.
Maraming salamat. Sorry about that. Ben?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Can you share your cam if that's okay with you? So while you're doing that, I'll read the question. First question: is it possible to integrate object recognition techniques?
Yes.
And Mr. Adobo, techniques on images and videos to help in the data collection process.
Yes.
From NS Many. No elaboration.
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay.
Sige, elaborate ko. Yung original intention nung Court Vision PH back then was modular yung approach nung ginawa namin siya. So yung extraction was separate from the database, and it was separate from the kumbaga application that does the visualization. Wala pa ako alam ng back end, front end, tapos middleware, pero iniisip ko lang baka yun yung best way to do it. So yung idea dapat doon was pwedeng palitan yung isang component if makahanap ka ng mas maganda. Originally, yung intention namin was yung study namin would be analysis pero walang data. So we tried to focus on data gathering. So sana so kung babasahin sa thesis namin doon, tumingin din kami ng mga automated court detection algorithms and player detection algorithms na pwedeng gawin sa basketball broadcast videos kasi viable naman siya and possible. The problem was sobrang pangit ng videos na galing lang sa YouTube because at that time when we tried to ask for data, this Studio 23 pa yung nag-handle. China-charge nila kami ng medyo pricey amount for one video na hindi kaya ng aming bulsa bilang estudyante. So if we settled on YouTube videos, so medyo hindi naging feasible yung using computer vision, ML, court detection algorithms. But that was part of the initial intention na hindi ko na follow up din. Medyo nag-iba na yung focus. Pero yes, it's very much possible. And if you want to do that, please do so. Kailangan natin ng mabilis na way to actually get spatial data. I know there are some companies out there who actually do that. Pero karamihan sa kanila ay yun nga, proprietary and stuff. So kailangan mo silang bayaran. And there are applications who na gumagawa nun. But to answer the question, yes, it's entirely possible. And if kaya, or if you want to tackle that problem, and you need advice or help, lalo na kung basketball related, G akong tumulong, or just contact me. Yung contact details ko naman andun.
Ayan. One last question, Ben, before we go. With big data or lots of location points, how do you plan to optimize loading time of your visualization or analysis?
Ayun, hindi pa naman ako umaabot sa gano'n kasi yun nga, sobrang konti ng data sa Pilipinas. Although, um, yun din, the intention of why I transitioned to using a database like PostGIS instead of yung original intention ko, original ano ko dati na SQLite was for that specific purpose na if in case kailangan ko ng big data analysis, kayang-kaya ng PostGIS i-handle yun kasi doon naman siya optimized for handling big, geospatial data sets. For this case, maliit lang naman kasi for this actual study, yung season 81, hindi naman siya ganun kalaki. So like loading it as a CSV na less than 3 MB, parang ganun isn't really a problem. Pero kung lalaki siya at lalaki, yun nga yun yung kung bakit meron ng a way to connect it to PostGIS or some other geospatial databases which could handle tong big data sets na to. And yun,
Ayan.
connect mo na lang sa favorite visualization tool mo siguro. It could be Q. I mean, it could be, I've seen people use Leaflet using a custom CRS, and then they create a map using a custom CRS na for sports, and that's really sobrang cool nung ganun na pwede mo rin gawin. So there's that then for the web and stuff.
Okay, there are a few more questions, Ben, but I'll invite you to answer it
Okay.
directly on the Q&A pad. So thank you very much, and I'll see you again later.
Yun, no, salamat din.
Thank you, Ben.
Sige.
Okay, so our next presenter is Sorby Ildefonso, who will be presenting 10 minutes of QGIS plugins and toolboxes to extend the application's base functionalities and by several folds. So let's hear it from Sorby.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. As the title implies, I'll be trying to introduce 10 plugins for QGIS in the next 10 minutes. Note that these are just some of the many useful extensions in our favorite open source GIS. I tried to categorize them to the following: data access, data manipulation, and data visualization. Just a note, for the examples shown, I'll be using the latest release, QGIS 3.16. Our first plugin for the day is called Open Layers plugin. Open Layers is actually a popular web mapping framework. However, this plugin released by SourcePole lets you access different base maps such as OSM, Bing Maps, and Google Maps. To install it, we need first to enable the option for experimental plugins via the plugin setting. Once installed, we can then add a vector layer like the admin boundary from HDX shown here, and the plugin can then be accessed via the web menu. We have a good selection of base maps available, such as these three. And the first one is from Bing Aerial with the labels. Then we have OpenStreetMap in the middle, and on the right side, it's still OpenStreetMap but flavored by Stamen in a nice watercolor rendering. Second plugin for the day requires installation via a zip file from this site Geodos. This is called Tile Plus, and it offers additional base maps. Note though that this base map is not yet part of the official repo, so do install with caution. As mentioned, it does provide some really nice layers to have, such as those from Esri, CartoDB, and Google. Here we have the latest or recent infrared data Under it is the dark base map from CartoDB. Here's a terrain base map from our friends at Esri. And this is a beautiful dataset from NASA called Night Black Marble. Say you need local geospatial hazard data. Ben Hurd got us covered here. He built a plugin called Open Hazards PH plugin using the dataset maintained by Manning and Arke. It can be downloaded here as a zip file or through the QGIS plugin repo, but make sure that the experimental plugins are also enabled. Currently, it has data from Lipad and Project NOAA, ranging from hazard maps, both vector and raster format. As mentioned in the plugin documentation, it may take some time to load depending on the file size and your internet connection. So patience is key here. Here's a vector layer from the NOAA database of 100-year flood data for the Nagat Islands. We're now on number 4. Since we already have some interesting layers loaded, we'll tackle a plugin to help us visualize it better. It's called MapSwipe. MapSwipe tool allows you to view 2 layers simultaneously. So it's similar to having 2 paper maps stacked together. So you could compare the layers, and here we have a section of Visayas through OSM and as well as NASA Night Black Marble. I believe this tool would also be great to use when you're looking at spatial-temporal data, or if you have as an area covered within a specific time or multiple timeline. Then we have number 5. We're almost halfway. Say you have an elevation model such as this LiDAR-derived DTM from Taal Volcano from the Phil LiDAR program and UP-TTA-GP. As you'd like to extract cross sections, there are a number of options available. My personal preference, though, would be the Profile Tool plugin. A key feature is you can derive profiles from multiple layers. Here I have 6 DTM tiles with profiles shown in different colors. Lastly, you can export your profile as PNG, SVG, and even DXF. Now, say I have sample points with regular spacing of 100 meters, and I'd like to derive the slope data from the earlier DTM for each of these points. The tool I would use would be the point sampling tool. We need to specify the layer containing the sampling point, the source layer, and the fields you'd like to extract. For the output format, we have the option to have it as GeoPackage, CSV, or shapefile. We go to number 7. For example, you have data of a line, but it's in bearing and distance, such as the one above. This is typical of technical descriptions on land titles in the Philippines. A plugin called Azimuth and Distance comes handy. Once activated, you may input your data on the form. However, it's important to change the angle type to bearing instead of azimuth. Another useful feature is the capability to import and export your data. This would be great, especially if you have several lines to plot. Now we go to a plugin to visualize spatio-temporal data. Here we have earthquake data from 1911 to June 2020 downloaded from USGS. And I made this animation using a plugin called Time Manager. and in the end, I used an online service to convert the frames to an animated GIF. It provides an option to previewing the animation prior to export, and this is quite helpful, especially if you're pressed for time and you don't want to re-export it several times. I'd say it worked well in this example. We're on number 9, and this plugin is used to quickly create a basic web map. It's called QGIS to Web. Sorry. It offers options to export it either as open layers, leaflet, and in its latest version through Mapbox. The plugin is light and quite powerful. You can add functionalities such as measure, tools, geolocation, layer search, address search, and many more. There's even an option to cluster your data points, such as the one on the right. So yes, a web map without touching any programming can be done. The final plugin that we'll explore today enables you to view your datasets in 3D by building a web app using QGIS to 3Js. Both raster, such as DMs, and vector data can be used. And we can even export it to a format suitable for 3D printing. Here's the Taal dataset on a map canvas. Here's the plugin interface. And here's the web app running on a standard browser. You can run it locally, or you can, if you want, you can publish it on the web. There you have it. We've covered 10 QGIS plugins in just 10 minutes, and I hope you found this interesting and encourage you somehow to explore QGIS and its many more plugins. I'm sure you'll have your own list of favorites. Thank you for your time, and congratulations to the Pista ng Mapa for a very successful event.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sorby. Do you mind sharing your webcam while answering the Q&A?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Sorby. So while the director is preparing the screen, let me read the first question for you. What's the first QGIS plugin you use and which QGIS version from PGPE? Revealing question.
I think makakasagot yan si Maning. I can't really remember exactly yung version, but yeah, most probably it's related sa conversion ng files. Like I remember we were using handheld GPS, yung mga Garmin's, then the conversion to shape files. I remember that next years ago.
Okay. Sige, we'll let that pass. Question number 2. What's a plugin you use so often it should be core functionality from Maning?
I'd say yung profile tool. Super dalas ko siyang gamitin, saka yung point sampling tool. And hopefully ma-integrate na siya sa base.
That was a very informative 10 minutes. So if you were given additional 2 minutes, what 2 other plugins will you add to that list?
Great question. No? Medyo malahaba yung list ng plugins na naka-install sa akin. Siguro 2 minutes would allow for 2 more plugins. One would be yung G-Earth plugin. You could export everything and open it, view it in Google Earth. Then yung isa would be yung value tool. It's like point sampling, pero you could pick on a raster and get multiple values. Yeah, I guess yun yung additional na dalawa. Yeah, marami pa. Very, yeah. I mean, yeah, what's great with QGIS is it's really open source nga. You could uh, add plugins and you could build your own plugins like Ben did. So, yeah, uh, I guess marami sa atin talaga fell in love with GIS because of QGIS.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Another question. Did you see any difference between using QGIS plugins and other software? For example, ArcGIS Toolbox.
Well, the main difference is the cost, di ba? You have to pay, you have to pay for extensions than sa other software. Aside from the cost, siguro yung, of course, yung stability ng extensions or plugins. Kasi given na it's paid, you're expecting it to perform solidly. So, hindi dapat magka-crash yung software na yon. Compared if we use an open source software like QGIS, I think it's acceptable or uh, may leeway na konti na crash yung system.
Yeah.
Minsan.
So, okay. So thank you, Sorby. We'll be looking forward to maybe 25 minutes of QGIS tips for next year. And introduce the next speaker. So I'll see you around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is again Mr. Pintor, Ben Pintor, and this is actually a workshop on more QGIS tips and tricks. In this workshop, we'll be going over other QGIS tips, tricks available um, from the latest version of QGIS, I think. So let's hear it again from Ben Hur.
Yun. Yes. Yan. I'll just share my screen. Siguro.
Yes. Ayan, taka lang. Let's set it up.
Yun. I have it shared.
Yep. Okay, you're good.
Okay na ba? Yun.
Yes, okay na.
Yun, maraming salamat. Sige. Sobrang enlightening tsaka entertaining nung talk ni Sorby. Yun, isa yung plugins actually kaya hindi ko na sinama yung plugins dito sa tips and tricks kasi nung nakita kong ay meron na may talk si Sorby about plugins. Yun, at least mababawasan yung yung isasabay ko. Pero yeah, just some addition to dun sa napakagandang presentation ni Sorby. Some QGIS tips and tricks. Medyo magla-live tayo. Live live working kasi medyo workshop siya. I won't go over this kasi kilala niyo naman ako. Sinabi ko na dun sa mga naunang presentation tsaka sa first. So my name is Ben. If you're interested in what I do, you can follow those links. I yun nga, through BNHR, Ben Hur, I provide open data and open geospatial consulting training tsaka support services. So data literacy, data culture, open geospatial like GRASS, PostGIS, GeoNode, Leaflet, and of course QGIS. So siguro about dun lang. In terms of QGIS, BNHR is a QGIS certifying organization. So the courses are vetted by the QGIS Project Steering Committee. I can issue official QGIS certificates, and those certification fee is donated back to QGIS to help support and maintain it. During the first run of yung bite-sized QGIS ko a few months ago, I had 12 people avail of certification. And as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, sila yung first 12 people sa Pilipinas na actually nakakuha ng certification na ganito or nag-avail ng QGIS certification. And then I'm currently having my second run right now with a few more people. I'd like to make my certificates mappy then. So which is why dun sa first run, I had a known pleasure style map ng Philippines. And for this run, the certificate I'll be providing has this, Dermido markers na style ng Pilipinas from our very own Hana Dermido. So yun. Aside from that, I'm also a QGIS sustaining member. So I financially support QGIS in my own little way. Um, and as far as I know, then I'm currently the only. Well, BNHR is currently the only, and probably I don't know, first sustaining member from the Philippines. But right now, currently, well, BNHR. So I try to be a good member of the open source community na hindi lang bumibig na kumukuha, pero it's a give and take relationship. I get work from QGIS, so the least I could do is probably provide support din sa QGIS. Yun, some QGIS tips and tricks. Ito na yung meat nung ating pag-uusapan. Ano ba yung mga bagay na pwede nating gawin sa QGIS? This won't cover everything, of course, but hopefully beginners and advancing from this workshop. So ano yung una? Very first thing, user profiles. Siguro pag unang bukas nyo ng QGIS, ganito yung makikita nyo. Yung pinakaunang bukas nyo. What are user profiles? User profiles were introduced nung QGIS 3.0 as a way to allow you to compartmentalize, users and use cases sa QGIS. What do I mean by that? Yung user profiles, sinisave niya yung ilang settings mo, like yung UI layout, ano yung mga plugins yung naka-install, and other things like that sa isang profile. Saan siya useful? As I mentioned, useful siya to compartmentalize use cases and users. For example, meron kang if it's a shared computer na maraming taong gumagamit, pwedeng may individual user profile sila. Another one is use cases. Tingnan natin. So, sa example ni Sorby, marami siyang plugins, di ba? Pero hindi lang yun, napakadami pa. And there are plugins for different kinds of use cases. And sometimes, mapupuno na yung user interface mo na puro lang plugins. So what I like to do is, I have a user profile, for example, just remote sensing stuff. And then I have a user profile just for cartography stuff na design and map making and styling. Para I can just switch around sa user profiles kung may kailangan akong specific function na gagawin. Right now, I have a user profile for my trainings na malinis, walang laman. Para when I start my trainings, lagi silang start from ganito, from scratch. So, para hindi rin malito, especially if it's a beginner class. But I also have a user profile that I use, kumbaga, day to day, na yun yung may laman ng mga ginagamit kong plugins, ginagamit kong settings. So, to create user profiles, just go to user profiles and new profile, and that will ask you to create a new one. And then if you want to change, just ganyan lang. So, I can select this one, and it will open a new QGIS for me instance. Yun. So this is an example of my day-to-day QGIS setup. Ito yung user interface niya, and ito yung ilang plugins na meron. So ganito ko siya in order. This is very useful kasi muscle memory plays a big deal for if you want to optimize your work. So ako, sanay ako na ganito yung mga kinalalagyan nung plugins ko or na mapipindutin ko. And if someone messes that up, siguro hindi ka magiging ganun kabilis. So having different user profiles works with that. Yeah. User profiles. Next, we have world. So actually, si QGIS ay may mga Easter eggs na pwede nyong makita by typing words dito sa coordinate bar. One of them is world. So if you actually type world sa coordinate bar, it will load a world map. It will load a world map for you. Just by typing the word, word. So there are a lot more. Kung wala kang data na makita, wala kang world map na makita, just type world sa coordinate bar. A lot of people, I think, have been asking then, could we add siguro if you type Philippines, mag-load siya ng Philippine data, or if type a country. It's entirely possible, although I'm not sure na implement na siya. But you can do it, and then pwede nyong i-pull request sa QGIS mismo. There are a lot more Easter eggs aside from world, but I won't go over them. Pwede nyo silang hanapin online. Ano lang siguro, bonus, if you type board sa coordinate bar, kung bored kayo, that's a good way to, to, to cure some of your boredom. Yun. So that's for world. Um, and then the next one is the style manager. QGIS para sa akin has a very powerful styling and cartography, toolkit o kaya capabilities. And aside from yung usual or normal styling from the styling panel or simple symbologies, if you want to take or i-level up yung ating cartography and map making skills, sobrang laking tulong ng style manager. With the style manager, pwede rin tayong, kumuha at mag-share ng styles natin at kumuha ng styles galing sa iba. So the style manager is under settings, style manager. So if you open that up, it will open this window. And ito yung mga available styles for you. Sometimes hindi ito masyadong pinapansin, especially if you're new to QGIS. Hindi mo alam na may mga built-in styles na pala. And you can actually get, import and export styles from different places. For example, one of the bago ngayon na pwedeng pagkuhanan ay yung Style Hub. Stylehub.github.io. It's by class. It's a way for us to share different styles. So pwede tayong kumuha dito ng styles. We copy one of the styles we want and then we export it to QGIS. So for example, I can take this pattern, different pattern styles. I can just simply copy that. I can go back to my QGIS and style manager, and then I can do an import export, import items, URL, depending if it's a URL or a file. Put the URL, fetch items. It should tell you na kinukuha niya ng style, and then na-load niya yung mga styles na to. You can just select all of them and then click import. So once you do that, meron akong 70s wallpaper na existing. Yes to all. It would be here, dito sa imported. And it would be available na sa QGIS styling panel. Yung styles natin ay makikita sa styling panel dito sa baba, itong part na to. These are the styles na pwede natin gamitin. So we can actually search then for that one. Yeah. So for example, may style na tayo na nalagay from the style manager. Ano yung next na pwede nating gawin? Special bookmarks. So yun. First, let's apply one of our styles, for example. Ay balik ko yung world map ko. So balik ko yung world map ko, and then I can select one of the styles, for example. Let's go with Dormido maps. So you can select the style and apply it automatically sa layer mo. And then you can even, modify it to suit your taste. Ganun lang kadali. And if a lot of people are actually sharing their styles already sa online and sa QGIS. There's another way for you to get it. It's on plugins.qgis.org/styles. So dito naman, you can download the files and then import them into QGIS as files. Yun. So, style manager, and then yung sabi ko next, yung sinabi ko kanina na susunod natin ay yung special bookmarks. Special bookmarks, ano yung ginagawa ng special bookmarks? From their name, binu-bookmark nila yung isang extent. So for example, I want to bookmark itong extent na to ng Pilipinas. I can go to special bookmarks under the browser panel. So kung hindi niyo makita siya, yung mga panels natin nasa view, and then panels, and then dito natin makikita. Pag may check, ibig sabihin visible yung panel na yun. So under the browser panel, there's this spatial bookmarks na drop down. And there's project bookmarks or user bookmarks. So yung user bookmarks, nakasave siya per user, while your project bookmarks nakasave kasama nung project file mo. So use cases nito, For a project, for example, if you're mapping different areas simultaneously, para hindi ka na mag zoom to layer, pwedeng bookmarks na lang yung gamitin mo. If you're, as a user naman, kung lagi kang nagmamapa ng Pilipinas and you want to naglo-load ka ng global data, tapos gusto mong diretso sa Pilipinas agad, you can add a bookmark. So, to do that, it's quite simple. Let's add a bookmark na special bookmark, and then it will open this prompt and then ask you anong name ng bookmark, tsaka anong extent niya, or if you want to put in a group. So I can say PHL and save it. And then gawa pa tayo isa bilang ako'y Bicolano. Let's go here. Add ulit tayo ng new special bookmark. Let's say Bicol. Then save it. So kahit saan ako pumunta, if I click on this one, it will take me back to that bookmark. Kahit mawala ako dyan, if I click on this one, it will take me to that special bookmark. So sobrang useful niya, especially if you're working with global data or data na mas malaki yung extent kesa dun sa kailangan mong i-map or kailangan mong trabahuhan. Yan. So yun yung sa special bookmarks natin. The next one, hopefully I'm not going too fast. Decorations and exporting the map canvas. Siguro na natuwa na tayo dito and gusto nating natuwa tayo dito sa mapa nung Bicol. And then gusto natin tong i-share with friends itong mapa na to. Pero tinatamad tayong pumunta sa project print layout at gumawa ng print layout. What do we do? Yung iba sabihin, screenshot mo na lang or i-screen capture mo na lang. But there's actually a way to do it na mas maganda, and that is to export the canvas as an image or as a PDF, as a map. So you can do that by project, import, export map to image, export map to PDF, and it will export your map. Ang mas maganda dito as compared to just taking a screenshot, kaya mo makontrol yung quality. So if I want to have a better quality than a screenshot, pwede ko tong gawing 300 dpi, and I could have a file na ganun yung resolution, ganun yung size. That can also be accessed from here sa toolbars natin. So that's one of the easiest way kung ayaw mong gumawa ng print layout, kasi yun nga naman, who has time to create print layouts kung simple lang yung gusto mong ipakita. But what if sabi mo, okay, pwede ko palang gawin yun, pero hindi ko alam na gusto kong maglagay ng grid, gusto kong maglagay ng other map elements, map details. Pwede ko bang gawin yun? Yes, the answer is yes. Through decorations. So sa view, meron siyang decorations, and these decorations decorate your map canvas. It decorates your map canvas. Allows you to add grids. It allows you to add a scale bar, a north arrow, title label, and other stuff. So we can add, say for example, a scale bar. Enable it. Okay, so maglalagay siya ng scale bar dito sa taas. We can also add a grid, or for example, decorations, north arrow, most common. You can choose a north arrow you want. Let's just go with the default. Okay, tapos lalagay dito yung north arrow, and then I can once again just export this to an image or a map, and ito yung kakalabasan niya. So sobrang dali lang. I mean, madali siya compared sa idadaan mo pa sa print layout, especially kung hindi mo naman kailangan yung ibang stuff sa print layout at kailangan mo lang ng mabilis na map. So let's just remove those first. So kung tatanggalin mo sila, just go back to view, decorations, at kung ano siya, and just disable them. So okay. Yun. So nakita na natin style manager. We also looked at decorations and exporting directly from the canvas. The next one is preview modes. Yun. So, maganda 'to. Naalala ko kanina na-mention din ni ano, na-mention sa presentation ni Bunny about, 'di ba, yung pagiging tactile nung ginawa niyang, data kasi may mga taong different way of learning. Yung pagiging inclusive sa visualizations mo or sa presentations mo. When I was a young map maker or I was a young person sa GIS, kung ano yung feeling ko maganda, yun lang yung ginagawa ko. I didn't really think about yung whole inclusion thing when it comes to creating my maps. Pag feeling ko maganda siya or pogi yung mapa, okay na yun para sa akin. But then as you become more siguro hindi naman serious, but as you become older, you realize na mas broad yung mundo, mas malawak yung mundo, and there are people out there na, for example, may visual impairments na hindi ma-appreciate yung mapa mo. And this is where yung mayroon silang color blindness, for example. So this is where yung preview modes come in. Preview modes allow you to preview yung what your map would look like from the point of view of some examples of color blindness, tapos ng what if siya ay pinotocopy or finax. So we can try to do that. Let's create a simple graduated symbology for this map. Population ng 2015, pretty breaks. So yan. So ganito yung normal if I print it. As a person with no visual impairments, ganito ko siya makikita. It's all reds. And if I want to see how it looks like for someone with visual impairment, I can go to preview mode, simulate color blindness, either red or I think I'm not sure kung green. So one of those color blindness. So if you click that, makikita mong magbabago siya. This is how it would look like to someone with that color blindness. Then you can also simulate the other one. This is how it would look like for someone with that kind of color blindness. Or for example, what if pinotocopy lang yung mapa mo after mong gawin, 'di ba? Sa mga modules ng natin nung bata pag may exam, colored yung graph pero photocopied, so hindi mo makita yung difference dun sa mga tanong. Pwede mo ring ma-simulate yan sa Q. So makikita mo if how your map would look like, kung distinguishable ba siya if it's photocopied. The good thing with Q is that if you actually use yung existing color ramps niya, and there are so many, maraming visually inclusive na color ramps. You can go to Color Brewer to get some. You can go to Vispalette. Pero sa QGIS, if you go to color ramps and actually, for example, create new color ramp, meron na siyang existing like CPT-CT and Color Brewer color ramps na pwede mong piliin. Tapos it would ask you kung anong klaseng color ramp yung gusto mo. Discrete, continuous, and stuff like that. So if you just want to go back dun sa sa original mo, you can just go to view, again preview mode normal. So that's how yung normal map would look like. Yun. So that's for preview modes. It's good to practice this, especially if medyo you don't know kung magkakaroon ka ng person or participant or client na may visual impairment or may color blindness. We have to be aware of that na hindi dahil hindi tayo colorblind, walang mga tao na na colorblind. So let them appreciate your maps then. So as much as possible, let's use inclusive colors in creating our maps. Yun. That's for the preview modes. The next one ay mutually exclusive layer groups. So I'm not sure if familiar na kayo dito. This is a relatively new feature. What mutually exclusive layer groups, from the name pa lang, it's very buti na lang very self-explanatory yung name nila. You can have a layer group wherein if one layer is selected, all other layers become unselected or they don't appear, kumbaga. So there's that. For example, we can go to QGIS again. Dito sa group na to, si mutually exclusive layer groups. I have three base maps. Yan. Itong feature na to, it's very useful for base maps kasi minsan isang base map lang naman kailangan kaya siya yung base map. Diba? So here I have three base maps, Stamen Terrain, CartoDB Positron, and OSM, of course. And gusto ko na pwede ako mag-select ng base map na hindi ko na kailangang mag mag-click-click nito para palit-palitan sila. So the answer there is using yung mutual exclusive groups na function ng queue. So in the layer panel, if you create a group, add the layers there and right-click on the group, meron ditong mutually exclusive group. So if you tick that, QGIS will consider that group as mutually exclusive, and if you select one, that means you're deselecting the others. Or if one is visible, everything else is not are not visible. So you can make this mutually exclusive. So if I click on OSM, if I click on CartoDB, if I click on Stamen, if I click on OSM ulit, if I click on Stamen, yan. Dinidisable or ginagawa niyang hindi visible yung others na hindi selected. So only one could be visible dito sa mutually exclusive groups. Very good to use for base maps. Pwede rin naman for vector files. And great din for yun nga para mas mapadali yung buhay natin when we're doing QGIS related stuff. So yun, we have that functionality recent, as far as I know, very recent lang. So there's mutually exclusive groups. And then we also have the next one is layer order naman. So ano yung layer order? By default, if you notice, the way that QGIS renders your layers ay depende sa order niya sa layer panel, di ba? If nasa taas tong geoportal base map over this two vector layers, matatabunan niya yung dalawang vector layers ko kasi yung ordering nila. Of course, I can always just, reorder them dito and have them do something like this. Yan. I could always do that but diba? What if sobrang dami ng layers and kailangan kong ayusin yung layer order niya? At nakakalito na actually pag sobrang dami na ng layers. Hindi minsan malilito ka na lang kung sino yung uunahin, sino yung hindi. So for this case, I have a Philippine Geoportal base map from NAMRIA. I have this outline ng Albay. Again, home province represent. And then I have this shape file, vector file of Albay, styled as a simple inverted polygon with a shape burst fill. Technique kung gusto niyo gumawa ng magandang or makapag-focus sa isang lugar, use your inverted polygons and maglagay kayo ng for example shape burst fill or even just a normal fill, and ang ganda ng magiging effect niya. So normally sabi ko nga by default yung layer order mo ay according dito, but QGIS has another panel, view panels, layer order, where you can override yung layer order na yon, or you can control the order of your layers. This is useful for fine tuning yung maps na gagawin mo, and kung gusto mong sa isang lugar lang yung pag-control mo ng order para hindi ka na malito dun hindi ka na mamroblema dun sa layer panel mo. So pwedeng yung layers mo nasa layer panel lang, lahat ng orders mo kung sino yung nasa taas, sino yung nasa baba, sa layer order mo lang ilalagay. So what it does, so I have my layer order panel here. It shows me my layers. Kung mapapansin nyo, wala dito yung styles, yung layer name lang. I can click on control rendering order, and yun, nagbago na siya kasi napalitan ko na. If I click on control layering order, pwede kong palitan yung order ng layers na to, and susunod sa akin yung QGIS. So dito for example, base map, outline, tapos yung shape burst natin. So that's the normal. If I move this here, yung order niya magiging below these two. Pero kung titingnan mo sa layers, walang nagbago. So dito sa layers, hindi nagbago yung order niya. si layer order lang yung binago ko. But it has the same effect. Yun. Very useful siya, yun nga. If you want to fine-tune your maps, and if you want to separate yung styling mo, which is you can do here na makikita mo dito, versus yung ordering mo ng layers. Maganda rin na meron tayong ganong, kumbaga, hiwalayan ng dalawang activities na yun. So that's layer order. And then the next one, kung makikita natin, after layer orders is map themes. So, ano yung map themes? Map themes are a feature of layers wherein yung can create a theme, and that theme saves yung visibility ng layers at kung ano yung current style nila ng mga visible layers na yun. So, saan siya useful? Ba't ko siya kailangang, or ba't ko siya gustong gamitin? Two things actually na very useful yung map themes natin. For example, I have this, again, provinces. I can make a simple style siguro nitong province. I can just copy this and just paste it dito. Oops. Or I could just add a different style, single symbol. Sagihin natin ito namang Dermido fill. Yun. So I have this data. I have this map. And I can save this as a theme. So dito sa mukhang mata, manage map themes, and I can add a theme, for example. Add theme, I can name this PHL Dormido. And then for example, gagawa ako ng isa pang layer or isang mapa. For example, I want to duplicate this. I can duplicate this layer, and then I can create a filter. For example, I just want to show yung province ay Albay. Again, Albay represent. And I want this to have a different style, for example. So gagawa ako ng different style for this one. I could just select, say, diamond siguro. Yan. So diamond plate. So for this one naman, I can add another theme. So add theme Bicol diamond, and then click OK. So ano yung purpose ng themes? One is kung gusto mong mag-compare ng dalawang styles agad. So it could be, I could just select, okay, page shelter. So automatic papakita niya yung theme na yun. So it could be multiple layers, hindi lang isa. So that's possible. Or I could just, gusto ko lang pakita ko yung Bicol Diamond. Yun na lang din yung papakita niya. Yun yung isang purpose niya if you want to compare. The other one na mas useful is if you want to add multiple maps na different yung style, different yung symbology, different yung laman sa isang print layout. So if you open a print layout, sige, pangalan natin map themes. And you have this print layout. We can add those two maps na using just the themes. So I can add a map, drag it here. Siyempre yung makikita niya ngayon, di ba? Kung alam natin kung how QGIS works, kung ano yung visible sa map canvas, kung ano yung visible sa map canvas, yun yung makikita natin, siyempre. But that can be overridden by map themes. So what we do is, yung map, item properties, dun sa layers, pwede natin i-tick yung follow map theme, this one. So if you tick that one, you can select actually kung anong theme yung gusto mo. So for me, that would be, dito siguro yung Philippine na Dormido styles. And I can, for example, just move this around para buong Pilipinas. There. And then if I want to add another map, So I want to add another map. Example, baliktad naman. Yung naka-show ay yung ito. So I want to add a map nung kabila. So I want to add another map. I add another map here. Siyempre yung makikita niya, yun nga, kung ano yung visible. Pero this is not what I want. I want yung naka-diamond. So I click that. I select the map na ano. I select the current map. Ito. I follow map theme. I select itong Bicol Diamond and it will show me yung Bicol Diamond lang. And hindi siya kumbaga magiging lock siya doon sa theme na yon. Kung ano yung visible sa theme na yon, yun lang yung at ano yung styles, yun yung makikita niya or yun yung ipapakita niya. Then you can just move the around. You can just move the things around. And kahit ano yung baguhin mo sa visibility doon sa QGIS canvas, basta naka-save yung themes mo, yun yung mag-appear dito. So, useful din siya if for example, magpapalit, hindi ko kailangan palitan yung layout, gusto ko lang palitan yung symbology. I could just change the theme, for example. I could just say, palitan ko yung themes na to. Ito si balik tayo kay Bicol Diamond. Gusto kong palitan siya, gawin kong circle overlap. I could just theme, replace Bicol Diamond. Yes. And dapat, if we put it here and refresh it, automatic magpapalito. Kasi nakakabit siya dun sa themes natin eh. So that's another way to optimize, fine-tune your map making process. Yan. So, okay na siguro siya. Okay na siguro tayo kay map themes. Ano yung next? So, merong pang konti. Papansin naman natin, meron na akong pre-baked na dito, mga pre-baked na goodies para safe yung natin pagde-demo. So, after map themes, layout extents yung sunod na magandang ipakita. A layout extent shows you kung ano yung extent nung layouts ng mga map mo sa print layout. So, that pala hindi ko muna sinarhan. For example, layout, map themes, meron tayong dalawang map pa dito. Ito tsaka ito. So, we have a map themes na map na print layout. Using yung ating layout extent na decoration. It's a decoration. It's available under view decorations. Pwede nating makita yung mga extents na to dun sa canvas natin. So, example, I have this sige, yung world na lang. Yan. I have this world map, view, decorations, layout extents. It will prompt you kung paano mo gusto ipakita yung extent. The default is fine. And if you click OK, yung view, pasa na. Yan. Papakita niya sa'yo dapat kung nasan yung mga extents na yun. So, yan. So, yun naman yung ginagawa nung map themes nga na map themes nung layout extents. The next one is geometry generators. Now, I could spend an hour on geometry generators. I could spend like 3 hours on geometry generators kasi sobrang useful niya. Geometry generators, from its name, it's technically a styling technique na you can create different geometries from pre-existing geometries. So you can style a point as a line, you can style a line as a point, you can style a polygon as a point, a polygon as a line, and many other combinations using geometry generators and QGIS expressions. So dito for example, sa atin sa geometry generators natin na I have this data. So, kung nakita nyo kanina sa presentation ko on basketball, ito yung 3-point shots ng UAAP Season 81, made 3-pointers sa court, sa half court. And I want to recreate yung ginawa ko dati na distances. So, geometry generator yung sagot doon. I can actually use like a command, yung join by hub, pero matatagalan pa ako. Ang dami kong kailangan gawin. I would have to make a point dito sa center nung goal and then create a line. Well, have an algorithm create a line for each of this. But I could just make a single symbol instead of simple marker, geometry generator. And then dito, geometry type, I want to make it align. So I make the geometry type align string. And dito ko ilalagay yung command na magsasabi on how do I generate a line from that data. So if you actually make this, well, gusto mo gawa ng line, so make line. So make line for each geometry in your feature, bit from each geometry in your feature to a point stationed at 0, 0. So yung make line, tumatanggap siya ng dalawang parameters, the origin and the destination of the line, or destination origin, depende sa ano mo. It's a line, so pareho lang din naman. Yung two endpoints nung line segment natin. So, yung itong dollar geometry that tells you kung ano yung geometry ng current feature. And then itong make point naman, it's another QGIS expression that generates a geometry. It tells QGIS na, okay, gawan mo ako ng point dito sa 0, 0. So now I have yung point nung feature ko and yung 0, 0. And then I generate this line for that one. And then I could just edit yung line ko, make it instead of single symbol, categorized, graduated, things like that. So I could just edit that, for example, na papalitan ko na yan. So it's actually a point, pero I'm styling it as a line, kumbaga. And you can do that. You can do that sa QGIS using your geometry generators. So, again, I could go on and on sa geometry generators. There's so many things na pwede natin gawin with geometry generators. If you have, for example, a set of points and you want to create a polygon based of those set of points, instead of doing processing, pwede kang gumawa ng generator na gagawa ka lang ng polygon na yun from those set of points. And other stuff na very interesting. So very powerful yung geometry generators na capabilities ng QGIS. And I hope I could have more time to explain that. Pero there are a lot of sources then online that discuss yung power ng geometry generators and where you can use them. Some attribute table stuff, ito medyo lang for kung gusto nyong mas optimized. Sa akin it works. Dati if you do, 'di ba, if you open an attribute table, nagbubukas siya as a separate window. Pero yung one of the recent features na dinagdag ng QI to have the attribute table docked. What this does is I can have multiple attribute tables open and nasa isang lugar lang sila. And that's really useful kasi hindi na ako maghahanap-hanap kung nasaan yung attribute table ko. So if I open this second attribute table, bubukas lang siya dito as a tab. Yun. How do I activate this? Under settings natin, options. So settings, options, dito sa data sources, sa feature attributes and table, you just tick on this one. Open new attribute tables as docked windows. That would tell QGIS na gusto mo yung windows mo ng attribute table naka-dock at naka-tab instead of floating, kumbaga. Well, depende syempre yan sa sa gusto nyo. Kung mas comfortable kayo with the floating ones, of course wala namang masama doon. Or if kung mas comfortable kayo sa ganito, at least now we have that option na i-dock yung attribute tables natin para hindi sila nawawala-wala. Yan. What other things can we do sa attribute table? Um, a lot of things. Yung iba, you can actually, organize your columns. So you can set the width, you can even hide columns. So pag sobrang dami, for example, ng columns or fields ng attribute table mo, it's a good practice to, try to organize them and just wag mo na lang ipakita yung mga hindi mo kailangan. For example, ang kailangan ko lang naman ay income class population. So I could just click OK and yun, hindi na kasama yung mga hindi ko kailangan naman para sa ano. And then there's also yung conditional formatting. So what it does is it creates yun. If you've done conditional formatting sa sa spreadsheet, it's the same. You can add rules wherein, ba? Ano yung name, ano yung condition niya, tapos ano yung kakalabasan niya. And if you do that, mag-conditional formatting yung QGIS for you. For example, if the number is less than ganito, if population is less than 1 million, color green. If it's between 1 million and 5 million, orange. And if it's more than 5 million, red. So para makita mo rin agad just from the attribute table kung yung kung ano yung mga fields, ano yung mga features na yon or yung mga rows na yon. So that's something na pwede niyong paglaruan, pwede niyong tingnan sa attribute table. Kumbaga, some attribute table magic. Then locator bar, one of my favorites na dinagdag sa QGIS 3. It will be your best friend once you learn how to utilize it. Promise, it will be your best friend. Kasi halos lahat ng karamihan na kayang gawin ni QGIS exposed sa locator bar. So, itong bottom left, Control K is the locator bar. Ano yung ginagawa niya? Anong ginagawa ng locator bar natin? A lot of things. It can be used to call actions. So, itong strings na to or characters na to, if you put that before a search, yun yung hahanapin niya. So if I want to search for actions, I put a dot before my search. If I want to use it as a calculator, I can put equals. So I can actually use this as a calculator. Equals 100 plus 500. And I can copy that directly in case kailangan ko yung number na yun sa pagmamapa ko. Processing algorithms, again, when I do my trainings, lagi kong tinuturo na if you can't find it sa QGIS user interface, just go to the locator and look for it. So you can look for clip. Yun. And if you just want algorithms, yun, clip. If you want dissolve. So basta exposed siya as a processing algorithm doon sa processing toolbox, hahanapin siya ni QGIS, ni locator. So yung mga plugins, as far as I know, hindi lahat sila, yung plugins mismo hindi pa sila exposed. Pero pag plugin siya na processing provider, pwede mo siyang mahanap via the locator. So any command like dissolve, clip, ano pa ba? So pwede mo siyang mahanap with the locator. Another thing na maganda is yun, special bookmarks. Para hindi ka na pumunta dun sa special bookmarks na panel, dito ka na lang. So yan, pumunta siya dun. Or yun, pwede kang mag-process without even leaving, or pwede kang gumawa ng stuff without even leaving the locator bar. Pwede kang mag-edit ng features, and then you can search for active features dun sa map. Like, for example, yun, Philippines. dadalhin niya kung nasan yung Pilipinas. Or for example, dito sa ginawa natin dito na provinces, I can go F, and then I can at uh, province, So that means search for a province na ang value ay, again, Albay. Sorry, Albay na naman. Then yun, dadalhin niya ako dun. So you can do stuff without even moving your mouse. Just lahat sa sa locator bar. Ang dami pang pwedeng gawin. You can even set settings, go to layers and layouts and things like that. So very powerful tool ang locator bar. And sana mas maraming gumamit kasi sa mga favorite ko talaga nung linabas yung QGIS 3. Hanggang ngayon kahit ako hindi ko pa master lahat ng sa locator bar. And then ito na yung last. Hopefully yun, may time pa tayo ng konti. This is one of the things na gustong-gusto ko ring tinuturo sa mga trainings ko. It's the QGIS Atlas. It's map making on steroids. Tapos meron pang QGIS reports which is Atlas on steroids, pero that's another topic for another day. QGIS Atlas allows you to create multiple maps using the same layout. Basta meron kang coverage layer. So the coverage layer tells QGIS ano yung mga extents nung mapa na gagawin mo. So how does that work? Well, if we go to Q, let's say for example, itong pre-baked natin sa Atlas, I have these two layers. I have an Atlas region. I have a regional Atlas, a regional shape vector file, and etong population ng provinces. And I want to create a map, sige, para hindi ganun ka-boring, of per region pero pinapakita ko province. So what I could do siguro is style it individually and then create a map layout and then isa-isa ko silang gagawin. But I can also use an atlas. So you can create a new print layout, let's name it Atlas, just since Atlas naman siya. What an atlas does, as I mentioned, is it allows you to create multiple maps or generate multiple maps using just one layout. Basta provided yung coverage layer. So let's add that map first. See dito. Let's add this map. And then para sa atlas natin, itong command na to, ito yung atlas settings, we can generate an atlas. It tells QGIS, okay, para dito sa na to, print layout na to, I want you to use an atlas. The coverage layer, as I mentioned, is the layer that defines yung extents ng mga natin, ng mga stuff natin. Ng maimamapa natin. So for this one, sabi ko nga, para hindi naman boring, ayoko namang one map per province. Parang gusto kong, okay, medyo pa-cool ako sa boss ko. Generate ako ng map using this layer and the regional layer. Per region siya, pero yung naka-style, yung natin, yung provinces natin. So I can have this PHL regions as my coverage layer. And you can hide the coverage layer para hindi siya makita. For this one, we won't hide it kasi may gagawin tayo maya-maya para sa kanya. The page name, if you're creating it as an, pwede natin sabihing region. Dito sa output, you take this if you want it to be exported in a single file. So one file na maraming, for example, a PDF, maraming pages. Or if you want to export it as multiple files na PNGs, for example. So for each feature sa coverage layer, merong isang map na magagawa, tapos isang file din naman generate. Okay, so anong next na kailangan kong gawin? You have to tell your map na yung extent mo, i-control siya ng atlas. So go to your map, item properties, and dito sa baba, under nitong extent, sa baba ng extents, meron dyan controlled by atlas. So you have to enable that, and then margin around feature, bahala, depende sa'yo. 10% usually okay naman. Pwede ring best fit. It depends on you. So for this one, mag 10% lang tayo. And then you can just do this. And now, pwede akong ganyan. Pero yun, boring pa rin. Marami pang pwedeng idagdag. What can we add? Of course, it's a map. We need a title, di ba? So we need a title, we add a label, then yun. QGIS expressions, yung na-mention ko kanina, tulad ng ginawa natin sa geometry generator, they're not just for for the processing. Pwede mo rin silang gamitin sa paggawa ng print layout. So I can insert an expression here. Gusto ko ang value nito, instead of constant, it's an attribute. It's based on an attribute, kumbaga value. So pwedeng field value, like region, for example. So pwedeng yun yung isulat ko dyan. May lorem ipsum, yun. And then palitan natin ng konti, yung pagandahin naman natin yung ating font at ang kanyang sizes. Yan. So for example, I have this. And then if I move this, at least magbabago na automatically yung title ko. And you can do that with a lot of other exposed values using QGIS expressions. So there's that. Ano pa? Medyo boring pa rin. Gusto ko lang i-focus yung mga regions, pero may mga extraneous or mga extra na provinces na sumasama. Ano yung pwede kong gawin? This is a neat trick na natutunan ko. You can create a mask. Tingnan nyo, ito yung extent natin kanina. Di ba, in-enable natin yung layout extent. So ito yung extent ngayon ng layout natin. If you change this, that layout would change. And that extent would change. It basically tells you nasaan yung active layouts mo. Nasaan yung extent ng active layouts mo. Ayun. So, yun nga. Neat trick that you can do. You have this atlas coverage. And what you can do is create a rule-based symbology using inverted polygons. Diba? So, what you do there is inverted polygon, rule-based, and then you add a filter. So, gusto ko lang ito yung within Atlas feature. And then the filter is, again, it's a QGIS expression. Very powerful. Geometry generators, QGIS expressions. This expression is basically the ID of the feature on the canvas equal to the feature ID of the current selected coverage or feature in the atlas. And if so, show it. Diba? Yun yung sinasabi natin. Yan. And now, if I go to here, refresh it, boom. Yun na lang yung makikita. Wala na yung other stuff. Mas malinis, tingnan natin, mas maganda. Yun. Last thing, baka mag-overtime ako. Last thing na lang, okay, medyo boring pa siya. Last thing that we can add, siguro a label. So, we can add a label or a legend. And isa rin to sa kung meron akong bagay na annoyed ako with Q, siguro, at the very least, ito yun. When I add the legend, lahat sinasabay niya agad, which is partly annoying. Pero pwede naman, madali lang naman, yun, remedyohan. So, it's not that bad naman. So, yan. I can, tanggalin natin yung ito, hindi rin to kailangan. So, we could just rename this as population, or we can even have that, like, we can population. Yan. Just remove this, hindi naman siya kailangan. And another neat trick na pwede nyong gawin is, di ba itong legend natin, only show items inside current atlas feature. So now, I also have data-driven na symbology. So if it's not there, hindi niya ilalagay. If the values are not there, hindi niya ilalagay. Yan. And of course, I could just then export atlas as images and then select a directory at pagkatapos nun, yung lahat ng to, so dito nga konti lang that's 17. But imagine you do this for a province, for each province, 80 plus, isang layout, isang run, depende kung gaano kabilis mag-render ng images yung computer mo tapos kaagad. You don't have to make isa. So that's great. Yun. I've actually been meaning to make a tutorial about this sa site ko. Just don't have the time right now. Pero yun, hopefully nakita natin yung power din ng QGIS Atlas. And that's one thing. Kung may isang bagay siguro kayo na makuha, hopefully tonight, ito yun. Kasi it's very powerful. Yun, maraming salamat. Natapos din. Pasensya na kung medyo nag-extend ako ng konti. Hopefully marami tayong nakuha at natutunan. Again, BNHR, you can find me online, bnhr.xyz website, Facebook, bnhr.xyz, Twitter, bawal yung dot sa pangalan, so ito na lang, bnhr.xyz. Also on YouTube. Wala pa tayong masyadong subscribers, hindi pa pwede yung actual actual name ng but yeah, yung Bitly link na lang yan, may wala pa rin masyadong content, but I might add some more if my time. So yun, maraming salamat uli. With that, sana may mga bago tayong nakuha at natutunan about sa QGIS. Yun. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ben. Ang galing. Marami akong bagong natutunan. Do you have time for 2 or 3 questions?
Yun. Sige.
Sige, okay. Simple lang iba. Okay, first question. Having used you for years, what's your favorite improvement made to the software?
Favorite improvement? Madami. I would probably say yung locator bar. Right now. Sobrang kahit 3 things, sige. Locator bar, geometry generators, tsaka QGIS expressions. Yung power ng tatlong yun is just, if you learn how to utilize them well, sobrang mind-blowing yung mga kaya mong gawin sa QGIS if you learn how to utilize those 3 things. Tsaka hindi ba naman ako ganun katagal? Feeling ko mas matagal pa siguro sa akin gumamit sina Maning. Defensive side that. Defensive side that. Pero hindi. Yun, yung tatlong bagay na yun, if you can learn those 3 things, sobrang ganda sobrang ma-optimize mo yung paggamit mo ng QGIS.
Yeah. Someone is asking what version of QGIS you're using.
I always use 3.6. I always use the latest release. So it's 3.16.1. Naka-dark theme ako, kaya ganun. So itim siya. You can access that via the settings. Sa settings general, pwede mong palitan yung theme ng QGIS. Pwede mo rin palitan yung font sizes ng icons. So yun lang yung ginawa ko. Binalitan ko yung font. Ginawa kong night mapping yung theme. And then sizes ng ibang icons tweak ko din for my purposes. Pero yun, 3.16.1, usually latest release yung ginagamit ko for stuff.
Okay. Last question that you answer online. The rest you can answer directly on the pad. Sir BNHR, I saw your post on the Locate Press sale. What books would you recommend?
Wala akong commission sa na yun. Disclaimer lang. Wala akong commission doon. But yeah, maganda yung Discover QGIS 3.x nila ni Kurt Menke. Nung unang labas nung QGIS 3, I got that din sa study. Maganda siya as a self-learning, pero at maganda rin siya as a workbook if you want to train people, for example. yung QGIS map design, ito yung may mga kopya ako. Maganda rin if you want to further your cartography skills sa QGIS, maganda rin yung QGIS map design. So those two I think are those two kasi are very general na na books on QGIS na I think everyone can use. Pero hindi ko pa pero maganda rin daw yung for water resources nila, yung QGIS for water resources. Although hindi ko rin naman kasi masyadong field yun, so I can't really comment much on that. Pero yung dalawang yun, Discover QGIS 3.x, although 3.6 pa yung niya, latest yung version doon, it's still very good. At yung yung QGIS map design second edition, marami kayong matututunan na doon na mga bagay. Marami rin kayong matututunan na stuff on QGIS.
Yun. So, Ben, thank you. There are several more questions, but I suggest that you, if possible, answer them directly on the pad. Thank you very much for your time today. Maski ako na medyo matagal na rin ako hindi gumagamit ng Q. Ang dami kong bagong features na natutunan. Salamat at libre mo kaming naturuan ngayon.
maraming salamat din. Kung gusto nyo hindi libre, pwede rin. So, you can message nyo lang ako. Maraming salamat. It's a pleasure to be here. Next year ulit.
So, that was Ben. Next year daw ulit. That was Ben of BNHR. We're about to go on a long break right now. We're about to go on a long break right now. But before we do that, alam ko everyone is aching for a break. So we'll be having a long break. But before we do that, let's have a voucher giveaway courtesy of our new partner, Grab. So our crew will be posting a link on the YouTube channel. We will give you 5 minutes to answer the question. You can only win once for this. You can only submit one entry. Duplicates will be ignored. So pag na-post na yung link sa YouTube, I'm going to start the timer for 5 minutes. So let's wait for our crew to do that. So could someone please post the link? Okay. If you're asked for so we hope that you can see the link now on the YouTube chat box. I'm going to start my timer now. And it will be on for 5 minutes. So it's 17:36. And timer starts now. So you'll be getting a Grab food voucher worth 300 pesos. Courtesy of our new partner for Pista ng Mapa 2020, Grab. The passphrase, if you're there now, is Pansit Palabok. So if the form asks you for a passphrase, you should answer Pansit Palabok. Pag iba ang sagot nyo, baka mabawasan yung yung value ng voucher nyo. So let's see. So while we're waiting for our time, let's ask the director to play some videos first para hindi naman tayo dead air. So we have 3.5 more minutes. phrase is pansit palabok. Yeah. The past phrase is pansit palabok.
So we need to learn to use these tools. There has to be somebody on your team who is an expert on these tools. Okay, so we're back. We still have 40 seconds left. Nagugutom na ba kayo? So some people are commenting about how they're smelling pansit palabok. Of course, it could be spelled. There are several accepted ways of spelling it. So don't worry too much, guys. Last 5 seconds. So just as a reminder, we'll resume our presentations at 6:30. So you have time to take a break, have supper, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the presentations for tonight, starting at 6:30. All right, it's 5 minutes, and we're stopping the forum. So thank you, guys. We'll see you again at 6:30.
At this point, it's not the question of whether or not we can eliminate malaria. We are eliminating malaria.
You have different partners that bring different skill sets to the table. Each and every one of them has given valuable insight into what could possibly be done.
Location is important because we understand that the incidences of malaria across the district is different in different localities.
We use this information to guide what package of interventions that we need to put a specific health facility catchment area. So data is extremely critical. That is what we use to make decisions.
We were using some types of maps, but they were not as detailed as the maps that we're currently using that have been developed by Visualize No Malaria. And in most cases, we would go with just the data that is given to us in spreadsheets. It was kind of difficult, and it was also leading us to a situation where you keep going to the same areas thinking that you're actually having an impact, when in actual fact you have missed some areas because you can't visualize where those areas are.
So the culture has really shifted over the years to having a more stronger appreciation of data. And the spin-off to that is that it actually also improves the quality, because the more people look at the data, the more they raise questions about data, the more they start questioning the quality and trying to see how you can actually improve data quality. The beauty with platforms like Tableau is that seeing a graph or seeing a pie chart can get individuals engaged into having a real concrete discussion about what the situation is and what needs to be done about it.
Now you need to move that into visualizing what those numbers and charts translate into. And map culture is the next logical step to the data culture. Maps for us have been a game changer, I would say, in terms of time management and also in terms of allocation of resources.
Now with an elimination agenda on the table and focusing on the one size does not fit all approach, data needs to be utilized for us to be able to basically target the different interventions.
We are using data to make vital decisions, and we're able to visualize that using Tableau and Mapbox. So this is something that we are really proud of. The nation has a vision, and the district has a vision. Even the community, they have a vision. So this is something that we are doing together. So it's not just about one individual. This is a community cause.
there has to be somebody on your team who is an expert on these tools.
We need more from our maps than ever. From ride services to deliveries, autonomous vehicles, and disaster relief efforts, we depend on knowing what is where at any given moment. Unfortunately, the maps that power all of these services are limited. They're only as helpful as the data that was used to make them. And accessing accurate map data is incredibly complex. First, their scale. We need detailed location data from pretty much every place on the planet. Street signs, points of interest, or where the loading dock is. And there's no way to get that level of data from satellite images alone. The second challenge is freshness. The world is changing far too fast for any single mapping company to keep up. These challenges lead to bad map data and outdated maps, which causes real problems, from late deliveries to losing precious time in a crisis. That's where Mapillary comes in. Mapillary is the collaborative street-level imagery platform that lets anyone access the data they need for making better maps. The Mapillary platform allows anyone with any kind of camera, like a smartphone or an action cam, to easily capture street-level imagery. Those images are uploaded to Mapillary and automatically analyzed with computer vision technology to detect all kinds of features, from road markings to traffic signs. All of the data and the underlying imagery are available to anyone through Mapillary to provide information about what is where, everywhere. This massive body of images and data can be used to validate existing maps and to update and improve any kind of map for all kinds of needs, like making the navigation apps we love more accurate, or cities knowing where every sign is, faster deliveries, or helping people get from A to B faster. In other words, Mapillary helps everyone make better maps.
This is a quick video to show you how you can add or correct building polygons. Building outlines will ensure important healthcare facilities are rendered correctly in applications that rely on OpenStreetMap data. Right now, we are looking at a map roulette task to review and improve hospital polygons throughout the Philippines. Map roulette is a tool that allows us to focus on specific map attributes that need review and cycle through them one by one. The first thing we're going to do is adjust the offset on the satellite imagery layer we are using to make sure it aligns with other satellite imagery layers that have been used and existing features that have been added. Once we have done that, we can start tracing the outline of buildings in and around the hospital grounds. If all buildings have already been added, see if there are any improvements you can make to the building outlines. Building outlines are missing, add them to the map pressing 3 on your keyboard or by selecting area. Trace the building as well as you can with the satellite imagery available. Save your changes and return to Map Roulette to mark the task as complete. If you are uncertain about anything, leave a comment that will allow another map editor to review your edits.
The importance of map data, I'd say, is everyone needs a way to orient themselves in the world. But if applications end up having inaccurate data, it makes the user feel generally lost, and it can end up ruining the experience.
A lot of companies use open source map data.
It allows people to get the data they need at the scale that they actually need it.
Sometimes the data is incomplete, so the demand for an updated map has increased exponentially.
CART's mission is to make awesome data.
We're basically a company that provides navigation data for an open source platform called OpenStreetMap.
We map virtually everything that exists in the physical world.
We have several different teams that are either working remotely or actually collecting the data on the ground.
Our ground survey team travels around the world and they collect the street level imagery. The street level editing team, they go through frame by frame of the imagery that was captured. The machine learning team uses aerial imagery. It digitizes roads at a very large scale. The import team works on taking external data and then they digitize it into OpenStreetMap.
We've been growing exponentially over the last few years.
CART has over 150 trained GIS professionals here in the United States.
And we have teams all over the world that are proficient in dozens of different languages and have experience within those different communities. We've been to over 65 countries, and that continues to grow.
CART has published more open street-level imagery than any other organization in the world. We're flexible to work with, we're adventurous, we're scrappy, and we get things done. Yeah, we're professional explorers.
When users have great location data, they feel happy, they feel confident, they can just enjoy the experience.
And ultimately, your customer will be satisfied and happy with that product, and they're gonna love you.
Pharmacies and supermarkets are some of the critical amenities that will remain open during this time. Updating the location and opening hours of these amenities is particularly important. Street level imagery or local knowledge will be needed to confirm these details, as satellite imagery is not sufficient. Focus on an area you're familiar with or an area with enough street level imagery to discern the type and location of shops. In this particular example, we're toggling the mapillary image layer alongside Point Lonsdale Road, which is missing points of interest like the local supermarket and pharmacy. First, we're going to add the location of the supermarket, which becomes clearer when looking at the nearest mapillary image. Opening hours are also helpful, and they are available on the supermarket's website, so I will add those as well. This will appear in applications such as OSM and Maps.me. Now we're going to add the pharmacy. Again, I'm going to pull up the nearest mapillary image to find out the name of the pharmacy and where the pharmacy should be placed. The local government business directory shows the phone number and address of the pharmacy, so I will add those details as well and save my change step. I do not know the hours of the pharmacy, but this is something I could check with a field mapping survey, or I could leave a comment so that someone else passing by might note down the hours. Pharmacies and supermarkets are some of the critical amenities that will remain open during this time. Updating the location and opening hours
So we need to learn to use these tools. There has to be somebody in your team who is an expert of these tools.
This is a quick video to show you how you can add or correct building polygons. Building outlines will ensure important healthcare facilities are rendered correctly in applications that rely on OpenStreetMap data. Right now, we are looking at a map roulette task to review and improve hospital polygons throughout the Philippines. Map roulette is a tool that allows us to focus on specific map attributes that need review and cycle through them one by one. The first thing we're going to do is adjust the offset on the satellite imagery layer we are using to make sure it aligns with other satellite imagery layers that have been used and existing features that have been added. Once we have done that, we can start tracing the outline of buildings in and around the hospital grounds. If all buildings have already been added, see if there are any improvements you can make to the building outlines. Building outlines are missing, add them to the map pressing 3 on your keyboard or by selecting area. Trace the building as well as you can with the satellite imagery available. Save your changes and return to Map Roulette to mark the task as complete. If you are uncertain about anything, leave a comment that will allow another map editor to review your edits.
We need more from our maps than ever. From ride services to deliveries, autonomous vehicles, and disaster relief efforts, we depend on knowing what is where at any given moment. Unfortunately, the maps that power all of these services are limited. They're only as helpful as the data that was used to make them. And accessing accurate map data is incredibly complex. First, their scale. We need detailed location data from pretty much every place on the planet. Street signs, points of interest, or where the loading dock is. And there's no way to get that level of data from satellite images alone. The second challenge is freshness. The world is changing far too fast for any single mapping company to keep up. These challenges lead to bad map data and outdated maps, which causes real problems, from late deliveries to losing precious time in a crisis. That's where Mapillary comes in. Mapillary is the collaborative street-level imagery platform that lets anyone access the data they need for making better maps. The Mapillary platform allows anyone with any kind of camera, like a smartphone or an action cam, to easily capture street-level imagery. Those images are uploaded to Mapillary and automatically analyzed with computer vision technology to detect all kinds of features, from road markings to traffic signs. All of the data and the underlying imagery are available to anyone through Mapillary to provide information about what is where, everywhere. This massive body of images and data can be used to validate existing maps and to update and improve any kind of map for all kinds of needs, like making the navigation apps we love more accurate, or cities knowing where every sign is, faster deliveries, or helping people get from A to B faster. In other words, Mapillary helps everyone make better maps.
All right, good evening, everyone. So we start with the next session of our program. And before that, kumusta naman yung dinner? Ano bang mga dinner nyo ngayon? Nagamit nyo na ba yung Grab meal vouchers for your dinner? Okay, so looking at the YouTube chat, we have Silay adobo ala leftover food sa kitchen. Good to know, Lay, that you're preparing adobo in Finland, and make sure you share them to Finnish colleagues. And then we have I don't know how to pronounce this username, but I think it's Kin Inununang isda, something like paksiw ata sa Tagalog. Okay, thank you for your dinner. Hindi pa ako nagdi-dinner, but I'll have dinner after this event. Anyone else who wants to share their dinner? Wala? O sige. So we start the next batch of presentations. We've prepared a couple of good presentations for you this session. We have something around navigation, something around completeness of data, and a research around using open data for socioeconomic indicators. Okay, so first up, we have a sponsored talk from Grab, who is also our meal sponsor. Grab Loves Community, presented by Miko Tamura and Jinal Faflia from Grab in Singapore. So Miko and Jinal will share about Grab's initiative on open data and community interaction with the OpenStreetMap community. So let's hear it from Miko and Jinal, and let's watch this video.
Hello everyone, a big virtual hello to everybody out there. This is Jinal. I'm a senior program manager at Grab, and I, along with Miko, will be taking you to a short journey of all the things that we've been doing with the community at Grab. As I start, maybe I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction about Grab, which I believe all of you are already, aware and know more about. I'm hoping that you all use Grab for something or the other. It is present in 394 cities in Southeast Asia, and it started primarily for transport, but I'm sure you all know that it is across, and there are multiple services, which is what the next slide describes. We have transport, food, logistics, cards, grocery delivery, and so much more. The most important thing that keeps us all driven and something that's important to Grab is the community. They play a very integral role and they are extremely important to us. And through this presentation, we'd love to share about the different things that we have been, keeping us busy during the COVID or the pandemic. We'd like to start with, I'm sure all of you would have heard of OpenStreetCam. By the way, it's Carta View now. OpenStreetCam, one of the primary reasons why we did go ahead with the change of name was because we wanted to support the new policy, or a guideline which OpenStreetMap Foundation recently set ahead, was to not have anything OpenStreet which cannot be used as such. So we decided to embrace it, and ta-da, we have Carter View. But there's nothing that's changed except that it's got a brand new look. And everything else remains the same. You can still go ahead, collect your imagery, share that imagery trail with your friends and families, or use that for mapping. And I know it's pandemic and all of us are sitting practically at home, we're not able to travel, but hey, there are lots of people who've traveled, so you can use their contribution, like I'm showing right now on the slide. Or you could, use that and sit and map, make the most of the pandemic quietly sitting at home. Or I'm hoping that things open up and you could add more information to it. And it is as simple as, downloading the app, and going and collecting it, and then you can integrate your OpenStreetMap account into it, and you are ready to use the imagery. So, and in case you have any questions, feel free to let me know or let our team know, and we would be more than happy to be, help. As I'm talking about this, I think I've already mentioned pandemic so many times, and I think the more I mention, the less it is, because it has played a huge role in our lives. It has practically changed the way we live, the way we talk, and this is something which we also have been thinking about, is like how it has it impacted. COVID has had an impact on us. Like, businesses had seen a massive impact. There's been anxiety amongst drivers, deliveries, and our merchant partners, and adapting to the new world or the COVID world has been extremely, extremely important. And I think one thing which Grab has done, in order to equip or work with the situation, is by introducing multiple things. Like, one, there was a grant. I mean, there was assistance program across for the driver partners who have been impacted with this pandemic. We also had certain. We also started a Grab Care service for the healthcare professionals or the frontliners. I mean, I don't think we would have survived if we did not have the frontliners out there. And then we also introduced hygiene measures through Grab Protect, and expanded a lot of other things when it comes to it. Another critical thing, and something which our teams also extensively worked on, was Map Your City campaign, which basically, I believe, you could still go and look into the essentials map, and you'd be able to see all the helpline numbers and all. And we wanted to ensure that in times like this, you have all that you need. And like, the team was up and running to keep that updated and add more information as they could. And I believe Miko will get you, go through a deep down information on what did we do, how was this possible, and how you made this entire thing possible. But before we jump into that and have Miko take over this, I'd like to give a small brief of how we worked as a community on adding information on the map while we were working through the pandemic. We love OSM community, and that's something which you all know. We've contributed, or rather added on to contributing, so many kilometers of the road. Yes, the mapathons were not online, like in person, understanding and learning from all the amazing people that we meet, but it was online, where we made the most of what we could. Similar to what we did for Geostars, where there's a charm in meeting people and understanding what's happening, but this did not stop us from teaching folks about OpenStreetMap or teaching them about everything maps. So we moved that entire program virtually. We had few folks who participated, and we are making it more stronger curriculum, which would enable a lot more people to participate and not limit just the universities. So look forward to hear more from our team on how we're going to go and launch these programs, and go ahead. And the next thing is local initiatives, which I would leave to Miko to answer. I mean, to tell you more about the work that we've been doing so far. Thank you so much, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Janelle, and greetings, everyone. I am Miko, and I am the Map Operations Associate for Community Engagements here in the Philippines. As we all know, this year has really taken its toll for everyone, and we really hope that everyone is safe. In Grab, we do our best to still help and be part of the mapping community. All throughout 2020, we have organized and implemented activities to empower emerging communities regionally and locally, and enrich and contribute map data through OSM. Here are some of the highlights of 2020. So basically, we have highlighted and supported the mapping of roads in major service areas such as Bacolod City and Davao del Sur. Likewise, we were also able to support feedback from Grab's customers in improving map data on OpenStreetMap. Road closures, one-way, street names, and place information are directly provided on OSM and updated by our team. The local map ops team was able to add 3,000 kilometers of roads and more than 11,000 buildings throughout 2020. Additionally, the local GeoStars program also supports and assists young interested map enthusiasts in providing feedback to improve data. We also support them in their mapping events and initiatives through this process. Just before the pandemic, we were still able to support the Philippine Geography Olympiad by the Geographical Society of the University of the Philippines and the FEU Alabang ACM Mapathon. We would also like to add Hot PH Map Pampanga in BGC. We believe in nurturing the next generation, and it is important in fostering them for a better community. And even amidst the pandemic, Grab has continued to support contributions on open data through identifying essential businesses and their operating hours. In partnership with other local communities, we were able to launch the Philippine Quarantine Essentials Map, where we used open data from OSM and loaded it to MapContrib so that people may see the nearest facilities such as banks, pharmacies, hospitals, clinics, water stations, markets, etc. In addition to this, people were able to also add features to the map because they can see which businesses are already on OSM. We also crowdsourced information from Facebook community groups of business owners such as for water refilling stations and grocery stores so that we can also add it to the map. Amazingly, business owners were excited with the idea that they were able to contribute their businesses on OSM. We were able to add more than 200 plus new POIs with their updated contact number and schedules on OSM. Additionally, the team also supported various mapping parties and mapathons conducted by Hot OSM and Doctors Without Borders in response to the pandemic. We also helped out map health facilities through the Mapagaling Mapathon last April to get more information of the location of clinics, hospitals, and other health services. We really hope that 2021 would open new opportunities to meet again, as we really miss the old social gatherings. Don't you worry, because as soon as it's safe, we will blast ahead our events so that we can meet once again. For now, we will continue on supporting and being there for one another. From the bottom of our hearts, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Miko and Jinal. Now we go for some questions. Hi, Jinal.
Hey, Manning. Hey, everyone.
Is Miko there?
1 second. Let me just see. No. Yeah, he's there. I can see him. Hey, Miko.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. From Singapore and from Binangonan.
Yes.
Let's start with a couple of questions.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one or two questions for your presentation. The first one is on me. You mentioned about the Carta view, and you collected around hundreds of street level photos in some parts of Southeast Asia. So my question is, are you planning to do this in the Philippines, like having our Grab drivers collect street level imagery in your service areas in the Philippines?
Very soon, Manning. Thank you so much for asking this question. I think this was more on something which we are trying to do, and we are hoping that in the future we will have our driver partners contribute to Carta View as we go ahead. Miko, do you want to add anything to it?
No, nothing, none. I think you've been able to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Miko. The next question is, you've mentioned this campaign of adding POIs within the Grab app. So the question here coming from YTRZ is, does Grab add all the POIs that Grab users contribute to OpenStreetMap?
My answer to that would be that we do not add back all the POIs that is contributed via the Grab app, but the ones which we are working with, like when it comes to such campaigns, we ensure that if the POI is updated, we give that information back, and update that according to the relevant thing. But as of now, we've been contributing via the campaigns that we have, like Map Your City, which is mostly a community driven one. So we, yeah, like which is via the app, and we put it back on OSM. But this is what I would say. This is what I would say.
Okay.
I'd just like to add, so we also have other campaigns like the one we shared a while ago, like Philippine Essentials Map, where we sort out our various very essential facilities like
Important.
gas stations, groceries, etc. And we directly contribute it to OpenStreetMap. So all information on the other campaigns such as Philippine Essentials Map, and we also have a Street Mapper PH, where people can map out the names of the street, check it on OSM. If there's no name, they could put it in the map, and then we assist them in putting it on OSM. So those are some of the public campaigns that Grab has, wherein we completely and directly put all the information on OpenStreetMap.
Miko, follow-up question. Is this available in the Grab app itself, or do you have a separate link for them to contribute?
So the Philippine Quarantine Essentials Map and the PH Street Mapper are in a different platform. It's online. I could share the links later on the question and answer.
Okay. Thank you, Miko. I'm looking at YouTube now. There's a shout out from Dear Paul. Oh my God, Grab keeps improving on mapping operations to correct those erratic and missing map data. So I think this is a recognition of your work. Thank you very much to Grab. I'm looking at the pad. Oh, there's another question. So this question is coming from Eugene. How do you handle feedback from local OSM mappers on edits by Grab mappers?
Oh, yes. I think, Miko, you can add. And thank you so much for that question, Eugene. So, one thing which we primarily focus on when it comes to Grab is like we look into all the channels, and we have actively been, one is we are receptive to the feedback because we feel that, whatever the local mappers know, they know it at a much better level than us. And we try to consult them before we make a massive change, which may or may not be abiding to the local policies. And so we ensure, and we primarily use GitHub and chainset comments when it comes to mapping on OSM. And we also reach out to local mappers. I think Eugene has been, I mean, if it's the same Eugene that I'm thinking about, then he has also been very receptive to some of our questions. And we thank the community for being there, because it serves as a guiding light and also gives us a deeper perspective of the local context and things which, or the nuances which we see there, which are enabled for someone who's looking on the screen and mapping. So this is what we've been doing. And we also would want to use this platform to ask folks that in case you find some edit specific to Grab Mapper, please do reach out to us either via GitHub or comment on the chain set, and we'll ensure that the feedback is taken, or if there is an explanation associated to the change, we will share that with you folks. And Nico, please feel free to add more from your end.
I guess the key here is really collaboration, and that is at the heart of OpenStreetMap. So feedback, we cannot really remove feedback in this process. Wherein people share the information and people give that information, and we are very thankful for this information that has been provided to the team, and we would want to improve on that. So I do think that the best way we could move forward with this is that let's keep our channels open and let's have an open mind in handling such feedback. I thank you.
Yes, we thank you.
Thank you, Miko. Yeah, so there's no more question in the pad, but I'll ask another question, and then after that you can have your final words. So my question is: you've been looking at the data of OpenStreetMap in Southeast Asia, and of course, as you know, it depends on the community on the quality of the data for each country. So my question is: which features do you want to be actively mapped and in a way that benefits your business for Grab?
Thank you for the question, Maning. So I think something which we feel, or generally we even our work has been, contributing towards is improving the road network and the classification associated to it, and basically the geometry. Like something which we personally have come across is also that alignment, and there is a difference in imagery. And every time there's a new imagery, like a mapper uses that and maps, right? So something that we ourselves are also trying to get better at and get more accurate is improving the map and the base data, that is road network and things around it. And we're hoping that we get the best of that in Southeast Asia with whatever contributions and resources that we have, and the community that is sharing it with us. So yeah, this is probably what I would say from my end. Miko, do you want to add more to it?
In my opinion, this is my opinion. I think it's very nice that if we have more information on street names, like especially in other remote areas, it's very important. Like when we, especially in a disaster response scenario, people only rely with their addresses, and street names are very crucial in looking for these places. So I guess yun yung on my side would be a more important feature in looking into OpenStreetMap data. Thank you, Sir Maning.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no more question. I probably have more question, but that will be for a later time. So before we move on, do you have any last words? First, Jinal, and then Nico.
So I think one thing which I would say on behalf of Grab and everyone is that, like, and I think Nico just said it, like a thank you from us to you. I feel that it is like the heart, as the heart of, or the essence of OpenStreetMap is the community, and we are just glad that we are able to work with you all, and we work in a way that there is always a collaboration, plus there is criticism, plus there is applaud. Like hearing all of that makes us happy, and it also helps us validate that if we're going in the right direction. So thank you so much. And yeah, I'm hoping that next year we meet in person. This is one of my favorite conferences, so I'm hoping that we meet a lot of folks in person. And one more thing which I personally do is I do call out the Philippines community. It is like a role model to a lot of other communities. So yeah, keep inspiring everybody and have such amazing events. And thank you so much. That's it from my side.
Nico?
Ayun daw, role model daw. Ayan. So, in behalf of Grab, we would always and will always be here for the community. And I hope you enjoyed your meal vouchers. Yes. Yan. So, enjoy nyo lang yung meal vouchers and have a safe weekend in front of you. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Yun na lang. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Nico.
everyone.
Thank you, Jinal. Jinal, nice to see you again. For those who's watching, I've worked with Jinal for 3 years in India, and we enjoyed at least for me, enjoyed
I
working
enjoyed
with you.
too. Of course,
Okay.
Manik, I loved working with you.
Yeah, the other last message from Grab coming from YouTube is Grab salamat sa meal vouchers.
Oh,
Phil is
thanks.
saying thank you very much for the meal vouchers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're just happy.
All right, so we move on to the next presentation. This presentation is coming from Friends of Grab in Indonesia. Okay, so this is a presentation about OSM data coverage evaluation by Emiliani Febrina Dewi. I hope I pronounced it right. OSM coverage evaluation aims to get an insight into the OSM data quality, more specifically on the completeness of map road network data. So let's hear it from Emiliani.
Hello everyone, my name is Emiliani Febrina Dewi and you can call me Dewi. I'm from OpenStreetMap Indonesia community and currently I'm working at Gojek Indonesia, a ride-hailing company in Indonesia. This is my first time joining Pista Mapa. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Thank you so much for having me. And so today in this session, I will share about what I did on the quality assessment for OSM data, which will cover OSM data coverage evaluation. So I hope you will enjoy your next 15 to 20 minutes during this session, and let's get started. So this is the outline. The first, I will explain about what is OSM data coverage and how is the methodology and what are the data sets that I will be using, and then the analysis process, and the last part is some key takeaway notes from this analysis. OSM has been one of geospatial data sources that widely used over the decade. Road network data is one of the frequently used data by many parties. I think a lot of many parties use the road network data from OSM for their applications or website for many purposes, such as routing or navigation purposes, or even for their base map on their channel. And along with that, there are a lot of OSM data quality checks regarding the road network data itself, starting from the geometry accuracy, tagging completeness, tagging accuracy, and even just to check is the data updated or not. And I think another aspect that also important for the quality assessment is by evaluating the OSM road network data coverage, because I think we want all the built road network has been mapped in OSM. So what is the data coverage evaluation? It is an evaluation method by comparing two data sets. The first one is OSM data, and the second one is a reference data. And in this analysis, I will be using official data from the government as the reference data. Also, in this analysis, I will be only evaluating OpenStreetMap road network data that has been mapped in OSM. So we will excluding the building footprint data. What is the objectives for this analysis? The first one, to get an insights into OSM data coverage quality. Of course, we want to know how good our data coverage in OSM. Is all the area has been mapped in OSM or not? And the second one, we want to know whether all the built road network has been mapped. The third one, to knowing which areas that need improvement, because sometimes when we want to improve our OpenStreetMap data, we don't know where to start. We confused about which area that should be prioritized. And last but not least, to have an alternative simple method for the quality assessment, because the methodology for this assessment is simple actually. So how is the methodology? Before we are going to the analysis, we need to do some pre-process to filter the highway class of OSM data. And then after that, we will going to the analysis by comparing OSM road network data and the reference data. What are the data sets that I used in this analysis? I did the analysis in Bandung City, city in Jawa Barat province in Indonesia. The first data set, of course, Bandung OSM road network data that I downloaded from GeoFabric on November 17th, 2020. And the road network data from Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, in scale 5,000. Why I choose the data released by the BIG? Because BIG is one of an official coordinator for One Map policy in Indonesia. And for the scale of the reference data, this is one of the important things that should be noted before we doing the analysis. And I will be explaining the reason why the scale of the reference data is important later in the session. Okay, the first step is preliminary analysis. The first one, if the data sets cover larger than area of interest, we need to clip by the area boundary because this analysis only applied in Bandung City. So I clipped the data with the Bandung City administrative boundary, and then filtering highway classifications that only passable for 2 wheels and 4 wheels. As I mentioned before, because I did this analysis for routing purposes, so I only include the class that can only passable for 2 wheels in this specific analysis limited to the motorcycle. So I will also be excluding the cycleway, which only for the bicycle. And the highway class reference I got from the OSM Wiki Indonesia page that explaining about the classification, OSM road classification. On the picture below, on the second picture, we see the red line is the OSM data road network before we are doing the pre-processing. So this is all the highway class. And the third picture is the blue line is the OSM data after we do the processing. So this is after we filter the highway class. After we did the preliminary analysis or filtering the data, we start to do the data comparison. The first step is to divide the area of interest into grids. In this analysis, I am using size 1 kilometer square. Actually, I don't have any specific reason or any scientific reason why I choose this 1 kilometer square. Yeah, the size of the grids actually it is adjustable. It depends on any purposes that we want from the analysis. And then the second step, calculate the total length of OSM road network in each grid for every roads that intersect with the grid. And the third step, calculate the total length of the reference data road network in each grid for the roads that intersects with the grids. And after that, compare both of the total length of OSM and the reference data sets in each grids. And in this analysis, I ran the comparison with the help of a graphical modeler tool in QGIS 3.10. Why I choose to run this on a graphical modeler, because I think if sometimes I want to move the area of interest to another area, so I will only need to just rerun the model instead of starting again the process from the first step. So this graphical modeler tool is very helpful in this analysis. Yeah, this is the result. For the result of the comparison, we can see on the left above picture, and this result I classified it into 3 different categories. The first categories is the grids that have less than 50% coverage, and for the second category, the grids that have between 50 to 100% coverage. And the last category are the grids that have more than 100% coverage. And in this picture, it represents on the lighter color for the first category. So the darker the color, the better the coverage. And what also the result that we get from this analysis? So 163 out of 215 grids have less than 100 coverage compared to the reference data. As we can see in the picture below, this is the comparison. The red line is the BIG data and the blue line is the OSM data. So we can see in some part of the Bandung city areas, there are some highways that have not been mapped in OSM yet. And also from this analysis, we can have the result that the northern and eastern part of Bandung city could be the improvement areas, because from the grid, it has the lightest color compared to the other. So some things to note from this analysis, as I mentioned before, the reference data would be used better in the in the same scale of the USM scale. Like I will be explaining why. Because in the left picture, the first picture, it is the comparison, result comparison in reference data scale 5,000. And the second picture, it is the result comparison in reference data scale 25,000. Where we can see in the second picture, there are only 6 grids that have percentage of the coverage less than 100%, and the rest is the rest is above 100%. So what we can get from this result, if we have a big gap on scale between the USM data and the reference data, the result will be less accurate, because OSM data tend to get the higher score easily. So yeah, it will be lessen the accuracy of the result. It will be lessen the accuracy of the result. I think it would be better if we did the comparison from the two data sets that have the same scale. Other things to note, this method can be used for other references data. It's not limited to only the government data. So if maybe someday we will get another source of reference data, and we think it's good to compare with the OSM data, we can use it with the same model, with the same steps. And this methodology, it is not to prove whether the coverage of OSM road network data is better or worse, because I think the most important part is the next step after this analysis, which is to improve our OSM data itself. And this result, of course, can be used as a reference or as a benchmark to set the priority areas for our OSM data improvement. Okay, so that's all about my presentation on quality assessment on OSM data. I hope you guys enjoying my presentation, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dewey. Did I pronounce it right? Dewey.
Yeah, it's Dewi.
Dewi. All right.
Yeah, Dewi.
Okay. So your presentation is very interesting because in my company we also did the same internal assessment for the coverage of roads based on third-party data.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a couple of questions here in the pad. Some of them are from me, because I've been doing the same thing the last couple of years as well. So my question is, when you did the comparison with the baseline data, which is the government, is there a difference between how roads are classified in your reference data and in OpenStreetMap? And the follow-up to that is, how were you able to reconcile if there's a difference? How were you able to reconcile the differences in your analysis?
Yeah. Thank you, Manning, for the question. Yeah, of course, there are some differences for the categories from between the reference data set, which is the government data that I use, between compared to the highway classification from OpenStreetMap data, but I think from the data reference that I use, the the difference of the classification of the highway classification is only in terms of the name of the highway class. And I think it's not too matter for me in this analysis. And but before do this analysis, I also do the skimming process of the all the highway categories, both from the OSM data and also for the reference data, and to do some matching the classification between those two different data sets, between OSM data and the government's data.
Okay, thank you very much, Dewi. Second question is also coming from me, related to different road classes as well. In my experience, there are levels of quality of OSM data. So, for example, if let's say OSM has very good data from the higher road class like trunks and motorways. So this means it's good enough for basic navigation. But for example, in the use case of what Gojek is doing, like three motorcycles and things like that, it's very critical to have residential roads, service roads, so that it gets to. I think we have a very similar configuration of urban roads in the Philippines and Indonesia, where it's actually passable by a motorcycle, but not passable by four-wheel vehicles. So did you do an evaluation of comparison based on different road classes? So let's say trunk versus trunk of the reference data, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, for now I haven't do it yet between for every highway classifications. So this analysis still including all the highway classification that that are in OSM data and also the reference data. And before the analysis, I just do the preliminary to filtering the highway classification itself. So I haven't done it class per class for every highway classification in OSM data.
All right, I think it's as a tip, I think it's valuable to do that, especially use case for your company.
Yeah.
Okay. The third question is, you ran it for a small city using QGIS. I'm curious, how long will it take to run it for the whole country?
Again, I haven't done it for the whole country, but I think it depends on the
how much the quantities of the both of the OSM data and also the reference data itself. And for this small cities, I need only, I think, 5 minutes and to run one province in, let's say, Jawa Barat province in Indonesia. It took like 10 minutes. So I think for to run the whole country, it depends on the how big is the area itself, and also how many the data itself between the USM data and also the government data.
All right. So you're saying for a small province, it can be run on your laptop for like 10 to 5 minutes. That's very fast. That's good. So that's it's promising that we can run it for the whole country. Okay. On the fourth question, this is from Jan Louis, and I assume Fabula. Where does the difference from 1 is to 5,000 and 1 is to 25,000 maps come from?
Yeah. So why I give an example for the scale term of the reference data set, because the BIG agency in Indonesia, where I use the data from, they release some different scales of the data. They release 1 to 5,000 scale, 1 to 25,000, and 1 to 50,000 scale. And I saw that the first time I running the process, I run the comparisons from with the BIG data in scale 1 to 25,000 scale. And after that, I realized that it's not apple to apple. It was not apple to apple, because I think OSM data has more details on the data scale. So it tends to, like I said, it tends to OSM data tends to get higher, more higher coverage compared to the government data. That's why I use the data from the scale 1 to 5,000 scale.
Okay, thank you very much. There's the fifth question is from Nico, and Nico, I'm not sure whether the we can answer it, but I'll ask anyway. To anyone from local community, where do you think in the Philippines where road mapping needs more focus?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't done it in Philippines. Yeah, maybe money, you can. I think you have a better answer than me for this specific question.
Okay, I can answer. The problem with the Philippines is that we do not have any good baseline data that's open. Like for example, like you have that in your government where you can get that data. In my years of trying to scour through the open data in the Philippines, I have not seen anything that's consistent across the whole country. And so that's the question. That's the answer, Nico. And to answer further, we need more. OSM is still incomplete in a lot of areas, and wherever you go in the Philippines, you can definitely improve the road data. Okay, there's no more question. Let me check back to YouTube first. Okay, so there's no more question. Thank you very much, Dewey. Any last words for your very interesting research?
Thank you so much, Pista ng Mapa event. Thank you, Manning. Thank you, everyone, for having me. And if anyone still have any question or interest with anything that I did in this analysis, you can also reach me on my email, emilianifebrinadewi@gmail.com. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much again, Dewi, from Indonesia, and we're very glad that you joined us in this event.
Yeah,
So we're moving on to the next presentation. But before that, I think you've seen the announcement in the YouTube chat. We're looking for 1 or 2 volunteers later on to do an impromptu lightning talk. For those who are interested, please post your ticket number, and then we'll invite you in the Jitsi room so that you can talk about your experience as an open data practitioner, advocate, and open source user, and anything you want to talk related to our event. Okay, so just ping our team, and whether we can, the time limit is 5 minutes, and just ping our team so that we can invite you to join the room. All right, moving on to the next presentation, we have Albert Yumon from SQL Labs. A very interesting, at least to me, use case of OpenStreetMap. So the title of the talk is OpenStreetMap Features as Proxy to Socioeconomic Indicators, a Network Theory Approach. As technology advances, so as our maps. In this talk, we will explore the ever-growing open map data that can help us understand, validate, explore socioeconomic indicators in the Philippines. So let's hear it from Albert. And then again, please post your questions in the Google Docs.
Hello! Magandang gabi sa ating lahat. Welcome sa aking segment ng ating celebration ng Pista ng Mapa 2020. Ang topic ng aking presentation ay OpenStreetMap Features as Proxy to Socioeconomic Indicators, a Network Theory Approach. Naku, medyo nosebleed yata tong title na napili ko sa presentation. So, basically, yung gusto ko lang gawin dito, no? Paano ko ba ginamit yung data mula sa OpenStreetMap kagaya ng number of building, number of schools, number of hospitals, kung paano madedescribe yung socio-economic na kalagayan ng isang lugar. In particular, yung mga municipalities at saka mga cities natin sa Pilipinas. Okay? So, kasi currently, yung government natin, yung ibang mga agencies, medyo magastos kung paano nila ginagawa yung pag-approximate at pag-describe nito kasi maraming survey, on the ground nagkukuha sila ng datos. So tinitingnan ko paano kaya tayo makatipid dun sa proseso na ito. No, paano natin magagamit yung mga proxy data na available naman online sa mga open source communities natin, open data communities natin. Magagamit ba natin yung mga datos na ito? Dinagdag ko pa dito sa methodology na ipapresent ko sa inyo yung network theory approach. So, mamaya i-discuss natin ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng network theory. In particular, yung pinagamitan ko ng network theory ay yung connection ng mga kalsada sa Pilipinas. No? Yung magiging dense ba o pagdikit-dikit ng mga kalsada, no? Malaki ba yung sinasabi nito sa isang sa socio-economic na kalagayan ng isang lugar. So, yun yung mga factors na titingnan natin maya-maya, no? Bago ako magpatuloy, no, pakilala ko lang saglit yung aking sarili. Ako si Albert Yumol, yung nickname ko ay Bash. So mamaya sa ating Q&A portion, tawagin niyo na lang ako na Bash. Okay? Yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, ako ay isang data scientist at isang aktivista. So yung mga bagay na natututunan ko sa industry, sa data science industry, dito sa Pilipinas saka sa abroad, lagi kong tinatali at ginagawa dun sa mga advokasya ko. Okay? So, isa ito dun sa motivation ko kung bakit ko ginagawa itong project. No? Bilang isang aktivista, no, parang gusto kong makahanap at makapag-contribute dun sa solution, kunyari, ng kahirapan sa Pilipinas. Kasi kapag na-profile mo yung isang lugar sa Pilipinas, kung gaano siya kahirap, no, alam mo kung saan magde-deploy ng effort, ng operations, ng tulong. So, mas madali kapag nagawa itong project na ito sa mga ganong actions, no? At pwede namang i-extend itong project na ito hindi lang sa poverty, no? In terms of resources, kasi kagaya nung sinabi ko kanina, yung mga features na ginamit ko dito, multidimensional. So yung bilang ng schools, bilang ng mga relief centers, yung mga evacuation centers. So maraming application ito, hindi lang dun sa sinabi ko kanina. Okay? Ano yung mga affiliations ko ngayon? Kasalukuyan ako nagtatrabaho bilang isang lead machine learning engineer sa Omdena. So yung Omdena, isa siyang kumpanya based sa Palo Alto, California. Collective siya ng mga data scientists na nagsosolve ng mga real-world problems, mga social impact problems using artificial intelligence. No? Isa dun sa project na na-involve ako, last September tsaka October namin present, nakipag-partner kami sa isang NGO, ang pangalan ay ZAP Malaria, nakabase siya sa Africa. So, yung ginawa namin dito, gumawa kami ng mga AI models, mga machine learning models para ma-predict yung occurrence o yung probability na magkakaroon o mayroong malaria sa isang lugar, no? Maganda dito, no, yung contribution nito talaga para makapagligtas ng buhay ng tao ay malaki, no? So ang hope ko dito kaya ako naging bahagi ng project ay pag na-polish na ni Zap yung results nila, na augment na nila yung data nila, na-polish na yung models, madala sana sa Pilipinas kasi prevalent pa rin yung malaria sa Palawan, sa Northern Mindanao, at sa iba pang bahagi ng Pilipinas. Kasalukuyan din ako nagtuturo ng data science sa isang bootcamp company na nakabase sa Asian Institute of Management sa Makati. Yung pangalan niya Esquelabs. So yung advocacy naman namin sa Esquelabs ay i-democratize yung data science, magturo ng data literacy. Isa rin ito sa motivation ko kung bakit ako nagpa-present ngayon dito kasi isang salik, isang aspeto ng data literacy, yung tinatawag nating graphicacy. Yung graphicacy, ability siya ng tao para basahin, i-interpret, kumuha ng insights mula sa mga graph, mula sa mga mapa, mula sa mga chart. So, salute sa open street maps, salute sa organizers ng Pista, ng Mapa 2020 kasi itong mga platform na ito malaking natutulong para yung mga kababayan natin, yung mga communities natin maging aware dun sa technology, maging mas data literate sila, kumbaga. So, I salute you for organizing this event. Ako, yung huli ko lang punto dito na ano yung ba yung pinaka-motivation ko kung bakit ginagawa itong project na ito. Ang layunin ko sa buhay bilang activist is to serve the people, to use my skills as a data scientist, as a technologist for the benefit of our kababayans. No? Kasi tayo-tayo na lang din yung magtutulungan. Okay? So balik na tayo dun sa topic natin na OpenStreetMap features as proxy to socioeconomic indicators. Magsisimula tayo dun sa ating objective. Yung dinefine ko na objective sa project na ito ay mag-implement ng isang supervised machine learning approach para ma-predict yung income classification of cities and municipalities based on OpenStreetMap features. Yung Philippine Statistics Authority, no, may available na siya actually na datos dun sa income classification ng lugar. Pero ang nagdidikta talaga ng income classification kung magkano yung naproduce na pera ng isang city or ng isang municipality, si Department of Finance. So mamaya tingnan natin kung saan natin kinuha yung mga datos. Okay? So proceed tayo din sa sa methodology na ginawa ko. Una, nag-import muna ako ng brain cells kasi kailangan ng utak nung ginagawa ko yung project na to. Unang-una, inakala ko na, madali lang ito kasi available naman yung data sa PSA, yung mga shape files ng mapa na gagawin ko available naman. I was wrong. Napamper kasi ako kasi yung mga projects na ginagawa ko abroad, mas parang modeling na agad, ang linis ng data nila. Pagdating ko dun sa mga problems na sinasolve ko sa Pilipinas, hala, ang kalat. Parang isang linggo naglilinis lang ako ng data for this presentation. So, nako, yung pinagdaanan ko talaga, lesson learned, na kapag data from the government, data from NGOs, ang dami mo talagang processing na kailangan gawin. So, isa yun sa tumampok sa akin mula sa experience ko sa project na ito. So, ito yung general outline ng methodology na ginawa ko. Parang gumawa ako ng function to contain the methodologies that I have. Ang goal ko talaga is to predict income classification. Na-discuss natin later on kung ano yon. So, una, kukunin ko yung data nito mula, yung income classification or IC, kukunin ko siya mula sa Philippine Statistics Authority. Next, gusto kong Pag nakuha ko yung information na yon, gusto ko makuha yung mga corresponding na lugar na yon at saka yung mga shape files niya para madali ko siyang mamapa later on. Tapos, yung susunod na step, extract ko yung mga sinasabi ko kanina, yung number of buildings, number of schools, numbers of hospitals, amenities yung tawag doon sa OpenStreetMap. Actually, maraming feature ito si OpenStreetMap na pwede pang i-explore. Pero sa totoo lang, nabigatan na ako dun sa data pa lang ng amenities. Parang nung nagkukuha ko mula dun sa OSM, tumagal ako ng parang 6 hours to 8 hours, nagkukuha pa lang ko ng amenities. So sabi ko, okay, tatry ko muna tong amenities, later na lang for exploration yung pagkuha pa ng ibang datos kasi nabigatan na ako. Yung sumunod na step, ganun din, pagkuha naman ng road network sa OSM pa rin, ganun din. Sabi ko, maraming types pa kasi ng road networks. Pwedeng kunin mo yung mga road na nadadrivean, yung mga road na pwedeng lakaran. So, ang kinuha ko lang dito yung mga road na pwedeng madrivean ng sasakyan kasi nga mabigat yung data. Halos 5 oras yung pagkuha ko pag-extract ko ng road network data pa lang kay OSM. Tapos yung last step ko dito ay mag-test ng mga models na ginagamit ko na, mga machine learning models, AI models, no, kung paano mapapredict. Tapos eto, i-return lang niya kung anong classification kasi later on, yung income classification ng Department of Finance 1 to 6. Okay? So again, kinuha ko yung datos ng income classification sa PSA. So ang maganda dito, nakita ko na nung tiningnan ko yung datos ng Philippine Standard Geographic Code o yung PSGC, yung ito yan nasa download PSC sa publications. Pag dinownload mo yan, sakto, meron silang column doon na nakalagay na yung income classification. So, tuwang-tuwa ako. Nung tiningnan ko sa Python, sa Jupyter Notebook, doon ko pinases yung mga data na nakuha ko. Nakita ko na ito, income classification. Medyo makalat pa itong dataset na to kasi meron pa siyang region, merong province, pero yung interest ko lang talaga yung mga municipality tsaka mga cities. So, mamaya outline ko kung paano ko nilinis yung data. Pero at least, no, yung income classification andoon na. Tapos ito yung sinabi ko kanina na ano ba ibig sabihin ng income classification? So basically, tag lang ito ng Department of Finance sa lugar base kung sa magkano yung pera na napoproduce annually ng isang lugar, ng isang city, ng isang municipality, ng isang probinsya. So dun sa model na ginamit ko, gumawa ko ng model na hiwalay for cities saka municipality kasi magkaiba pala sila ng pagtag kasi yung mga first class municipalities 55 million or more lang, yung mga first class cities 400 million or more. So dito lang yung basis ko kung paano ko tinag yung dataset later on. Di-discuss din natin later. Yung mga shape files, no, kasi yung nakuha kong data kay PSA ay PSGC lang o yung tag ng mga location tapos itong income classification. Mamaya gusto ko siyang i-print as a map kasi nagsa-celebrate tayo ng pista ng mapa. So, syempre gusto ko mag-present ng mapa ng Pilipinas kung saan nakikita itong mga datos na ito. So, kinailangan ko na kumuha ng mga shape files. So, yung shape files na pinagkuhanan ko, kumuha ko mula sa Humanitarian Data Exchange. So, bakit ito yung pinili ko? Kasi may mga projects ako nagkinawa before para sa COVID response naman. Ito rin yung pinagkunan ko ng shape files. Tapos, ang maganda dito, alam ko na ina-update nila, bine-verify nila frequently, no? So, na-ensure naman, confident naman ako sa integrity nung shape files na meron dito. So, eto, dinownload ko itong file na ito, itong zip file ng shape files. Halos isang 1 gig yung size ng file na iyon. So, nung tiningnan ko yung laman, ayun, nakita ko yung gusto kong hanapin. Gusto kong hanapin dito ay eto, PSGC code, no, para ma-connect ko mamaya yan dun sa mga income classification na nakuha ko sa data mula kay PSA. Tapos, ito yung mahalaga sa akin, yung geometry. Yung geometry kasi yung gagamitin ko mamaya para ma-mapa ko, no, ma-overlay ko sa mapa yung mga income classification na ito. Okay. Yung next step ko, kailangan ko mag-import ng more brain cells. Kasi, yun nga, kagaya na kwento ko kanina, ang hirap talagang linisin ng data. So ginawa ko, kinombine ko yung data mula sa PSA tapos yung shapefiles, no, para maimapa ko saan ba talaga yung corresponding lugar sa mapa ng mga income classification na iyon. Tapos, finilter ko yung cities at municipalities lang. So, tinanggal ko yung mga province, tinanggal ko yung mga region. Tapos, kinuha ko rin yung lat long from the geometry para sa visualization mamaya, para malagay ko yung mga cute na na mga tag dun sa mapa later on. Okay. So, yung mga features kung bakit pala ako nauwi sa amenities lang. Kasi tinignan ko, maliban sa hindi kinaya ng powers ko na i-process lahat ng features ng OpenStreetMap kasi sobrang dami niya. So, nag-focus lang ako sa amenities. Tapos nakita ko naman, nag-consult din ako dun sa mga ibang studies, mga publications kung paano nila ginawa. Yung pag-quantify nga ng socio-economic indicators, amenity din naman yung ginamit nila. So, ganun na lang din yung ginamit ko. So, ni-reference ko lang itong data mula sa OpenStreetMap para makita ko ano ba talaga yung mga data points na kinukuha niya. Okay? So, ginamit ko itong OpenStreetMap feature na amenity for the data. Ngayon, nakatira ako ngayon sa Makati. Tapos, originally, I'm from Baler, Aurora. So, gusto ko lang ma-verify ng konti yung mga points na nakuha doon. So, ang nakita ko dito, okay, obvious talaga na mas maraming amenities na meron sa Makati, yung nasa left na listahan. Meron daw 752 na restaurant. Sa Baler, meron lang na 23 restaurant. Yung napansin ko lang dito, since I'm from Baler, no, nakita ko na okay, medyo hindi pala updated yung data sa OpenStreetMap. So, mas kailangan din talaga ng more mappers later on, no, para mas ma-improve yung dataset natin. Na nakita ko mula dun sa pag-aaral ko ng mga datos na nakuha ko na mas kompleto talaga yung mga nasa cities as compared to municipalities. Okay. So after kong makuha yung data ng amenities, yung next ko na ginawa ay kunin yung networks ng mga kalsada. So ito yung mga metrics lang ito, mga mathematics, nakaka-nosebleed. Pero yung sinasabi lang niya, kunyari yung nodes o yung letter N dito, gaano kadaming intersection. So, kunyari may dalawang kalsada tapos nag-cross sila, binibilang na isang node o isang intersection yung kung saan nag-meet yung kalsada na yon. So, sa Makati, merong 3,194 na nodes. Sa Baler, meron lang 364. And so on. So, eto, ginamit ko lang itong mga metrics na to kung gaano kadami yung mga nodes, gaano kalalapit yung mga kalsada sa isa't isa, and so on. Okay? So, yung ginamit ko ditong concept ay yung graph theory. No? Sa graph theory, may tinatawag tayong nodes at saka mga edges. Yung mga nodes, siya yung kagaya nung sinabi ko kanina, parang siya yung intersection. Pero hindi lang ito yung application nun eh. Pwede mo siyang ma-apply sa maraming problems in life. O kunyari, gusto mo mag-describe ng social media, for example, pwede mong isipin na yung mga nodes ay mga tao. So, kunyari ikaw, mga friends mo, so mga nodes kayo, tapos yung connection ninyo sa isa't isa, yun yung edge na tinatawag. Okay? So, ito yung isa sa pinaka common example ng graph theory, no? Yung airports, na yung connection ng mga airports, makikita mo talaga na very applicable yung graph theory sa mga bagay na connected. Okay? So, isa dun sa parang motivation ko din kung bakit ako naging aktivista. Kasi nung college, no, ang degree ko ay physics, tapos applied physics, tapos ang inaaral namin before, complex systems. So, gumagamit talaga kami ng graph theory, ng network theory para mag-solve ng mga problems. No? Yung advisor ko nun, yung project niya na ginagawa, visualize na, ginamit niya yung network theory para maimapa yung interactions or transactions ng mga NGOs, congressman, tsaka mga senators. So itong plot na to, pinapakita ito nung panahon ni Noynoy, yung PDAF network ng mga kongresista natin, ng mga senators. Nung nakita, tinignan namin yung mga datos dito, nakita na yung mga nodes, ibig sabihin ito, yung mga bilog-bilog dito, mga sila, mga NGO, mga senators. Tapos yung connection nila, itong mga lines na andito, sila yung dami ng transactions. Tapos nakita doon na maraming ghost names. No, may mga nodes na hindi nag-exist, mga tao sila na pangalan lang. Tapos may iba naman na nodes, sino to? Si Enrile, si Estrada, tapos si Revilla. So isa to sa mga naging justification kung bakit sila nakakulong dahil dun sa involvement nila sa corruption in relation to PDAF. No. Ito, yung graph na nakuha ko mula sa OpenStreetMap ng street network. So, ito yung sa Makati, yung nasa left, ito yung sa Baler. Makikita mo talaga na, pwede mo palang gamitin talaga yung road networks para ma-quantify mo yung kaunlaran ng isang lugar. Kasi makita mo sa Makati, nako, ang dami talagang connected na roads as compared to sa Baler na naka-cluster lang din sa poblasyon. Okay? Una kong naging hurdle dito ay yung balance ng data nung pinaprocess ko. Mula sa experience ko kasi as a data scientist, as a machine learning engineer, kapag ganito nako, catastrophe ito pag pinasok ka sa model, mababa yung performance nito. So may ginawa lang ako na paraan para ma-address ito. Ang pinapakita lang ng graph na ito, kahit kung gaano kadami yung cities na first class city, second class city, saka sa graph naman sa kanan, first class municipality and so on, ang makikita natin dito sa Pilipinas, marami talaga na first class cities na. Sa municipalities naman, halos karamihan sa kanila, mga fourth class city. Okay? In-address ko yung imbalance sa dataset na ito using synthetic minority oversampling technique o yung SMOT. Para So gumamit lang ako ng algorithm na kagaya ng K nearest neighbors. So KNN. So kung gusto nyong i-search KNN yung ginamit ko. Para maging balance yung dataset para mas maging maganda yung performance ng model. So ito yung results ng model nung in-apply ko na siya. Nag-try ako ng maraming models, kagaya ng logistic regression, random forest, linear SVC, multinomial naive Bayes, and so on. Tapos nakita ko, ang pinakamagandang performance para sa city ay yung gradient boosting. Typical naman kapag nag-join din ako ng hackathons, normally ang taas talaga ng performance ng gradient boosting. Pero may tendency lang siya na mag-overfit. Pero in-address ko naman yung tendency na yun by adding another parameter para mabawasan yung pag-overfit niya. So yung performance ng model ay around 90%. So imagine, yung cities, madali lang siyang i-predict kasi unang-una, kagaya ng information na sinabi ko kanina, madaming data na available sa city, naka-prioritize ata to kay OpenStreetMap, no? Nung tiningnan ko naman yung results ko sa municipality, naku, ang baba ng results. So parang nag-manifest yung kanina kong observation na kulang talaga yung information, no? Kulang talaga pa yung information na meron tayo para dun sa mga municipalities. So parang magandang rin sa atin to, call to action na increase natin yung efforts natin para imapa kumuha pa ng data sa ating mga ibang lugar dito sa Pilipinas. Okay, in summary, ito yung futile attempt ko para i-map yung segment lang sa Pilipinas. Dinignan ko lang kung nagme-make sense ba yung income classification. So, ito yung intensity dito, ibig sabihin, mas maraming pera. So, mas maraming pera. Ayun, nagpo-focus dun sa may Makati area. Kitang-kita naman dito sa mapa na ganoon nga. Mas nagpo-focus, dun naka-cluster. Ni-scale ko lang itong results na to, pinakita ko siya sa buong Pilipinas. Tapos binverify ko lang na yung mga urban centers ba natin, dun nako-concentrate yung pera. So, based sa income classification, tama naman. So, nakita ko na, okay, accurate naman yung model na ginawa, tapos maganda naman siya sa visualization ko nung minapa ko na. Okay, so ayun, medyo ganun lang yung kinatuntungan nung results ko pa. Marami pang pwedeng gawin dito, kagaya nung sinabi ko kanina. Pwede nating dagdagan pa ng features sa OpenStreetMap. Amenities lang kasi ginamit ko Marami pang pwedeng idagdag na features mula sa OpenStreetMaps. Tapos marami pa rin type ng road networks na pwedeng implement. So I think by addressing those, mag-improve pa talaga yung model. Tapos, yun nga, kagaya nung sinabi ko kanina, kapag nadagdagan pa natin ng data points, kapag mas marami pa sa atin yung nagmapa, nag-input ng data, mas maging accurate yung mga models na meron tayo. So moving forward, ano yung ating call to action para dun sa ating mga listeners, ano yung mga takeaways natin, Kailangan natin ng mga mappers na tutulong talaga sa OpenStreetMap kasi alam ko na ito ay isang community, talagang very noble yung ginagawa nila na cause. So we need more people contributing to open source communities. So kung may mga free time kayo, talagang gamitin natin ito para magkaroon din tayo ng sense of of nationhood, pagtulong sa ating kapwa, So magandang bagay ito kung gusto nyo mag-explore ng voluntarism. So, isa pa, we need to push for open data. No, napansin ko na talaga, naku, ang kalat ng data na nasa PSA, nasa government. So, marami pa tayong bagay na pwedeng ma-improve at magagawa natin to kung tulong-tulong tayo, i-assert natin na magkaroon ng open innovation, open data. And I do believe that the future is open collaboration. The future is open innovation. No? Through collective action, can we truly make a difference in this world? So, ayun, maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. I hope may natutunan kayo dito sa session natin. This is just my futile attempt to study socio-economic indicators in our society. I know marami akong sinimplify na bagay kasi ito ay isang complex phenomenon. Pero I think this is a good demonstration of how you can start as well these kinds of efforts. No, available din sa GitHub account ko yung lahat ng code na ginamit ko. So please feel free to explore, use the code. Kaya nga rin ako advocate talaga ng open source kasi binibigyan tayo ng freedoms, diba? Ano ba yung mga freedoms ng open source? Freedom to use, libre mo magagamit. Freedom to share, na-share mo. Freedom to modify, na mo-modify mo yung source code. Tapos freedom to share your modifications. So, kagandahan nito kapag gumagamit tayo ng open data, kapag gumagamit tayo ng open innovation, no, yung mga problema ng society mababawasan, kagaya ng corruption. Kapag naging open data yan, naku, makikita natin, ma-audit natin collectively kung ano yung nangyayari sa ating society. So again, maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. I enjoyed creating this content for you. Please do ask questions and connect with me via LinkedIn if you want to collaborate with projects. Again, maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bash. Is Bash in the room? Can you open your cam so that we can see you? Bash, can you hear us? I think you're muted, Bash. Can you unmute your... Bash, can you unmute your mic? Hello? Huh. It seems like Bash is trying to reconnect. So as we are waiting for Bash, we have a couple of questions here. I'll read the first question as Bash tries to connect. The first question was from Maning. How did you compensate for Mapper's bias in your analysis? So Mapper's bias, to me, is by definition, some mappers tends to be mapping specific features or tends to concentrate on specific areas. And in most cases, especially in the Philippines, there's a lot of mappers bias as well in urban centers. And did you incorporate that in your analysis? Can you speak now, Bash? It seems like we're having some technical difficulties. Let's just wait for a bit for Bash to unmute his mic. Hey. So the mic is below the... Hello?
So Bash, if you're having difficulty with my with the video, just turn on your mic so you can answer the questions. All right, so it seems that we're having difficulty in the
Hi, sorry.
Hi, Bash,
I figured
finally.
out my mic.
Okay, so so the first
Sorry.
question
Can you
was,
repeat the first question?
all right, so the first question was from Maning, how did you compensate for mappers bias in your analysis? So when we say mappers bias, mappers tend to focus on specific things and on specific areas. And I wonder whether that affected your what's this analysis, or did you have some ways to eliminate this bias in the data in OpenStreetMap?
Yeah. Yeah. If I understand it correctly, with regards to the processing that I did, no, ang maganda ngayon sa data industry natin na usong-uso na yung concept ng big data. So hindi na lang tayo nagsa-sample ng sample population, di ba? Dun sa data set natin, kino-consider natin yung buo. Kaya matagal yung process ko kasi
Bash? No?
Hi, sorry. Natapos ba yung answer ko?
Hello? Yeah, Bash, can you continue? Naputol ka kanina eh.
Sige. Yung sagot ko kanina, kompleto naman yung kinuha kong data, hindi naman ako nag-filter ko anong cities at municipalities lang yung titingnan. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng datos na available sa OpenStreetMap ay kinuha. Yung bias lang siguro yung sa interpretation ko ng completeness ng data kasi yung chinek ko lang talaga si Baler at Makati kasi sila lang yung familiar ako. Pero in terms of bias ng pag-present dun sa ginamit sa model, ginamit ko naman lahat ng data. So, uso rin ito dun sa mga data industries natin yung concept ng big data. So, normal talaga na hindi na tayo nagsasample lang ng kaunting data. Lahat na mismo ng available na data ay kaya natin i-process kasi kaya na ng mga computers natin, kaya na ng cloud computing at kung ano-ano pa mga resources na available sa atin.
All right. Thank you, Bash. Yeah, for those who's doing this research, we also want to take note that OSM is incomplete in a lot of dimensions, and you should always consider how you do your analysis by just using a straightforward OSM data. We can talk about that more in other discussions. Okay, next question, Bash, is can you also do the reverse? Like, for example, the OSM community is always curious, where should we improve our maps? So for example, is it possible with your methodology that you can get the data from income from the municipalities and cities and then compare the coverage of OSM, and then let's see whether these are the places that lack coverage?
Agree. Ang gandang tingnan ng mga correlations na kagaya nung sinabi mo. And definitely, with regards to the pipeline na ginawa ko kanina, pwede talagang makita yon. Kasi bago nga ako mag-proceed, parang ang ginawa ko muna, titingnan ko muna yung completeness ng data. Kasi hindi lang naman OpenStreetMap yung ginagamit ko din dun sa mga projects na involved ako na may mapping, no? Normally, we supplement with Google Maps, with Here Maps, with Foursquare, with Mapbox. Maraming data source. Yun ang maganda no, sa science. No? Kapag gumagawa ka ng experiment, kailangan marami kang samples. So, ganun din dito. Parang gusto ko lang ipakita na challenge din ito sa atin na sa community na nag-advocate talaga ng open data, na sana tulong-tulong pa tayo na magmapa. Pero definitely, if you're interested with the methodology that I did, available ito sa GitHub account ko. You can contact me through LinkedIn, through Facebook, through my email account. So I can give you the code. It's open source.
All right. Thank you, Bash. Looking forward. Can you share your what's this GitHub account in the chat, and then so that we can share it as well to the YouTube listeners and watchers of our conference. The third one. Yeah, thank you. So the third one is it's not related to your talk, but I think one of the audience is curious. Is Omdena similar to Thinking Machines, basically an AI ML data science consultancy?
There are some similarities in terms of the problems that we're solving. But what I appreciate about Omdena is we do this for free. We volunteer. But you have an option to get money from the projects. But ako and most of my colleagues in Omdena, we do it for free kasi we want to help talaga to solve problems ng mga third world countries. So yung mga problems na sinosolve talaga namin, naka-base kami sa India, sa Africa, and so on. And ang maganda pa dito, one thing that I've learned is if you really want to learn, no, and yung trajectory din ng learning natin, we're moving towards a culture of learning, we're moving towards a culture of diversity. So nakikita ko na sa future, yung mga tayo bilang mga tao, nag-evolve tayo to be global citizens. So it's really important for us to open ourselves to opportunities abroad, to learn from the experiences of other people. Kasi through diversity, can we also diversify our solutions? Can we open our perspectives to other approach and to better our society, no, through collaboration?
All right. Thank you for that answer. Offer of free work is very enticing for a lot of people here. Okay. Fourth question. This is related to extracting data from OpenStreetMap. You mentioned 5 hours to extract OpenStreetMap data. YZRT-1 is curious, how are you extracting the OSM data?
I use an API called OSMNX. Yung 5 hours in yung road networks, pero yung mismong amenities around 8 hours. So medyo matagal talaga. Siyempre factor din yung internet natin sa Pilipinas. So yung call nga natin, no, bilang mga parang activist din, parang better internet to the Philippines, no, kailangan talaga nag-recognize na ng UN noong 2016 na internet ay isang basic human right. So sana dumami yung clamor natin sa Philippines to really assert for improvement in the facilities, in the resources that we have, lalong-lalo na ang dami nag-online learning ngayon. So definitely, yung factor talaga doon, internet ko.
All right. Yeah. So this is a common problem for us in the Philippines. And if you're curious, Bash is using API. There are also other ways to extract OSM data. We can talk about that in later on, maybe in Telegram for those who's doing research similar to what Bash is doing. Okay, the fifth question, I don't know if this is actually a question, but I'll read through it. This is coming from Eugene. For the heat map, as usual, observation is that heat maps are usually just population density maps, which are often highly correlate with wealth GDP. Have you considered this? And there's this very nice XKCD comic strip that he linked, which is which describes the problem. Bash?
Sorry, can you repeat yung specific question?
Yeah, so have you considered this, the main question, have you considered this, that most density maps have a high correlation between wealth and GDP, and or GDP?
Yeah. Good thing that na-notice niya, no? Kasi itong project na to, hindi ko lang to ginawa for fun. I am doing this because I want to do this for a competition. No, yung Bangsamoro, nag-open sila ng data challenge, no? Definitely yung next step ko, tamang-tama yung na-observe niya. Doon ko na ilalagay yung other features na available kay World Bank, yung GDP data natin, para ma-supplement yung results later on. So, ayun, hindi pa tapos tong project na to. I'm actually looking for collaborators kung gusto nyo matutunan yung process, kung gusto nyo matutunan kung ano pa yung trajectory nito, kung saan siya ma-apply. Definitely, na-imagine ko to na ipapresent sa mga stakeholders, no? Yung next step ko dito, scale ko sa region ng Bangsamoro kasi sila yung may immediate need for their transition.
All right. Thanks. Hope na manalo ka doon sa competition. And our final question is from John Louis, wondering what the one-off accuracy is for the model. Meaning, if the model classified the municipality as 4th class, but it's actually 3rd or 5th class.
Yung concept ng specificity, hindi ko lang siya napakita pero tiningnan ko din doon. Tamang-tama siya doon na sa cases ng municipalities, mataas talaga yung misclassification. Kasi nga, kulang din yung methodologies na ginawa ko. Kunyari din sa pag-address nung balance ng data, medyo inano ko din siya, dinaya ko ng kaunti kasi gumamit lang ako ng k-nearest neighbors to resolve it. Marami pa actually pwedeng gawin na advanced feature engineering na hindi ko pa na-try, ito-try ko pa lang. So kung gusto nyong matutunan, subaybayan niyo yung link na binigay ko kasi i-update ko yan regularly para makita niyo din yung process.
All right. Thank you very much. This is very exciting research. I will look forward to the developments in GitHub. Thank you again, Bash. Any last words?
Oh, okay naman. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig dun sa session. I enjoyed doing this. I enjoyed sharing to the community. So I'm sending you love. I'm sending you light, no? Lalo na dun sa community natin sa OpenStreetMap, sa Pista ng Mapa organizers, no? Continue being you guys. The universe needs you. Maraming salamat.
All right. The universe also needs you, Bash. Thank you very much. And moving on to our next schedule, time check. We have around, we are at 8:01. But we have a lightning talk coming from the community. We've asked people from in YouTube if there's someone who wants to volunteer and share 5 minutes of their experience with open data, open source, and basically open knowledge to the country. So we have here dear Paul. Paul, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi, Paul. So I'll give the floor to Paul to share his experience as I suppose an OpenStreetMap volunteer. Take it away, Paul.
Okay. Of course, if I could remember this one, and I'm so very thankful that the OpenStreetMap have helped me to map all of this crucial information with regards to the humanitarian and also the missing bicycle routes and even the incorrect settings with regards to the barangay boundary or even the villages that is needed to be mapped. And as of this moment, while I'm speaking to you, let's be real. Yes, of course, in these trying times that there are so many ups and downs that is being happening. And I'm also a participant or volunteer for the previous remap session, as far as you know. And I'm so very thankful that even though there would be a future construction or anything that lies behind us, then it would be more updated accordingly. And with the completion of some sort of the build projects that would be more of open data, then it would be much completed, and of course it would be used by majority. Right now I'm still working on the bus and bicycle routes when there's the latest information available, especially on those bus routes that are deemed to be open for the provincial counterpart. And here's the good news. All of the city bus routes here in the Metro Manila, or should I say Mega Manila, is thereby completed. A total of 35 bus routes. And that even includes my base here in Dasmania City, which is served by city buses 27 Delta, 28, and 29. And so with the modernized jeepneys that are almost complete, which is about 80+%, and I'm trying my best to exert all of this possible. And with the upcoming Quezon City's bus augmentation program, yes, of course, I'll do more of these challenges if there's any. And I'm ready for the changes that are needed to be mapped as well. And that traditional jeepneys and UV Express, in which there would be a collaboration, will work smoothly. And of course, there would be some sort of updates. And here in Tasmania City, most of the boundaries that I've been actively collaborating with the local mapper or mappers around here. Of course, this sums up the lightning talk. Thank you so very much to the wonderful Mappy friends right here. And always remember, and you are loved. Paul Madriaga from DP24 Base. And let's go back to the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. For those who are watching Paul's edits, he's very passionate about transport mapping, public transport mapping, and that's one of his passion. And if you want to help him out, he's very active in our channel and also in GitHub, in the OSMPH GitHub, documenting his work along with the other mappers. Thank you very much, and let's move on to our program. So first, looking at our YouTube chat, it seems like there's a couple more joining right now. I see Map Serving, Jeff McKenna joining. Welcome, and I hope those who are starting to wake up in another time zone gets to join us as well. Okay, so before the break, let's have another flash giveaway. So we'll give you, we'll send you the link. The team is sending you the link now, and we have 5 minutes for you to add add your name in the form. So duty crew, can someone send the link in YouTube? Hi, Jeff. All right, so 5 minutes is starting now. Please start your form. Duty crew, are we using the same passcode? Or there's a new passcode? All right, let's wait for the new passcode. Okay, so the new passcode is tamang-tamang merienda, matamis to, masarap. Ginataang mais. Again, the passcode is ginataang mais. So you have 4 minutes to join our flash giveaway. Okay, you can actually order ginatang mais from GrabFood. I just don't know how long they will deliver. Okay, just to be clear, our price, our flash giveaway is Grab meal worth 300 pesos. I think that's around 3 kilos of ginatang mais that you can buy. Marx is complaining. He's right now in Austria, and he cannot order ginataang mais. For those who are not familiar with ginataang mais, Jeff, it's what's this? Corn with coconut milk. Is that correct? Romnick, you have a lot of ginataang mais in Quezon, so you do not need to worry. Okay, we have less than almost 2 minutes left for completing the flash giveaway. The question is, ano po pipiliin sa price category will give you the Grab voucher. Okay, according to Resli, mura ang mais ngayon, so you'll probably have 4 kilos more of ginataang mais with your Grab voucher. Just a reminder, for each flash giveaway, you can only win once. So duplicate entries will be ignored. Again, the price category would be flash giveaway. So that's the category you will choose in the form. From YouTube, Pista ng Mapa is asking, what's the favorite merienda in Siquijor? We have 30 seconds to finish the flash giveaway. Is everyone done? We have 55 watching now, so. Oh, corn coffee, that's nice. All right, 3 seconds to go. And time is up. So thank you, everyone. Congratulations in advance to those who won our giveaway. So right now it's 8:14. We'll have a quick break, and then we move on to the next batch of presentations, which is very exciting. It's about the competition we have for Pista ng Mapa. So once again, thank you everyone for listening. We'll return in around 16 minutes. Thank you.
At this point, it's not the question of whether or not we can eliminate malaria. We are eliminating malaria.
You have different partners that bring different skill sets to the table. Each and every one of them has given valuable insight into what could possibly be done.
Location is important because we understand that the incidences of malaria across the district is different in different localities.
We use this information to guide what package of interventions that we need to put a specific health facility catchment area. So data is extremely critical. That is what we use to make decisions.
We were using some types of maps, but they were not as detailed as the maps that we're currently using that have been developed by Visualize No Malaria. And in most cases, we would go with just the data that is given to us in spreadsheets. It was kind of difficult, and it was also leading us to a situation where you keep going to the same areas thinking that you're actually having an impact, when in actual fact you have missed some areas because you can't visualize where those areas are.
So the culture has really shifted over the years to having a more stronger appreciation of data. And the spin-off to that is that it actually also improves the quality, because the more people look at the data, the more they raise questions about data, the more they start questioning the quality and trying to see how you can actually improve data quality. The beauty with platforms like Tableau is that seeing a graph or seeing a pie chart can get individuals engaged into having a real concrete discussion about what the situation is and what needs to be done about it.
Now you need to move that into visualizing what those numbers and charts translate into. A map culture is the next logical step to the data culture. Maps for us have been a game changer, I would say, in terms of time management and also in terms of allocation of resources.
Now with an elimination agenda on the table and focusing on the one size does not fit all approach, data needs to be utilized for us to be able to basically target the different interventions.
We are using data to make vital decisions, and we're able to visualize that using Tableau and Mapbox. So this is something that we are really proud of. The nation has a vision, and the district has a vision. Even the community, they have a vision. So this is something that we are doing together. So it's not just about one individual. This is a community cause.
Pharmacies and supermarkets are some of the critical amenities that will remain open during this time. Updating the location and opening hours of these amenities is particularly important. Street level imagery or local knowledge will be needed to confirm these details, as satellite imagery is not sufficient. Focus on an area you're familiar with or an area with enough street level imagery to discern the type and location of shops. In this particular example, we're toggling the mapillary image layer alongside Point Lonsdale Road, which is missing points of interest like a local supermarket and pharmacy. First, we're going to add the location of the supermarket, which becomes clearer when looking at the nearest mapillary image. Opening hours are also helpful, and they are available on the supermarket's website, so I will add those as well. This will appear in applications such as OSM and Maps.me. Now we're going to add the pharmacy. Again, I'm going to pull up the nearest mapillary image to find out the name of the pharmacy and where the pharmacy should be placed. The local government business directory shows the phone number and address of the pharmacy, so I will add those details as well and save my change step. I do not know the hours of the pharmacy, but this is something I could check with a field mapping survey, or I could leave a comment so that someone else passing by might note down the hours.
So we need to learn to use these tools. There has to be somebody on your team who is an expert of these tools.
All right, we're back. So yeah, so we're on to the last session, which is Pista ng Mapa para sa lahat, lightning talks. And after that, we'll have a closing. And for those who are still interested, we have like a little bit of socials, online socials in Jitsi. And for those who want to join, we'll share the link later on, so that if you want to hang out with us for a little bit longer as we wind down and relax after the conference. Okay, so moving on, we have our Mapa para sa lahat lighting talks. So during this conference, we had a competition of poster making and data visualization competition. We've asked a couple of people to share what they built, what they created, and I hope that we will present today the winners of this Mapa para sa Lahat competition. And I do hope for those who are starting with data visualization, or even those who are already doing a lot of data visualization, you'll find some gems and design techniques that you might use in your own projects. So first we have Alan Glenn Hill, who is one of our winners, where he will present his map about the threats to the ecological frontiers of the Philippine eagle, Pithecophagha jeffreyi. So let's hear it from Alan Glenn Hill, as he shares about how he built this map of the Philippine eagle.
Hello everyone. I will now be showcasing to you my presentation titled Threats to the Last Ecological Frontiers of the Philippine Eagle, utilizing online databases and graphic designing tools for advocacy communication. Now, a short background of the speaker. My name is Alan Glenn Sahil, a current MS in Environmental Science student at UPLB, and I recently graduated my BS in Agricultural Engineering at the Visayas State University, and I am the co-founder of various youth organizations, which are Youth Leaders for Environmental Action Federation, Tabang PH, and Plus Fun. I am also an environmental educator, climate activist, and a sustainable development advocate. Now, the Philippine eagle, or Pithecophagha jeffreyi, is the world's rarest and largest eagle that can only be found in the Philippines. They inhabit primary dipterocarp forests, particularly in steep terrain, and sometimes frequenting secondary growth and gallery forests of eastern Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao. The Philippine eagle is critically endangered and is in rapid decline due to massive and extensive habitat loss. There are only 250 to 750 individuals, with around 90 to 250 breeding pairs in the wild. Forest destruction and fragmentation through commercial timber extraction and thrifting cultivation is considered as the main long-term threat to the species. The Philippine eagle is the country's national bird, and it bears a culturally significant symbol that inspires strength, courage, and resilience among Filipinos. However, ironically, its ecology and conservation status is poorly understood by the very people who take pride in it. And national government leaders and decision makers also fail to spearhead concrete, long-term, and holistic solutions in the conservation of the Philippine eagles. And regional and local government unit leaders who are situated within the Philippine eagles' distribution range also fail to create comprehensive localized programs that aim towards the protection of these majestic eagles. Hence, there is a need to create a graphic map that visually depicts the Philippine eagles' most important habitats and ecologically crucial frontiers across the country, as well as the pressures that threaten it. This map will also promote better understanding of the Philippine eagles' ecology and distribution, as well as determine the threats and opportunities for future conservation. Now, what are the data sets used? So first is the Philippine eagle distribution range, which was used as a boundary for the prevalence of the Philippine eagle. Next is the global land cover, which is used to identify the tropical broadleaf deciduous forests where the Philippine eagles live. Next is the ecoregions dataset, which was used to identify the Luzon and Mindanao montane rainforests that prevail in very high elevations, which are generally more preferred by the Philippine eagles. Next is the intact forest landscapes datasets, which are basically forest areas which exhibit no remotely detected signs of human activity or habitat fragmentation and is large enough to maintain all native biological diversity. And this is one of the most ecologically important landscapes for Philippine eagles. Next, we have the tree cover loss datasets from 2001 to 2019, and this shows the year-by-year tree cover loss defined as stand level replacement of vegetation greater than 5 meters. And according to several studies, in the Philippines, there are 5 main dominant drivers for tree cover loss, which are commodity-driven deforestation, shifting agriculture, forestry, wildfires, and urbanization. Lastly is the Philippine eagle sighting datasets from the DENR, which showcases the recent sightings of the eagles across the country. Now, where were these datasets extracted? First, we have the UN Biodiversity Lab, which you can access at www.unbiodiversitylab.org. And basically, they are an online platform that allows policymakers and their partners to access global data layers to provide key information on the IG biodiversity targets as well as nature-based sustainable development goals. This is a screenshot of the UN Biodiversity Lab online platform, and in the left you can see themes that you can turn on, and then it will show the available datasets for those themes. And in the right you can see the map of the Philippines, of which the datasets are showcased. Next, I also use the Global Forest Watch online platform, which you can access at www.globalforestwatch.org. And they're basically an online platform that provides data and tools for monitoring forests. Here is a screenshot of their platform, and they are basically the same as the UN Biodiversity Laboratory, but they focus more on forests. Next, I utilized BirdLife International's datasets, which can be accessed at www.datazone.birdlife.org. And they are an international organization focusing on the conservation of bird species. And I utilized their portal to get the distribution range of the Philippine eagle. So here is a screenshot of their portal. Next, I also used the GeoPortal Philippines, which can be accessed at www.geoportal.gov.ph, and they provide Philippine geospatial data and services. Here's a screenshot of their portal, and I used this portal to extract the Philippine eagle sightings across the country. So moving on to the graphic designing software it's used. So I used Affinity Designer in making my map. However, Adobe Illustrator is also preferable. So now the two of these programs are more preferred because these two programs are vector-based, and the elements that you create in these two softwares can be scaled up or down without losing their quality because they are vector-based. However, you can also use Adobe Photoshop or CorelDRAW, but they are pixel-based, which means that when you scale them, they tend to get pixelated and they will lose their quality. So you can use Photoshop or CorelDRAW, but I highly suggest to use Affinity Designer or Adobe Illustrator. Now here is the main or the final output of the map making. You may pause this video to take a look at the map and read the legends. So basically, the darker the greens, the more ecologically important it is for the Philippine eagles. And the larger the yellow or the oranges, it indicates the occurrence of tree cover loss of those important ecological areas for the Philippine eagles. Moving on to the map interpretation, in the Luzon area, the Sierra Madre mountain range, which is a crucial landscape for Philippine eagles, is experiencing fragmented tree cover loss in both of its deciduous forests and montane rainforests. The edges of intact forest landscapes in Luzon are also experiencing slight tree cover loss. Next, despite lacking montane rainforests, Philippine eagles still inhabit the deciduous forests of Samar, particularly within the Samar Island National Park. The Samar Island National Park is the country's largest terrestrial protected area, and it is also experiencing widespread tree cover loss, as you can see in the photo at the right. Next, we have the Mindanao area, and vast areas of the deciduous forests and montane rainforests of eastern Mindanao are experiencing widespread tree cover loss, especially in locations with numerous Philippine eagle sightings. And the rest of the montane rainforests of Mindanao also have occurrences of tree cover loss. So in conclusion, there are extensive occurrences of tree cover loss and key ecological habitats for Philippine eagles across the country. And in Mindanao, where majority of the Philippine eagle population is situated in, its deciduous forests and montane rainforests depict extensive and very widespread tree cover loss. Next, the key ecological Philippine eagle habitats in Luzon, Samar, and Leyte also showcases the proliferation of distributed and fragmented tree cover loss, especially in the Sierra Madre mountain range and in the Samar Island National Park. Lastly, for the Mapa para sa lahat portion, through this map, there's a proof that mapping for advocacy communication doesn't require expertise in relatively advanced technological software like QGIS and ArcGIS. And graphic designers who have extensive skills in simplified data visualization for public use can be great map makers. Now, by promoting the use of common designing programs, such as Affinity Designers, Illustrator, and Photoshop, we can make map making more accessible and more exclusive or inclusive to Filipinos. Thank you so much for my presentation and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that very interesting presentation. Reminders to everyone, and especially to the presenters, we will you will answer the questions by our audience at the end of all the presentations. So we have 4 presentations, 3 more to go before we answer the questions. Okay, so additional reminder for those in YouTube, you can earn more PNM 20 swags by sharing your takeaways, learnings, and pictures in social media. And just don't forget to use our official hashtags, which is hashtag OpenStreetMap, hashtag PNM20, hashtag Phosphor-G, and hashtag Pista ng Mapa. All right. So moving on to the next presentation, we have Kim Nardo Lumanas, our winner, another winner of our Mapa para sa lahat competition, where Kim created a storm surge impact scenario for the municipality of Carigara. So let's listen to Kim for the presentation.
Hi everyone, I am Kim Nardo R. Lumanas, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Environmental Management and is a GIS enthusiast. The topic is all about the storm surge impact scenario in the municipality of Carigara, Leyte. This is an assessment on the impact of storm surge on the population of the town. The Philippines is described as an archipelagic state and is basically surrounded by hundreds of kilometers of shorelines wherein communities thrives fast, thus boosting coastal development. Out of 1,541 municipalities, 832 or 34% of it are coastal communities, which comprises 62% of the population. This signifies that this number is largely vulnerable to impacts of climate-induced hazards, specifically to storm surge. A tropical cyclone have an immense effect in the country, especially with respect to agriculture, industry, livelihood, and public safety. In 2013, a storm surge in Tacloban City, Leyte, induced by the super typhoon Yolanda, claimed more than 6,300 lives and $2.86 billion worth of damage. Thus, the need for assessing the impacts of future disaster events is crucial for better planning, preparation, and response activities for coastal communities. An analysis was made to estimate the possible impact of a storm surge on the population of Carigara, Leyte. The analysis was portrayed through a map indicating the number of people likely to be affected, located in classified hazard zones, and the barangays that were identified and considered as critical areas needed for attention. This presentation shows on how open source software and open access data can be useful in determining the likely impacts of climate-induced hazard to number of population, which will provide insights for better disaster management. The output is a storm surge impact scenario map which determines the number of population likely to be affected in the event of a storm surge in the municipality of Carigara, Leyte. The impact was assessed using a free plug-in software. The analysis details estimated that 23,300 people are likely to be affected. These are people who were exposed within the extent of the hazard. The 19,300 people are not exposed, while 22,700 are likely to be displaced. The displaced population are people who have to leave their place of residence because of risk or a disaster. Meanwhile, the estimated number of people affected, which is located in high or surge height above the head zone, had a total population of 11,600. The 11,200 people will be inundated by storm surge with chest-deep surge height, which is located in the medium zone, and the low or knee-deep surge height zone have a total population of 560. The results also identified 20 barangays out of 49 that were considered as critical, or where the most displaced population might occur. Sawang Poblacion showed the most displaced population with a total of 4,000 people, while Uyawan has the least displaced population with a total of 10 people. Basically, these 20 identified barangays show where the most critical needs are. The analysis was run through an open source plugin in QGIS, the INASAFE plugin. This plugin was developed by the Indonesian government, the Australian government, and the World Bank. It provides a simple but rigorous way in combining data from scientists, local governments, and communities to provide insights into the likely impacts of future disaster events. This is a general overview of the INASAFE methodology. First, it is a scenario assessment tool, and it does not produce any hazard models or exposure data. A suitable data must be obtained before running an impact assessment for a particular hazard or location. For this analysis, the impact was assessed from a storm surge. It needs a scientific hazard data from technical agencies. In this case, the Storm Surge Advisory 3 dataset obtained from DOST-ASTI and is an open data. Furthermore, an exposure data was also used and is available freely from worldpop.org. It is a free and open population dataset for almost all countries with high-resolution data of 100-meter cell size. Secondly, INASAFE combines the exposure and hazard data to estimate the number of people affected. Then, INASAFE generates a report and can aggregate the results by administrative boundary. INASAFE can also calculate the minimum needs required to support the affected population and is also modifiable according to the local requirements. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to incorporate the data on the map. Finally, INASAFE produces a map to show the people in the affected area. But in this case, I created my own template to better show the impact of the storm surge on the population by incorporating the analysis results on the map. In conclusion, INASAFE is free and open source software that can be used for disaster impact assessment. As an open source software, it will always be developed to fulfill the needs in disaster preparedness activities. By preparing for disasters in the right way, the government and the public are likely to be better prepared for a future disaster event. Even though the analysis was limited only to secondary data and relied solely from open source dataset for the population and natural hazard or storm surge dataset, still, it will provide good baseline information for disaster risk planners and local government units for them to enhance by incorporating their primary data based on actual and community surveys. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. It's interesting that people are using InnoSafe, which some of the people here in the conference helped build the software. Okay, so moving on, we go to the next presentation, a visualization of earthquakes in the Philippines, presented by one of our QGIS expert who presented the 10 plugins in 10 minutes a while back. We have Sorby Ildefonso for his entry on the Mapa para sa Lahat competition.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening again to everyone. Thank you for staying until this latter part of Pista ng Mapa. I know it's a Friday night, but you've chosen to tune in for this. I hope I can make your time worthwhile. To the Pista ng Mapa team, congratulations for a great event. The quality of the content and audience participation the past 3 days were really amazing. Partida, we're all doing this online. For this short talk, I'll be discussing my motivations for making a map of earthquakes in the Philippines, how it was made, its key features and insights that we can derive from it, and lastly, a few parting words. On hindsight, I really have been drawn to the earth sciences, particularly the study of natural hazards. For years, I was helping map faults around Asia while developing and deploying sensor systems for seismic and volcano monitoring. This is a field photo from one of our sites in China where we mapped old rivers and studied ancient earthquakes. In April 25, 2015, after completing recon work and coordination with local partners for a new project, our team was on its last day in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. Like in most field work, I woke up very early in the morning to take photos of the city and its people. Here are some of the photos I took that morning. This is from Durbar Square, a former palace complex, and presently a complex of temples and pagodas. People were praying, selling their goods, and meeting their friends. It's really not unlike Quiapo. By around 9 a.m., I had breakfast with my friends who were there for vacation and took this photo from one of the pagodas. After that, I picked up my luggage and went to the airport. The place was packed as it was climbing season. We were already sitting tight on the plane when a colleague told me to look out of the window. I remember seeing a huge C-130 plane parked near ours, something like this, tipping sideways like a bird, flapping its wings. Confused, we were asked to get off the plane and wait on the tarmac. Apparently, a 7.8 earthquake hit us. we can see a wave of dust coming from the city center. I tried to reach my friends in the city, but the phone lines were cut. Surprisingly, I managed to post this on Instagram using a Wi-Fi dongle. A couple of days later, I saw this photo in the internet. It was of the square and the pagoda I stood on just a few hours before the earthquake hit. It's now a heap of rubble. I only have a little personal memory of the July 1990 earthquake that hit Manila and most of Luzon. Its full effect I only understood a few years later when we were studying it in a Civica at Cultura class. By nature, we often forget, especially when we were not directly affected. We need to be reminded of our vulnerability. Thus, it's memory. That's the reason why I created a map of earthquakes in the Philippines. So, how exactly I made it? The following are the general steps along with links to download the layers. Data came from USGS and the boundary layer used is from PhilGIS or PhilGIS. So thank you USGS and PhilGIS. Alternatively, you may also download admin boundaries through HDX. The bulk of the work was done on QGIS 3.14 with this very nice splash screen. And the documentation on the toolsets I used can also be found on the link above. First, to download the data, we'll need to input our search parameters: magnitude, event type, date, and geographic region. For the date, I specified 1911, which is the earliest record, to June 2020. For this exercise, I preferred using CSV as the output format, and the resulting file has the quake timestamp, location, depth, magnitude, horizontal and depth errors, and even the closest city from the epicenter. Next step is to import it on QGIS as a delimited text layer and making sure that we use the correct coordinate reference system. You'll have something like this with all points using a single symbology. The next step is to utilize the data-defined override option, specifically for the size of the points using the attribute magnitude. So to do that, we choose file type, we click on the button, data-defined override button, and choose file type integer double string and choose magnitude. We'll then need to specify symbol size. To do that, we'll use the data-defined assistant interface, or simply put, the assistant feature using the same button. Applying the values on the left side, you'll have something similar to the right. The next step is we'll use a second attribute, the depth in kilometers, to color the points. So here we used less than 70 kilometers, 70 to 300 kilometers, and greater than 300 kilometers to classify our data. The resulting image is on the right, and we're getting really close. Many points overlap each other, so we add some transparency. I dropped the opacity to 30%, and I also removed the stroke color. The last steps are adding the base map and mapping the map layout including highlighting where the epicenter of the July 1990 earthquake is. The end result is a map that's quite straightforward. The map shows distribution, while not exactly a hotspot analysis, as this was made for a more general audience. It can be inferred that during the period covered, the east-southeast sections of the country had the most earthquakes. It's also apparent that some island groups, like Palawan, Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, have not seen an earthquake the past 110 years. This does not mean, though, that no earthquakes shall ever happen on these places, nor does it mean that the hotspots will not move in the next years. As we all should, we will defer these assertions to our expert scientists who have spent their lifetime studying earthquakes. For the July 1990 Luzon earthquake, PHIVOX published a collection of studies on the topic. It's on the link above. So, what now? With us living in a disaster movie called Year 2020, the map is really just a humble contribution to remind us of how exposed we are to this type of natural disaster. In reality, we have few choices. We can brush this aside and live in bliss. We can be scared in the short term and then forget about it. Or we can accept the facts and prepare for it. Lastly, I'd like to share a realization during the process of creating the map. While the methods and tools are important, mainly to unravel insights from the raw data, it's always essential to understand why we are mapping and for whom are we doing it. With that, thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Sorby. I see a lot of questions for your presentation. We'll cover that when we finish the last presentation. Okay, so for the last presentation, certainly not the least, we have Visualizing Volcanoes Minimally from John Louis Fabila. So let's hear it. I'm very interested in watching this because I also want to try out what he did in his Mapa para sa Lahat entry. So let's hear it from John Louis Fabila about visualizing.
Thank you for still tuning in. My name is John Louis Fabila. I serve as a lecturer under the UP Department of Geodetic Engineering and also serve as a researcher under the same department, but also as a consulting geospatialist for various projects, which means like a lot of people here, I make useful or functional or utilitarian maps for a living. I'm part of a team that leverages various remote sensing datasets and turns them into spatial information. So, for example, we make LiDAR maps in support of engineering design for flood management or water resource management. We make maps for information on hard to reach areas. We combine satellite imageries with ground truth data and make maps for scientific inquiry. And we also make maps and provide information for disaster response. I'm also part of a team that makes impact maps from typhoons and flooding days before they happen so that people in the ground will be guided on whether they should strengthen their shelters or evacuate their livestock and harvest early to lessen the impact of the disaster. So yeah, I make useful or functional maps for a living. So whenever I can, I try to veer away from that and make utterly useless maps for my own fun and for the sake of my sanity. So instead of creating topography from UAVs, I would rather create topo from the videos of my colleagues' faces and then Joy Division style them in QGIS. Instead of analyzing imageries, satellite imageries, I just try to imagine how UP would look like in the fall, kahit na wala naman tayong fall. Instead of tackling hydrological problems, I just try to stylize the watershed of the Cagayan River basin with the colors of H.R. Ocampo that I once saw in a museum. And instead of analyzing typhoon and earthquakes, I just try to visualize them for my own fun. And so for fun, I also look at other fun maps, and I came across the Coral Cities by the Ito Design Lab, which tries to visualize the travel time from each city center, as you can see here. And I was like, wow, maybe I can try doing this as well, but with my own datasets. And since most of the time I look at topography, and when I look at topography of volcanoes or mountains, ang nakaka-attract talaga sa mata ko, at least for me, is yung mga strong ridge lines at yung mga network, river network, and streamlines. And I thought, as you can see on your right, pwede mong namang i-visualize talaga yung topography ng volcanoes with just a few strokes. So why not do yung ginawa ng Ito Design Lab but for volcanoes? But then, when I read it, they're using their own proprietary software. So what I wanted to do was use open source software and try to recreate it, but using volcanoes. So this is where visualizing volcanoes comes into play. So ang ginamit ko dito ay QGIS, and then Cloud Compare, and then Blender. And then for the BEMs or the topography, I tried to get it from ALOS. And for Taal, I tried to get it from the Open LiDAR data from the PhilLiDAR group. So there are three possible routes that you can go with here. Pwede mong i-digitize yung mga ridges. I don't want to do that. Or I think the more logical way is to get those ridge pixels by using r.geomorphon in grass, and then extract the pixel values that have a value of 3 kasi 3 yung nakadesignate for ridge pixels. But to be honest, hindi yun nag-occur sa akin. I'm more of a river guy. So I cheated. So I inverted the DEM because when I do that, the ridge lines would become the rivers. So from that, I could just do my hydrological basin analysis and extract the rivers. So I inverted the raster using raster calculator. So as you can see here, original yung left, and then inverted yung nasa right. And then I typed in the functionalities sa QGIS. So channel network and drainage basins to get the lines, the line shape files for the river systems, but I needed points. So I extract vertices from those lines, and then those points gusto kong lagyan siya ng XYZ. So in my attribute table, I want XYZ. So I add XY fields to the layer, and then I add raster values to points. So later on yung attribute table ko, you will see na meron na siyang XYZ values. And then, yun kasi yung kailangan ko, yung XYZ values lang. So I load that DBF file into a spreadsheet. So pwedeng Google Docs or LibreOffice, basta any spreadsheet that will do. And then try to manipulate that in that spreadsheet. Kung kailangan mong i-manipulate yung or exaggerate yung vertical elevation, you can do that in the spreadsheet. But make sure that you save it as a text file. Kasi yung text file na yun can be opened in Cloud Compare. And as you can see on the right, when you open that text file in Cloud Compare, pwede mo na siyang i-visualize in 3D. So, okay na siya eh. Maganda naman siya. Pero I wanted to create some shadows, and I cannot do that in Cloud Compare. So I thought, why not venture into Blender? So after importing the PLY file that I got from Cloud Compare, in-import ko lang siya into Blender, and then I followed these two videos in YouTube. The first one is basically putting in the material for the points that you imported. And then the second one is into manipulating the camera and the lighting to get the final renders that you want in Blender. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. So I try to do that for 6 of the most active volcanoes that we have in the Philippines, and this is my final entry for the conference. So I've had rave reviews so far from this. So one of my former students told me na mukhang lampshade yung iba, and yung iba naman ang sabi is mukha siyang fruit cover yung ginagamit natin for apples and pears. So maraming salamat for that. Kidding aside though, I'd like to thank the Pista ng Mapa organizers for picking my entry. Kasi the prize money that we obtained from this, we're using for a small relief operation for those that are affected by Typhoon Rolly. So, yan yung ginamit namin for small relief operations. We started at 20 packs that grew into 300 packs with the help of our friends. So, yung relief operation na yun is para naman may bagong umaga na asahan yung mga kasama natin sa Katanduanes. So, again, maraming salamat sa pakikinig and Diyos mabalos. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Bye-bye, Bibi!
All right. Thank you very much, Louie, and also to all our Mapa para sa lahat presenters. Looking at the YouTube chat now, and I think ang dami mong fans, Louie. May hearts, may claps, at kung ano-ano pa. So let's, to all the presenters, can you open your mic and so that we can start our Q&A. We have here Sorby, Allen, and Louie. I think Kim is not available today. So we'll go over the questions. I'll ask one for each, and then pagka nasagot nyo na, we can go over the next one. And if you have time, we can cover. We will cover the rest of the questions. Okay. Ready, guys? All right. For the first, for the first question, this is for this is for Allen. So there's one question by John Louis, wondering if there are GPS tracks for eagles available in the country. Allen, can you answer?
Okay, hello. So, like I said in the presentation, I got a data on like Philippine eagle sightings at the geoportal.gov.ph. However, that data was like updated last 2013, and during the before the deadline of the competition, I tried contacting DNR to get the latest data sets sana of the GPS, pero they they didn't reply to me. So yes, I strongly believe that like they do have data din naman of the Philippine eagle sightings, because like when the public sees them, they report it to DNR right away. But yeah, I guess we need to exert effort na lang to get those data from DNR.
All right. Thank you, Allen. We go to Sorby. I'm asking question number 2. Aside from recent efforts, what do you think should be done or should be prioritized in preparation for the big one? This question is asked by Gracia Orlanes. Yeah, go ahead, Sorby.
Yep, I think I already answered that dun sa but again, take this with a grain of salt. I'm presently not connected with any government agency or any research institute. But on a personal level, number one, check your house and workplace if it's safe, meaning within building standards or building codes. And number two, it's always good to have a go bag or something na merong basic needs like first aid, tubig, pagkain, if an emergency happens. Then I would really encourage contributions sa mga mapping efforts such as OpenStreetMap kasi these are really vital data that would be essential prior to the disaster for risk reduction and management as well as for disaster response. And third would be careful in spreading fake news. Verify muna before hitting the share button. And lastly, we have very good people, scientists, engineers, professionals like Sir Louis, studying disasters, building systems to mitigate the effect of these disasters. Sana makinig tayo sa kanila. Yun lang po.
All right, thank you, Sorby, for that wonderful answer. And I think some of the other question you already wrote in the pad. Wala tayong question for Louis. Marami lang sumasaludo at idol daw si Sir Louis. But before we close this session, I would like to ask each presenter to have some final thoughts. Especially siguro si Sir Louis kasi wala siyang question. I'll start with Louis for the first final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Make maps. Make maps. Make mistakes. Make your maps better. Have fun. That's it.
Thank you. What about you, Alan?
Okay, hello. So for me, maps are very powerful in storytelling, in communicating an advocacy or promoting an awareness to a certain social issue. However, there's this prevailing like fear among the public on map making because they think, oh, it's too difficult or it's too technical. But my work by just using common graphic designing softwares, you can make maps and you can create compelling and great stories or advocacy communication materials by using those common softwares. And I firmly believe that if we can promote that among Filipinos, and we can cultivate this belief that everyone can make maps, everyone can visualize data, and I guess we can have a better future and a more sustainable one, especially when we're trying to promote really social and social issues and make them more aware, make people more aware of them. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Sorby.
Siguro in addition dun sa nasabi ko kanina na know your reason or know your why and also kung bakit ka gumagawa ng mapa and para kanino yon. Siguro ano lang, especially during these times, marami tayong challenges, no? And like sourcing the data, like our colleague experience sourcing data and even internet and connection namamatay siya, pati software. I think marami lang paraan for the software. Siguro ano lang, laban lang. Kaya natin yan and there's a strong community with us right now, including most of us here in this conference. Tulong-tulong tayo and I think this is our strength, yung very strong community. Kung gusto, may paraan and mas maganda kung marami tayo.
Thank you very much. For those listening, konting ano naman, clap emoji sa ating chat to all the presenters today. Once again, all these presentations will be shared in YouTube, and I suggest i-bookmark nyo na yung mga yon, and all the Mapa para sa lahat presentations. You can actually do it, and you can definitely make it better than the 4 people who did this, because everything, most of the data is open source, open data, and the tools that they use are accessible. So konting tiyaga lang, and sabi nga ni Louie, you can make mistakes. Share it in Facebook. We can definitely help you improve the quality of your maps. All right. So we're now on to the last session, which is actually closing. So stay a bit. We still have a couple of surprises for everyone. For our closing, let's have one of our very active members of the organizing team on the background, and let's have Erwin Olario for our closing session. Erwin.
Hi, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. I'm gonna keep this closing short because it's late and we're planning some social after this online event, and everyone is invited, of course. So first, I'd like to thank the duty crew who's been helping out in the background for the past 3 Fridays. For today, we had the people on the screen. Nakikita ba yung screen share ko? Marks. And of course, this small team is only part of the bigger group of advocates and volunteers who organized this year's Pista ng Mapa conference. So I'd like to thank Miko, David, Andy, Jen, Cham, Ian, Faye, RK, Lay, Maning, Ben-Hur, Marks, and Eugene. The 2020 Pista ng Mapa online conference happened. Most of our work was happening at the individual, at the team level. So we have, for example, Eugene, who works with the program team. He was the one coordinating all the programs. Siya yung nangungulit sa inyo, making sure that you submit all the videos. We have Mark, who's our current session director, working behind the scenes, in charge of the technical team. We have Ben-Hur and Cham, who's doing a lot of work for our marketing and publications. Siyempre, hindi ito mangyayari kung walang pera. So, ang rainmaker natin ay si Maning Sambale. Everyone contributed a lot, so I really want to say thank you. It's been a very stressful several months. We started planning for the conference late of 2019, mga last quarter, hoping it would happen in the summer. But COVID-19 intervened, so we have an online conference. I think one lesson we've learned so far from organizing this year's conference is that the next organizers of perhaps the 2021 Pista ng Mapa is to incorporate an online component. I think it would be impossible for us to reach to people in Basilan or other places in Leyte if this hasn't happened online. So maraming salamat. At kung pwede ay palakpakan natin yung mga naging kasama natin ngayong taon na to na organizers ng Pista ng Mapa. So hindi ko maririnig, ako na lang papalakpak para sa inyo. Thanks everyone, and that's my closing. I think the MC will have a few more words about some administrative stuff. Mga reminders na lang.
All right, thank you, Erwin. Also, special thanks as well to Erwin, who's also, in a way, our lead in all this, this work. Okay, so last few reminders. One, for those who need the attendance, Marks, can you play my deck? So for those who fill up the attendance, we have this attendance form. Can someone post the link to the YouTube chat? And this will remain open until 10 o'clock p.m. Today, Philippine time. All right. And for the prize winners, do we have this?
Yes, let me just refresh my screen.
Okay, so here's a list of prizes. for the winners of vouchers. For this winners, we'll send you an email for your prizes as usual, and we'll get back to you hopefully as early as next week. Okay. Also, we have a list of the internet top-up flash giveaway, so it's also there. So we will contact you again later, early next week. Kung kaya pa ng organizing team, they'll probably contact you today, but I don't think they will do it now. All right. Finally, can we go to the last slide? Next slide, please. All right, so please continue watching our social media accounts. So right now, the organizing team will probably take a bit of rest, but we will continue and think about how do we do Pista ng Mapa next year. And we hope everyone here, especially those who participated, we are looking forward for you to be a presenter next year. And we still don't know whether this will be online or in person, but we hope to see you again in the next Pista ng Mapa. And once again, this event is not possible without our sponsors. So we'd like to thank again our sponsors, Facebook, Mapbox, Mapillary, Cart, Grab, as a meal sponsor, FEF, BNHR, and Mapa More. And we hope to engage these sponsors again in the next Pista ng Mapa. Maraming salamat, and after this presentation, we are formally ending the conference, but you can stay a bit. We will open the Jitsi room if you want to just hang out. We'll do a couple of discussions, informal discussion, but it won't be recorded now in the stream in YouTube. So we'll post the link in the YouTube chat, and you're more than welcome, of course, to join us later. Maraming salamat, and Pista ng Mapa 2020 is ending. Thank you everyone for participating. Good night, and have a great weekend.